it's not like a military LARPing thing. I just want to make it clear that like this represents a I think a fairly like formidable
Of
display of
military might.
military.
It's not like a bunch of like U.S. soldiers in a base or like a tank that can have its treads blown or whatever. It's beyond that. Do they have nukes on them? I don't think carrier strike groups carry nukes by default, but it's probably safe to assume they have submarines trailing them, and those submarines might have nukes. Um, like the carrier strike group doesn't say how many subs are following it, I don't think, but the whole point of a sub is that they're invisible, so there could be like 12 nuclear subs right down here, ready to turn all the waste into the parking lot if they wanted to. Carriers have bombers on them? Yeah, but I don't think they have nuclear bombs. Nobody uses nuclear bombs anymore, right? It's all missile and such. That won't be guessed. Don't listen to dumb chatters. Yemen is blockaded by the Saudis and the Houthis only control the area in red. You know what? As a principled supporter of the underdogs, okay, I want to see the Houthis try, alright? I want them to swim like a paddle boat with a bunch of dynamite strapped to it all the way up the canal through the Suez. Alright, this is an underdog bid, okay? I want to put money down on them. Billions must try. Exactly. Not all subs have nukes. No, I know that, but I'm sure some there do. Not saying Hamas have never done
all right,
but that German people that was raped and murdered is actually alive. Really? Oh, that's wonderful. I don't know how long that'll last. Yeah, I saw the video. Her like naked body was loaded on the flatbed of a truck, and there was no reason to believe she wasn't dead from that video. I doubt she's having a great time right now, but.
Alright, so I did upgrade some shit last night. I forgot exactly what the approved marketplace factory module. Oh god, it's split. 94,000 productivity. We gotta get that money up. There we go. Where's that? So I did upgrade my ship. I forgot what I did off stream, but I kept playing after my stream stopped. I didn't bother starting it back up again. Upgraded my starship with some new guns, multi-tool, and my exosuit. I just got a bunch of upgrades. And I think I did some shit for my base. I changed up my base just a tiny little bit. Added like a few walls and some doors. Got all this protection. Oh, and I got the Mark II. Where's my Mark II refiner? Here it is. Oh, it's gonna be so good. Yeah, that's it. Just did some reorganization and building construction here. I gotta build that, what the fuck was it? Production facility.
Maybe that one. How would you solve the conflict? I do not. Okay. The Israel-Palestine conflict, people often say it's complicated, but that's half of it, okay? Morally, the Israel-Palestine conflict is so not complicated, okay? Morally speaking, the Israel-Palestine conflict is like the least complicated shit in the fucking world, okay? Logistically, it's unbelievably complicated, right? So, if you want moral opinions from me, I've got them. If you want logistically, like, I'm not the one to solve this, okay? I'm sorry.
Here we go.
They
All
literally
right,
kill
what do you
themselves
need?
killing foreign workers. How would they treat them as hostages? My best guess is this. And this is
Magnetized
just a
ferret.
guess.
I got that.
Hamas might want to keep
How
4
long?
national hostages
An
alive.
hour and a half.
So that when IDF
That's good, I could do
moves
some
in and
missions.
kills all of them, it looks worse for Israel. Hamas might be banking in a situation where the international community knows that these like German partiers or whatever are alive, and then the IDF kills them. Like undeniably kills them, and that's like a big blow internationally to Israel's reputation. As a strategy goes, that's actually not a bad idea from Hamas. Like that's a lot smarter than a lot of other routes they could take this. I don't see any situation where the IDF gets those people out alive. It seems so unlikely to me. I guess it could happen, right? Like it's not impossible.
God damn.
I don't know.
Shit is
I don't know
strong.
enough about the situation within Israel politically. Bosh, I don't think people know how radicalized Arabs in general are against Israelis and Jews. Yeah, it's really one of those things where you can't really appreciate it as a Westoid until you see like the videos or whatever. But like Adolf Hitler lives, and he is every Arab. And like the attitude of the common attitude towards Jews from Arabs is like it's beyond Hitlerite, genuinely. Like it's insane. It's really
got
really
some
bad.
stairs.
And it was bad before Israel was founded too. Israel's
some
formation
walls.
made it a hell of a lot worse, but it was bad before that as well. It's never been good. Well, of course, right, but why do people even defend Israel then? Israel defends Israel, the West defends Israel,
So when I
fucking-
land on my ship, now I can walk
Complicated.
straight down.
Have you seen the fake Mickey
My
Mouse? that
portal
Hamas
over
used to
here.
make a kid show telling them Jews were bad. I think I remember seeing that at some point. Is the idea that Hamas is controlled opposition conspiracy theory? No, it's not. We literally know for a fact that like Netanyahu has promoted Hamas and funded them, and we know for a fact that they exist to the benefit of the far right. Yeah. They're not controlled opposition. It's more like they're very beneficial opposition. Yeah, controlled opposition implies Hamas takes their orders from Israeli officials, and that's not true. More like they exist to the benefit of the Israeli far right, and they have a mutually beneficial relationship. Supported opposition. Vosh, stop spreading this conspiracy. Israel never funded Hamas. Pretty sure they did. We've gone over it. I don't think that's a. I don't think that's.
I think it's in this system.
Didn't Big Joel post that tweet quote? That was from Israel's largest newspaper. Again, it's one of those like, well, if we want to do the research, but we've talked about it before. This is from Haaretz. This is the oldest newspaper in Israel. Effectively, Netanyahu's entire worldview collapsed over the course of a single day. He was convinced that he could make deals with corrupt Arab tyrants while ignoring the cornerstone of the Arab-Jewish conflict, the Palestinians. His life work was to turn the ship of state from the course steered by his predecessors to make the two-state solution impossible. En route to the skull, he found a partner in Hamas. Quote, anyone who wants to thwart the establishment of a Palestinian state has to support bolstering Hamas and transferring money to Hamas, he told a meeting of his Likud party's Knesset members in March 2019. This is part of our strategy to isolate the Palestinians in Gaza from the Palestinians in the West Bank. I mean, is that cap? Yeah, from times of Israel, for years Netanyahu propped up Hamas, now it's blown up in our faces. Yeah, like it's pretty obvious if you think about it, the ways in which Hamas has benefited Netanyahu and the Israeli far right. He never actually funded them, it's all talk. Well, first of all, even if it's all talk, and that's even if it's all talk, the fact that he's speaking this way perfectly supports the argument, right? That the bolstering of Hamas, because he can bolster Hamas through his policies, right? decades and decades of deprivation and oppression bolsters Hamas. Like everything that they've been doing geopolitically bolsters Hamas. So like the idea that this begins and ends at direct payment, the direct payments just isn't the case. It's obviously like a broader engagement. That being said, I'm pretty sure there have been times where money has gone to Hamas. I mean, they are like the government of Gaza, ostensibly, quote unquote, finger quotations. IDF officers have admitted to it, for fuck's sake. He was telling his members to individually transfer money to Hamas, which is much harder to track. It's like how the US never actually funded Al Qaeda. Wikipedia. In 1973, Yassin founded the
I need
social
you.
religious
Oh,
charity
fuck the
Al
Mercedes
Jamaa
Gliz. God damn it.
in Gaza as an offshoot.
Why the
of
fuck does it-
Israeli authorities encourage
I want the
Yassin to
Minotaur.
respond as they saw it as a useful counterbalance to the secular Palestine Liberation Organization. Yeah, I remember going over this big article a while ago, but basically Israel deliberately crushed and helped like marginalize secular Palestinian
Summon the space
rights
anomaly, what the
organizations
fuck?
because they were
I
hoping
can't.
for the crazy jihadist types to take hold. because
Planetary
they would be easier to
interference?
control, easier to direct, and easier to foster international resentment against. If Palestinian liberation is represented by like secular humanitarians, that's a really tough target to go after, like PR-wise. But if your opposition is a bunch of jihadist lunatics like Hamas, it's way easier to go after them.
I actually wanna try my new
The ways
gun.
in which Israel has helped to create Hamas are complicated and like multi-tiered. It's not as simple as just Netanyahu.
God damn,
gave
does
them
good
$1
work on the
billion or
shield, too.
whatever, But the connection is really clear and really historic.
Warning, data wipe imminent? Fuck does that mean? Data wiped and mission failed. What?
Didn't you indirectly raise charity
What?
money for Hamas, Vosh? Yes, the jihadist tactic of providing medical care
What?
for Palestinian children and orphans. It's right there in the Quran.
Please fly. Why do you keep going super slow? Jesus Christ, just go in. Fuck.
So everything is going according to plan for Netanyahu then? He probably didn't want this much of an embarrassment with regards to like national security stuff, but generally speaking, yeah.
Success? What? I didn't even raid the facility. It says data wiped? What? It
Is
said
this what
raid
you
the planetary
There's
facility.
a lot of stuff that means what I mean. What do
I
you mean?
got there. The
The
defense activated.
ostracization of
What?
secular Palestinian rights groups has been going on for decades. It's not just a recent thing.
I'm confused. Well, it says to return. Let's go. Oh, I don't think I could teleport there from here.
Yeah, here, this is the IDF labeling these groups. Al-Haq, Adamir, Defense
Where's
for
the
Children,
Forbidden
International
Gliz?
Palestine, the Bassan Center for Research and Development, and the Union of Palestinian Women's
Gratu
Committees
XV
as, quote,
Cycler?
unauthorized organizations, the equivalent of terrorist orgs in military legal
I
parlance.
renamed this.
Israel's decision
Didn't
to
I?
outlaw the six groups has been
I gotta
questioned
check.
by the U.S. The U.S. That's how stupid it was, that even the U.S. questioned it, and European allies, and criticized by the UN and other international organizations who've decried it as an attack on Palestinian civil society.
I think I renamed the
Israel and
universe,
IDF
not
don't
the
want
facility.
Palestinians in
gonna
the
rename the
Gaza Strip
facility.
to be able to develop any kind of like civil
fuck,
society.
screen
They don't
tearing.
want any kind of like democratic apparatus or like citizen council groups. They don't want any kind of like organizations that are secular or humanitarian because all of that hinders Israel's ability to crush them. They just want like all of Palestine to be represented by one group, and that one group is Hamas, because Hamas is big and bad and evil and they kill civilians, thereby allowing them to control the narrative and respond as though they're only responding to Hamas, you know?
Return to the life form.
So yeah, none of this is a conspiracy theory. They've been doing this openly for decades.
Oh, so where?
Unironically, this is a Metal Gear plot line. Yeah. Is Hezbollah to Lebanon what Hamas is to Palestine? Yeah, it's yeah, ballpark. I mean, all jihadist organizations are similar to some extent. That's just a byproduct of the underlying tendencies of jihadist organizations. And
I gotta go back to that same galaxy.
You know.
I'm dumb.
the way they present things. I'm sorry, I know this stream has been a little bit meandering, but we're covering news. You know how it is. It's all grim. It's all I need to pee really quick, so I'm going to hit the add button, but I'll be back in just a minute.
You're staying with me. I'm tired of my exocraft switching. In fact, you know what?
Man, it's really really coming down out there. Thankfully, it's just rain, not bombs. Okay. Let me check these links have been given. Israeli moves in Gaza break international law from EU. Yes. Why can Israel get away with so much shit? Us. U.S. Special Operations Forces have been placed on alert in a European country nearby Israel. European country nearby Israel. What? Do they mean Turkey? Are they trying to say Turkey? Greece? It must be Greece. Cyprus? Is Cyprus considered European? Which part of Cyprus? Which half? It is? Okay. Cyprus is part of the EU. Is it? Oh, I forget that. Both halves of it? Presumably only the Greek half, right? The biggest meme possible, like the largest meme in the universe that could happen from all of this, would be American Special Forces undertaking a rescue operation to save our own American citizens and getting in conflict with the IDF, who are comparatively much less competent and much more brutal. That would be like the biggest possible meme. Imagine like American Special Forces turning up and IDF has just finished razing the building that the hostages they were going for were kept in. I just want to see the U.S. Marines and the IDF go after each other. Think we're going to get another USS Liberty on the Ford Carrier Strike Group. Really mix things up. Really give the Groypers something to fuss about for the next half century. Vosh, did you just call every Arab Hitler like 10 minutes ago? I think that with regards to the treatment and beliefs concerning Jewish people, there is a large number of Hitler particles dispersed in the Arab world. Yeah, this person follows me. I'll follow back. We're in peace now. Beep. I'd be specific about religious fundies, not Arabs.
Okay.
No.
Thanks.
It's not just the religious fundy
Exosuit
Arabs.
expansion unit.
Have you seen this? Apparently Egypt warned Netanyahu of an impending attack. I did see this, though the link
How do
you're
I
giving
use
me
it?
isn't working. But I did see that, yeah. Egypt warned of something big coming, and Israel ignored them. The same thing that happened with R9/11. Really funny.
What is it, like a free
What's up,
upgrade
Mr.
token? Yeah, thanks.
Vosh, you're overstating it. I was deployed to Rojava. Jews live there just fine. Okay, Rojava is obviously not what I mean.
Alright, so I
when I
managed the
say
settlement.
the
Finally got
Arab
my
world,
quest down.
but
Base
also,
computer,
I'm clearly
freight
overstating
command.
it when I say stuff like Hitler lives.
I'm
in the
gonna
Arab- like, well, like,
Teleport
come
to
on,
the freighter
guys, Saying that
command.
anti-Semitism is a huge problem in the Arab
See
world.
what I can
Come
do
on.
for him.
Well, I guess fuck the Arab Jews then, huh? God, you people are insufferable. Seriously? A hyperbolic acknowledgement of anti-Semitism in the Arab world. You guys are like, well, as an Arab Jew, I find that personally offensive. Bro, you're an Arab Jew. You don't have time to be offended by what I'm saying. Your fucking neighbors hate you. Holy shit, what do you... What how do you have time? You're like doing some Benny Hill shit, running between doors with your laptop, getting offended at my live stream while being chased by the average Arab who's really fucking anti-Semitic. Jesus Christ. Focus on one thing at a time. It's a serious problem. Why can't they say, I say, dude, there's a ton of anti-Romani discrimination in Europe, and everyone's like, oh yeah, of course, even though Europe is made of 50 billion countries, with a bunch of complicated shit that separate their views on Romani people. And in America, it's like, oh, I can say this, but then it's like, oh, did you know the Arab world has problems with anti-Semitism? And all of a sudden people in chat are like, bro, I know one Arab who doesn't hate the Jews. It's like, fuck. Vosh, you didn't say a ton, you said all. No, I will not be gaslit into believing that I said something that could be interpreted seriously as a statement that literally every single Arab is anti-Semitic. Also, I've said all Europeans hate Romani people before. You know the game. You've been here before. I'm a gold dude. And you know what? You have a penchant for whining. I remember your name. I remember your name. I've seen it before. You have a penchant for whining. You've done this before. Quit pretending, okay?
Fuck, where's I gonna go? I think I could hunt for some more salvageable materials so I can get
It's because
nanites.
anti-Semitism in the Arab
Those
world
are
does
really
not have the same
easy.
history as the rest of the world. It's quite a
Fuck,
new
what was I
thing.
gonna do?
Eh.
Oh,
The
fleet
formation
command
of
room.
Israel made it a lot worse.
I
but it
gotta go
didn't,
to my
like,
fleet.
Start the problem.
Where's
The
my
problem
fleet
already
at?
existed.
How do I teleport to it? Where is it? Where is it?
There were many pogroms in the region before Israel was made, yeah.
Zamatamahon.
Not true, ectoplasmic. Now I have.
Can I teleport to Zamatan home?
What's China's
Zamatan
take on Israel?
home.
I have no fucking clue. No idea.
Station Sigma.
Hey, Comrade Robin Hood, I've seen you post the link.
Is this my frigate? My freighter?
Why do Arabs hate Jews anyway? Well, a lot of it is because Israel, and a lot of it is because people are anti-Semitic. Just, it's complicated. It's complicated. Yes, but there's a difference between Arabs and Europeans when it comes to discrimination they face. Saying that all Arabs are anti-Semitic is just a racist trope. I agree with you. Take a week break, Emma. Jesus Christ. A lot of anti-Semitism in the Arab world comes straight from Nazi propaganda because they hated the British. Most societies have anti-Semitism problems. A lot of it has to do with, like, exporting Western biases as well. Remember when we were talking
Okay.
to Dino Man? And he was
I'm
like,
here,
yeah,
my
so
frigate's out
in
there.
China, oh, what's up, the Radical Dino? The Radical Dino. And the Radical Dino was like, yeah, so there are, like, far-right people in China who post, like, memes about Jews or whatever being evil. It's like... And just the other day, I saw, like, a big post from Modi's government saying that Soros controlled, like, the leaders of India or whatever. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, India? China? What the fuck do you people have to do with Jews? What are you doing? How many Jews do you have? Not enough to warrant national conspiracism, I feel. China? 1.4 billion people, and what are
There
the
we
Jews
go.
doing in China?
See what I can do to fix you
know?
guys
But,
up.
like, we export the same narrative, you know.
Discovered some new
we've
materials.
made anti-Semitism global.
See what we can do. What up, boys? Thanks for the free frigate. Oh, I can just use the teleporter.
India and China have around 100 Jews each, if I recall correctly. Yeah, fuck. Imagine living there.
Manage fleet.
I mean, Red Bull gives me wing. Every religion says
Owl
that
of the
all religions are
Horizon.
bad. It's like a pretty common thing. That's true. Tequila Sunset, yeah. No, there's thousands of Jews in China. Oh, thousands of Jews in China. Fascist Japan actually revered Jews. Interesting.
The MS
The real global Jewish conspiracy is hating Jews.
Blizz.
That's actually true, unironically. Like, the real Jewish question isn't the Jewish question, it's the Jewish question, because there actually is a small group of cultural elites who manipulate the world's economic strings
8
in order to make
tons,
people anti-Semitic as a
250
way of justifying
liters.
their culture wars and far-right like talking points. Yeah, the real that's the question I want to answer. The JQQ.
outdated
You know?
maps. Let's see how we can. Alright, we gotta fix this bad boy up. Let's talk to you.
Like Elon Musk actually Nazi posting today. Yeah, the richest man on earth. Yeah, I saw us, you know. Classic.
Captain Braille. I'll take the gold. Thank you.
Interesting.
I'll
Sonny
take
O'Cap.
the silver. Thank you.
uh,
Thank you.
mm. It looks like there haven't been any live UA map updates in about an hour. I still can't believe we have a fucking carrier strike group out here. That's so fucking wild, man.
Alright, so the freighter, you're pretty good. Wait, you got a ton of resources on you too? What the fuck is this?
I mean, we do have 10 more.
Oh,
Yeah,
HS
they're really
resources.
big,
This is my. Oh,
is the
wow.
thing.
Interesting. Interesting. Wow.
Carrier strike group definitely isn't that close. I mean, it might be. I
DSE
refreshed
7
the tab.
Ojimatsu. The fuck?
Why the fuck we need 10? Hey, listen, okay?
Rename your
We gotta spend our
freighter.
military budget on something. Why does America defend Israel so hard? What do we get from it? American religious fundamentalists believe that the Jews need to control the Holy Land in order to start the rapture. That's a big part of it. Another big part of it is that they are a military puppet ally in the Middle East that allows us to leverage power over nations nearby, which is important to us
GSE.
because there's a lot of stuff in the area that we actually care about. Largely, our relationship with Saudi Arabia for oil and the Suez Canal fucking with Egypt. It's very, very complicated. Operates basically as a military base. Also, because it's become like an international
GSE Gliztop.
sort of like fucking global culture
There
war
we
talking
go.
point between like the East and the West broadly, where a bunch of countries fucking age are.
How do I send my freighter to my
Military
system?
hegemony by defending them. Okay, there. That's the main shit. Okay, that's why we defend them. It's bad.
It lacks a fleet command room. Upgrading control. Freighter warp map. Okay,
Oh, yeah, I saw
so
this.
let's go
This was so
to...
fucked. This guy, head of the Palestinian mission to the UK, lost 6 family members to Israeli strikes in Gaza. And like the first thing he was asked is, "Do you denounce Hamas?"
Now, of course, there's more than 800
Black
dead
hole.
in Gaza, including members of your own extended family. What do you know what happened to them?
Free
They were just setting up their
explore.
home, and they were simply bombarded. Their entire building.
Damn,
was
that's
brought
right. This
down.
fucking black hole took me
My
into this
cousin,
universe. I don't know where the fuck I
Aya,
am.
Her 2 children, her husband, her mother-in-law, and 2 other relatives died immediately, were killed instantly. and 2 of her youngest
Galactic
children,
Core.
a twin, 2 years old, are now in intensive care. This is truly heartbreaking. And the issue here, Kirsty, is that they have no bunkers, they have no Iron Dome, they have nowhere to.
Is this the same guy from Channel 4? Is this the same guy from Channel 4? Is this the same guy? I don't have a good memory. Oh, okay. So in between that previous interview and this
Oh
one,
my
he
god,
lost 6
this
members
is
of
so
his family.
far. What the fuck?
These were probably done like day to
Hold on,
day,
let
so he
me-
had like less than 24 hours to chain interview to family dead. to
Log
interview.
freighter
To
command.
go. They are simply sitting ducks for the Israeli war machine.
I'm sorry for your own personal loss.
Search
can
base
I
computer
just be clear that
archives.
you cannot condone the killing of civilians in Israel.
I'm so sorry that you've lost your family. To be clear, you think it's bad when Hamas killed the innocent people, right? To be clear, right? You're one of the good Palestinians, right? Not one of the bad Palestinians, right? You're one of the good ones,
Oh my
right?
god.
Right?
And you ignore the
No,
kidnapped
we don't.
families.
No, we don't condone, and we are very clear, Kirsty. We reject any targeting or harming of civilians from all sides. And you are talking to a Palestinian representative, official, the ambassador that are representing
The Labour Friends of
the PLO, the national movement of Palestine, and we have been committed
Let's
to this
keep
for
going, see how
30
long
years.
it takes.
Not just today or yesterday, for 30 years since the signing of the Oslo Accords. We have committed to non-violence. We have committed to
And so
negotiations,
do
as you know.
Yes, and
So
so
this is
you-
nothing new. That's why
No.
this question. We have done everything in our power to
Oh
find
my
the different
god,
But
where
we have
the
a situation now, and
fuck?
we heard there from Mark that Hamas may be an empty threat, threatening to kill hostages. You condemn that kind of.
It's the second one too. First question.
This is the
Sorry
end of the
your
road,
family's
what
dead,
the
by the way.
fuck?
Second question. Do you
That's
condemn
not-
Hamas? Third question. Do you double condemn Hamas for the other thing? Do you condemn Hamas for the attacks against innocents, but endorse the killing of hostages that they caught in the attacks you just announced? Just got to make sure. Are you one of the good Palestinians, or are you one of the bad Palestinians? Sorry about your family being dead, though. Yeah. Look at his face.
action.
Listen, hostages must be protected and must be made safe and kept safe. Absolutely, this has no discussion whatsoever.
This isn't the worst of it. One journo just lied today about something he said. Yeah, I saw someone linked a video that was 19 minutes, so I'm not watching that shit. But apparently, the person who posted the video link said something along the lines of somebody made up a quote from this guy saying that Israel had it coming or something like that, but it was made up. Kay Burley. Huh. This is it.
The Shadow Foreign Secretary at the moment sharing a stage.
Okay, so
with a
apparently I
man
summon
who
it
has said,
through-
Israel had it coming.
Yeah, my freighter. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, I didn't know that. We need a fleet command.
Visit number David Lammy sharing a
Upgrading
platform
control.
with the Palestinian ambassador
Customize
who
appearance.
basically said the Israelis had it
Can't do
coming.
that yet.
Well, those comments, the idea
some
that
green
some,
edge.
Never
Engines?
said that, by the
We'll
way.
fuck with that.
Yeah. Is the state of British media? I guess it's Sky News, aka
Base parts and
Newsmax of Britain. They're crazy.
upgrades.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah,
I need salvaged frigate module.
Murdoch owns Sky News. Like I said, the JQQ. Why are all these crazy far-right ideologies popping up all over the world? Perhaps there's a secret cabal
Where's
of
the
people,
command room? How do I set that up?
international, leaders who are secretly making people think there's another different cabal of people. I unironically believe this.
whatsoever. We must return the moral high ground, and Israel must immediately cease targeting civilians. And by the way, Kirsty, allow me to say this. This is an Israeli military doctrine. They call it the Iron Dome. Whenever there is such an incident, they go after the civilians to pressure the fighters. So you've heard...
Oh my god, is this lady associated with labor? Wait, this is a fucking labor lady? No? She's just in front of a big poster that says future labor? No, it's a conference, not an official. But is she like pro-labor? No, she's not. Okay, okay. So she's just a journalist at the Labour Party conference for the BBC. Okay, okay, okay. Just making sure. She is sitting in front of a giant
My freighter lacks the fleet command
poster
room.
saying
I
future
need
labor.
to
So I'm just
maintain.
making sure.
One of the Israeli
Well, we know there's
spokespeople,
been a lot of
just
strikes
2 minutes
today.
ago, he wanted to starve the people in Gaza. He wanted to cut electricity and water. These are war crimes, collective punishment.
So there is
Storage
a
room,
possibility
refiner,
that both the
fleet
There is a
command
possibility
room.
that you actually condone Hamas's behavior. I ask you again, sir. Do
Must
you think
be
it's
inside
bad
freighter
when Hamas
construction
killed the baby
area?
in the crib? I need to know from you
Is that
if
the big
you think
space
that's
down there?
Because I think you might think it's good.
UK and the European Commission will cut aid to Palestinians. What's your reaction to
That
that?
would be very,
Is this
very
not a
counterproductive.
free construction
It
area?
doesn't serve any
These are where
purpose.
ships
They will
land.
do
Okay,
exactly
hold
what
on.
is Israel doing? They will do exactly the collective punishment and punishing the people who has nothing to do with this. My cousin is not Hamas.
Where the
In
fuck
fact,
is
her
it?
husband works for the Palestinian Authority, the opponents of Hamas. These kids, 4 years and 2 years, have nothing to do with Hamas. Everybody, including the silly ideas in the world, are punishing the people that
And
have
we know,
nothing
and we know
to
that
do with this.
and we know that children
Kirsty.
that are young are also have died in Israel. So
Oh, sorry. Wait, hold on. You're pointing out that blockading
what?
2.5 million people in the Gaza
Oh, this
Strip
is the
might kill a
construction
bunch of
area.
innocents? Well, did you know that innocents
Okay,
have
out
died in
here,
Israel? By the way, do
okay.
you condemn that? Do you condemn the innocents who have died in Israel? Because I hear what you're saying about us blockading 2.5 million people and starving you all out,
Refiner
engaging in
room?
something that is objectively a war crime.
Must
But,
attach
did you know
to
that innocents have died in
existing
Israel?
room.
So, in your view, is this a contained but appalling conflict between Hamas and Israel, or do you think Hamas want to widen the conflagration?
No, it's Israel now that wants to widen
No, but
the scope. It's Israel.
But
that wants to
Hamas
widen
might
the
want
scope.
this whole area to be destabilized.
Well, Hamas is a militant group. We are the government. Israel has a government.
Bosch, I don't understand your point here. Why can't he just denounce and spend the interview advocating for Palestine? I don't. What?
There is the international community. The first and the foremost important priority now is to stop this madness, the atrocities
But-
immediately. and
Fleet
to learn the
command
lessons.
room?
Yes,
So,
this is the
where does this
learn-
lead?
Where does this lead us with the multiple innocents in Israel who have been killed? Which, by the way, I need to ask, you don't condone that, do you? I'm getting the feeling you kind of do.
Okay, how do I?
This is a terrible interview. Should honestly just skip this one. Now you tell me. I'm 3 minutes 40 in. Horrible. Wretched.
Where do I put this shit?
Oh, of course, there's more.
Shut up. Demonic, truly. What is this like?
In the last 48 hours, though, do you support
Okay.
what Hamas law?
Hezbollah have blown up an IDF APC with soldiers inside. Hezbollah just published
Fleet
videos of them
command
blowing up
room.
wait.
Post to new master signature. One support frigate. No
Footage
frigate
of
fuel.
Hezbollah's ATG.
Blueprints download.
They took the time to edit this against an
Frigate
IDF
fuel.
M113 IF.
Okay,
unit
so we gotta
or
make a
using
lot of
Dar
frigate
Allah
fuel.
double
200
Okay,
tons. We need
Sorry, I'm calling them
dihydrogen
out right
and
now. Okay,
tritium.
jihadists, you need to stop being
We have
so
a lot
fucking
of
horny.
dihydrogen.
Seriously, a lot of this, a lot of that. Okay,
a lot
holy
of
shit.
tritium. How much
Can
does
you
it need?
imagine if it was like the Crusades
200
today, and it's like all the
of each?
like all the Crusaders screaming, "Yes, God! Yes, God! Yes, God! This is my God sword. This is the God tank." Like, holy shit! Just come on. We've got a whole fucking language.
Freighter.
They did
To
that.
the
I do
freighter.
not hear Deus Volt adjacent shit anywhere near as much as I hear Allah shit from fucking jihadists. But whatever. Using the Thar Allah 99M133 series Cornet launcher designed to defeat the Trophy APS by firing 2 missiles in quick succession. Okay, whatever. Yep, that looks like an explosion.
Fleet
they blow up an
command
APC,
standing by.
Hmm.
Okay. So I got plenty of fuel for the frigate.
We'll see. I still think it's unlikely that Hezbollah fully commits to an attack, but we'll see. They did that back in the Crusades, though, Sword of Jesus and all that.
Refiner
God, maybe they
room.
did. I don't fucking know. Okay, what's this video? What's the significance of blowing up an APC? Well, it means casualties and equipment destroyed, not just like mortar shells, you know? Sword of Jesus sounds kind of fruity. Sword of Jesus sounds kind of fucking arrogant, IMO. Because it kind of sounds like you're saying it's his sword. Also, I don't think Jesus would want a sword. Wasn't his entire thing not so? Like, at least Muhammad was a warlord. Jesus was a fucking hippie. Yeah, I don't think he wants a sword, you know? He had his disciples buy swords. Yeah, but he himself would not want a sword. Yeah, Jesus don't want that smoke.
Okay, so can I just
Saturday.
connect it
Well, this is not the
to
right question.
this?
It's really the right
It's an
question.
important question.
No, it is not an important question
you-
because
We're seeing this guy a lot, huh?
get a
Whether you
refiner
support
room,
their action
large
or not is an
refiner?
important question.
Beautiful.
Do you think it's fun for this guy to just go from British interviewer to British interviewer and be
Need a
asked over
warp
and over
cell
and
to
over
make
again
that
whether
the
or not he supports,
exocraft thing. I'll make that
terrorism?
the exocraft
That's so
thing.
cool.
I'll make
Definitely
some
not
warp
racist
cells.
British media. I love that.
No.
That's this guy's job. Like, he's not even an
Antimatter
ambassador.
housing.
He's just the guy you ask if he's pro-terrorism. You know?
It's not an important question. Hamas is a group, is a militant group. You're talking to, with the Palestinian representative. Our position is very well known and clear.
And what is that?
And
Do you
then
support
you
Hamas?
cannot-
His position is literally like he represents a group that fought against Hamas, to be clear. Like, this guy represents an organization that battled Hamas.
And then you cannot equate, this is not about support or not support. I am here to represent my people, the Palestinian people, what they are going through. I'm not here to condemn anybody. And if anybody that needs to be condemned, it's what you call the only democracy in the Middle East, that is Israel, between parentheses, that is doing what you have just reported, targeting civilians. And this has not just happened the last 48 hours. I'll tell
Hamas
you-
was just
I'll tell you what-
targeting
I'll tell you-
Palestinians, but you won't condemn that.
I'll tell you one thing. Hamas is not the Palestinian government. Okay? The Israeli government is giving orders for its organized army. So please don't draw any symmetry here. Don't equate. There is no way you can draw any symmetry. And don't
Oh, you're
equate
checking
between
it out,
the
making
occupied-
sure
This
it's
guy is
good.
under too
Good
much stress
shit,
to be
my
the sole
man.
representative. Yeah, I kind of feel that way. Like, usually ambassadors have like a constant line of contact back to their home country, and they're given like talking points and like specific things to say. But like, this guy is a representative of the Palestinian Authority, which isn't even in control of Gaza. He doesn't really have anyone to talk to. His family's dead, and now he's just like this guy, in terms of institutional support, this motherfucker has about as much support as I do. Like, he's just a guy running around London, like, doing interviews. You know, he's alone. Like, who does he like? You
Microprocessor.
can tell which interviews he's more fed up with, but like, there's no like the underlying struts of support for professionalism have kind of like fallen apart. You know, I feel.
Wait, how many did I
than
need?
the occupier. This doesn't
Two.
serve justice to understand for your audience and viewers the real situation. Since Israel's establishment, it has had one military doctrine. When it fights, it goes and fights civilians, kill civilians, so they pressure the fighters. Since 1948.
Do I
and go
already
back
have a
and this has been
galactic
repeated in
trade
Gaza
room?
and will continue to be repeated. So the conversation is
Huh.
not a blame game. I am not in the business of blaming the victim here. The real conversation is how do we stop this vicious, deadly cycle?
You just condemned Israel for killing civilians, and you won't condemn Hamas.
That's it. That's all I want to talk about. That's it. That's it. That's all I want to talk about. No systemic engagement, no history, nothing. That's it. That's the only thing they want to talk about. They don't want to talk about anything else. They want to bring their pet little Palestinian diplomat on board so they can ask him 50 times whether or not his heart personally breaks for the innocent Jews who died, and they'll shut him down if he talks about anything else, and that's it. That's all they want to bring him on for.
Hamas for killing civilians.
How many times you have interviewed Israeli officials, Louise? Hundreds of times. Hundreds of times. How many times Israel have committed war crimes right live on your own cameras? Do you start by asking them to condemn themselves? Have you? You don't. You don't.
He's not going to answer this. He's going to let him do his spiel, and then he's going to say, but you refuse to condemn Hamas.
No, I'll answer that question. You don't. You know why I refuse to answer this question? Because I refuse the premise of it. Because at the very heart of it is misrepresentation of the whole thing. Because it's the Palestinians that are always expected to condemn themselves.
Your requirements.
I mean, come on. This is a political conflict. We have been denied our rights for a long time. So
You're
this is the
welcome.
wrong starting point. The right starting point is to focus on the root causes, is to try and get out of this extreme dark tunnel, as opposed to this business.
And how
But you refuse to condemn Hamas.
BBC and the mainstream media for 75 years. You bring us here whenever there are Israelis who are killed. Did you bring me here when many Palestinians in the West Bank, more than 200 over the last few months? Do you invite me when there is such Israeli provocations in Jerusalem and elsewhere? Because what Israelis have seen, which we started by saying tragic, the last 48 hours, the Palestinians see every day for the last 50 years. You know the situation in Gaza, you've just described it. This is the biggest open air prison. Those people, 2 million, have been taken hostage by Israel.
All right, I
for
got the
last
ship
16
up.
Years. So I'm saying this just to say, Louise, perhaps this is about time we abandon this.
Few
this
potential
rhetoric, very
expeditions.
dangerous, this framework,
All right.
and we start giving
Difficulty
people the
rating.
real,
Let's start off
ugly
easy.
truth sometimes.
What is the
Industrial
solution in yours?
combat.
Okay,
Distance
all
covered.
right.
Light
I will
years.
admit, he was given the time
Balanced
to speak, and he was asked this
expedition.
question as opposed to, but you refuse to condemn Hamas.
International law. That's it.
What does that
International-
What does it do?
The equal application of international resolutions and law,
Ships
legitimacy.
assigned.
as you did in Ukraine.
Assigned
Would you bring
ship.
the
I don't
Ukrainian
have any
ambassador here and
ships.
start asking him to
How do we
condemn
get
some of his
ships?
fighters? We need to fully and equally apply the rules that were created by the League of Nations.
You can see why Israel wants the psychopaths in charge of Palestine out the sector said, oh yeah, no, this is a great example of that, yeah. Because this guy represents the secular humanist side of Palestinian advocacy, and he
Interesting.
can actually, like, you know, make a good case for his people.
So I
Whereas,
need
like,
people
if you
for
can
my
imagine
frigate
they have, like,
now.
a Hamas representative on here,
How do
and he
I
would be like, Allahu
get
Akbar,
new
actually, I
mates?
think the terrorist killings are good.
do I get new
death
shipmates?
to Israel. Like, and then it's like, ah, great, wow. What a phenomenal
Yeah,
job
we're
you've
about to get an
done,
expedition.
sort
Hold
of
on.
Mobilizing
What up, man?
international support for our cause, you know?
How do I
This
get
is
new
exactly
shipmates?
why people like Netanyahu want
Fuck.
Palestinians to be, you know, represented
How do I get ships here?
by jihadists.
Replenishing
You know they're
lubricant.
desperate
Okay,
to
I
find a
see you
Hamas
back
guy who
there.
can just get yeah, you know for a fact the BBC is like
Fleet
putting out
command.
20 calls a day, being like, if you're a Hamas representative who's in London for some
So
reason,
I gotta
could you
invite
please,
people to join my
please
fleet.
come to our studio. You know they want that badly.
After the horrors of the Second World War. We need to make sure that Israel is not the exception. It has been for the last 75 years. We need to make sure that nobody is above the law. Britain is renowned, Louise, for the rule of law. I think that's the solution. Israel is an occupying force. It is responsible to provide protection for the people under its occupation. And should they commit crimes and crimes against humanity in the coming hours and weeks, it must be held accountable by the international community and the international
Dr.
judicial
Bassem,
system.
Hussam Zamlot, thank you very much for coming on the programme. Thank you.
Interesting.
Nice, Jane.
Okay, so
Hamas
those are the
official
freighters I
would
saw
not kill
out in
any
space,
civilians. Is that
trying to
true?
recruit.
Naeem, Hamas's head of political
Okay.
and international relations, joins me now
Very
from
interesting.
inside Gaza.
Do you guys have a
And,
teleporter?
Oh, guys.
How do I get back home?
Answer me this first of all. How does
Alright, I'm gonna go
murdering
find some
hundreds of
squad
women
mates.
and children and massacring
get a
young
Luke
people
Skywalker.
at a music festival and kidnapping innocent civilians further the cause of the Palestinians?
You guys gotta have a
Thank you very
teleporter here. Maybe I gotta build one.
Jihadist audio.
Really shocked that you, as a
Suck my
well-respected
dome.
journalist and well-respected channel, to adopt
This
the
is actually really difficult to listen to. I can't believe I'm listening to this through like Apple earbud microphones.
Are there any
propaganda.
other
I think
Freighters out here. No,
one
it's
can
just by himself.
confirm any of these news. We have the original story.
Well,
is
sorry
not-
to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt. Are you saying that civilians have not died?
We didn't kill any civilians. It depends
What
on
about
how
the
to-
260 bodies? What about the 260 bodies at the music festival? Do you realise how absurd that sounds?
Now, within the operation, I cannot confirm this Israeli propaganda because we have also news and videos showing that Israel and what Israel is today doing inside Gaza, based on the so-called Hannibal doctrine to kill thousands of Palestinians, including the hostages. And this is an adopted doctrine by the Israeli army.
Hang on, Israel is just sorry to interrupt you, but Israel says more than 700 civilians have been killed. They have been.
What are the chances this is literally just some random bloke? Yeah, given the situation in Gaza, do you think some guy could literally just be like, yeah, I have a blazer and a shirt. I'm a Gaza leader. I'm Hamas. I have earbuds. Give me your interview.
Appearing at hospitals, in morgues.
I am king of Gaza. My name is John Hamas.
The Israeli military have released pictures of some of the 260 bodies at a music festival. Are you really expecting us to believe that you have not killed civilians?
No, we don't have killed any civilians. But I have to say, I have to tell you as a well-respected journalist, we have also to redefine what does it mean a civilian. I cannot consider a settler in the West, occupied West Bank,
Hassan viewer,
who is stolen my hand, carrying guns, burning the city of Hawara is a civilian. We cannot continue anyone who is sitting.
This is why they cut electricity to the Gaza Strip. It's so people could no longer be radicalized by Hassan streams. They're hoping to sort of like pull the rug out from under them, you know, de-radicalize them.
Around the borders, working on cyber and artificial intelligence to control and besiege 2.3 million on the biggest open prison as a civilian. I think.
Well, listen, we hold Israel to account. Just sorry to bother you. Sorry to interrupt. Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we hold Israeli officials to account when civilians die. It is Hamas we're talking about now, and you have launched an operation that was deliberately designed to murder civilians.
No, sorry. We have responded to a 75 years of occupation. We have responded to a 17 years of a suffocating siege, killing.
I think it would be funnier if this guy was acting like more of a jihadist personally.
Summon freighter.
2.3 million Palestinians. We have responded to the total control and humiliation and insulting Muslims around the world by the incursions of settlers to the mosque. We have responded to 5.
Hazan's viewers are going to plummet when the IDF wipes out Hamas. The electricity blockade around the Gaza Strip, and instantly his viewers like plummet down to
my
like
ship.
8K or something.
Let's go, my boys. We got cargo, bromide salt. We got a bunch of shit.
Yeah.
All right, I got you guys. Black market goods you got in there. What else you got? Chromatic metal. Okay, I see you. Let's go. Let's hit up a different system.
A market in the middle of Jabalia refugee and killed 100 innocent civilians.
Let me ask you this: you are a government in
I need
Gaza.
to get more
you have
frigates.
been elected, but do you think that?
Yeah. When was the last election? 2006, and even that wasn't
Fungusy.
The people in Gaza are safer tonight as a result of what you did, or less safe as a result of what you did.
We were always under attack. We were never safe because in Gaza Strip you were never safe. You were living in the biggest open air prison. You have to choose either to die by F-35 or F-16 or to die silently by malnutrition. I think we have no choice other than to knock the doors of this biggest open prison to raise our voices because of Israeli aggressions and because of international neglections and keeping silent towards these continuous state terrorism by a state supported by the international community, including your government.
I think it's pretty clear from listening to him, though, how easy it must be to like radicalize for Hamas in the Gaza Strip, right? Like you can die to an F-35, an F-16,
Grave of the Ocean King,
or you can die like breaking down the fence that's around us. Like this is in terms of like radicalization propaganda. The IDF has given Palestinians the easiest layup in the fucking world, right? It's so
the gift has been bestowed.
To imagine, even in the areas where ISIS developed, I mean, even in like some of the most impoverished parts of like Iraq or Syria or whatever, at least like they were like massively deprived, but they weren't literally in a fucking concentration camp, you know? They weren't literally like crammed into a box of one of the most densely populated areas on Earth.
I got a bone,
and then like walled
very
in.
valuable
bone. It's like so, and there's no like legal way to resist or do anything.
Oh
so, like,
yeah,
of course you're going to get like
that's
Hamas,
some money.
You know, Hamas radicals. Netanyahu knows this. That's why he and his cronies
frigates.
have deliberately propped up like jihadist radicals over secular humanist Palestinians.
Let's head out the system. Let's go.
All available tools, including armed resistance. People who have.
Fuck this, dude. Holy shit! How has it been?
Let's hit the black hole.
4 hours already. That like flew by. Fuck.
But it's still over there. Fuck, it's far. Out of jump range. Nope. One by one. We'll make it.
Did you see Chicago BLM be pro? Yeah. Spectacular.
What happens if I get stuck in space?
From BLM
if I could summon the
Chicago.
space anomaly. They're always there for me.
Just tripping over our dicks. Tripping over our dicks. 11,000 comments to 2,000 likes. That's a rough one. Elon replied, yeah. Okay, to be clear, I have a lot of sympathy for Palestinian radicals who are born with no hope and act accordingly. I have no sympathy for Western leftists who do shit like this, okay? Fucking come on, dude. Seriously? Our ideology is literally about humanitarianism and uplifting people and equality and resources, and at every possible opportunity you demonstrate to everyone listening that you have nothing worth saying, nothing worth listening to.
Stay in one fucking place, bitch.
No, I don't want to watch it. Oh yeah. Ireland was one of the countries that voted against the blockade, or voted against ending aid to Israel. European Commission sending a letter to Elon Musk. Oh yeah, and from my own subreddit, quick question, guys. Why does this photo of Gaza have 800 comments to 2,000 upvotes? What are you guys cooking in here?
Damn, it tears apart their fucking shield.
Go over it, man.
Who the fuck is that? Die, bitch.
When is that purge happening? Wait, no, Ireland stopped them from canceling aid to Palestine. Now
Who the fuck is shooting me?
Yeah,
Jesus.
Ireland did the
Hold
base
on.
thing with Palestine. Yeah.
Target the enemies around me!
Right.
You fucking idiot ship!
I misspoke.
Oh, I gotta
I'm
change target.
tired.
Okay, that makes sense.
Whatever. Yeah, hold on.
Oh my god! What the fuck?
I have to read donos and go.
Jesus Christ, it's targeting the furthest fucking enemy from me!
Get some fucking help.
Holy fuck!
Hold on. The Final Homes 2, thanks to $15.
Jesus fucking Christ!
The Final Homes 2, thanks for the additional $15. Really kind of you, Matt P. Thanks to $5. Appreciate that. Hope that your gaming friends in Palestine are able to survive.
Jesus, I'm getting fucking pounded.
Matt P. and Adamant, thank you for $5.
Thank God for this shield recovery beam.
Eclipse, thanks to tier 1 sub. Still alive. And Will Tingley, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Yeah, I'm not surprised still alive. Maliki, thank you for the tier 1 sub.
They do have
Thank you
really
for
weak
the
shields.
Facts are not objective. I always prefer to just believe whatever Bosch says. Based. 85 to Derek. Thank you.
Holy shit.
Appreciate that. Godspeed. Levant Gonski with the 1,000 HUFs. I don't know what those are. Matthew 10:34:36. Do not think that I have come to bring peace to the earth. I have not come to bring peace but a sword. Oh shit. Okay, well if you have the sword of Jesus, then it's that specific sword that he brought. Elenita Express and Semi-Locon, thanks to tier 1 subs. Likewise, a Rue Replicate, so noted. Mr. Slim, thanks to tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Accosting Vagrant,
Holy
thank you for the
fucking
tier 4
shit.
sub. Very, very, very kind of you. Really appreciate that.
Why are you
Thank
fucking going to the outer range enemies? You fucking idiot!
Yeah, I haven't played Cyberpunk 2077.
Jesus
I will-
fucking Christ!
I'm sure there's something of value there. Thank you. So noted, Dr. Warren. Maybe you should stop if you've been playing it for 300
Oh jeez, let me get the fuck out of here.
Moink, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. So
What the fuck is this targeting system? Jesus.
Leverworm, thank you.
Holy shit, they're just fucking coming unlimited. Do they never stop?
Appalachian Anarchist.
What the fuck is this?
That, no, not right now.
Sentinel Intercept. I'm fighting Sentinels? What the fuck is this?
Esmilian Helplessly.
Where the fuck?
Both, really appreciate that. Social
Hull
Loss,
vulnerable.
5.
Shields disabled.
William
Alright, let's fuck it up.
Thank you for the $3. Really appreciate that. Yes, the left is full of dipshits. Right. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. The real Chad move would be to reestablish the new state of Israel in West Texas and move everyone there. I would be fine with that. Fantasy George, thank you for the $5. I think that right libertarianism appeals mostly to
Alright, I gotta do some more damage.
contrarianism and a misguided desire for like individual autonomy, or like a misguided direction of that desire, because the desire itself is bad. Darned Tundra with the $3. Hey Bosch, love the streams, need some advice. I'm Arrow Ace, and one of my friends I think has a crush on me. Best way to let him down easy.
Oh, I'm out!
I think that you should just say, hey, I don't know if you've had any interest in me lately, but I kind of
get your
up on some
cargo.
signs just to let you know Arrow Ace. That might work. I don't know.
Am I getting standing increased outlaws? Decreased Gek? What the fuck, man? I'm just trying to do mid.
Thank you for the tier 4 sub. Really appreciate
God
it.
damn it, this fucking black holes are fucking my fucking goddamn missions up. I'm not trying to attack fucking Gex.
More about sports to reach men.
God damn it!
Michelle Otherstort. I don't know anything about sports.
Just
at
get me
all.
the fuck
I
out of here. What the f- This is some fucking bullshit.
I like dick too much to care about sports. I'm sorry. I couldn't.
This is so fucking stupid. This is so fucking stupid.
Soccer,
I didn't
thanks
mean
for
to
5
attack the
tier
Gex.
subs.
I've been
Sometimes
working
just
on getting my
running to
shit up with
ask
them.
how they're doing. Yeah. Star Trek Schizo. thank
Oh
you.
my fucking
Washington
god.
Biden to use U.S. aid to leverage against Israel to stop the genocide of civilians, or are we just aimlessly canvassing for him? We're not aimlessly canvassing for him. It's so he beats Trump. And no, you cannot lobby Biden to use U.S. aid to leverage Israel against genocide of civilians. That's just not like. Go forth and try if you want. I'm not in the business of sort of.
Oh
like,
shit, I'm
if
coming
you
there. Get
want
my
to
my
believe there's always
planet's getting
something you
attacked
can
by
do, then
Sentinels.
You can do that
Fuck.
if you want, but if you actually believe that, you would be doing that for 1,000 other things that are happening.
Shut the fuck up, Milestone.
Joe Pages, thanks for the $5. You better brush up on your Israel-Palestine conflict details for all the debates you're eventually going to have on the subject because of the attack. There's very little, like, I guess, it's so morally uncomplicated, you know?
Look, your settlement. I wish it would put a big fucking
Horizon,
warning
thank you for the
symbol.
tier 1 sub. Prairie thank you for the $2. Simric, thank you for the $25. Really appreciate that.
I gotta get him on
Everyone,
Minotaur.
Let's, make sure
Let's
to
get it.
focus on what we can do instead of the enormity of the situation. Exercise, drink water, and meditate. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, this fucking epileptic loading screen.
I trimmed my beard the other day and it's still a bit scratchy. Thank you, Simric. I agree. Take, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Reminds me of a household where certain children are in danger because their parents are dangerous, especially to their neighbors. The kids should be removed. I don't know what this is in reference to, but I agree. And Adam Halpern with the $20. One of these times, one of those times that we just need.
Skip the fucking goddamn. Let me hop in the goddamn Minotaur. Fucking giving me a whole goddamn planet intro. I'm getting fucking assaulted here. Jesus fucking Christ. Have a sense of fucking urgency, would you?
Not Gal Gadot version, yeah. Oh, God.
Who else is there? Who else? Watch out, Gex. They're just walking.
Alright, folks. I love you all very much. I'm sorry for the abrupt end.
Fucking asshole. Get the fuck out of here, pussy.
I need to get a lot done. I'm going to throw you over to...
Who else?
Who's streaming at the moment?
Jesus fucking Christ. Alright. Rare item. Maybe possible to repair it. The shell of a sentinel drone. What is that?
President Sunday is streaming?
Yeah, just no repair option. Alright, whatever.
Luxander? How is Luxander streaming if I don't see it? Do I not follow Luxander? Is Luxander streaming on YouTube?
Alright, you guys are good.
Lonerbox? Lonerbox isn't streaming. Why would you say this?
Is this what's getting built right now? Yeah.
Lonerbox is streaming
66%.
on YouTube? Lonerbox
30
live
minutes.
on YouTube. Why does Lonerbox stream on YouTube?
Receive anomalous broadcast.
Which is dead.
Settlement
Alright, we're going with that.
Majordomo disabled.
Were they not rushed?
This terminal is fascinating. It's recorded all sorts of data about you and these settlers. I can see they've been... well, that is not the point. I have shut down your little Majordomo. Robots cannot be trusted. Not with what I have to tell you.
It's so much easier for me when it's all set up via Twitch.
What?
Alright, see you guys tomorrow.
Demand answers.
Is this right? Did I do this right?
Fine.
Now that's Trump. That would be Trump derangement syndrome, right? But it just fits, guys. It's everywhere.
Oh wait, I'm still on YouTube.
Sentinel alert level 0%. Okay, good. Okay. At the space anomaly. Let's go.
It seems like he's already spoken on it.
When we
Or is he not? Are they talking in past tense even though it hasn't happened yet?
And then Elon Musk blocks the drones that go into Russia and other targeted areas to defend themselves. Is that a traitor or is he not American? I don't really know. I'll hang up and let you answer that.
He's not American. He's South African.
I think, first of all, I just want to disclaim this and say that the focus of my reporting has not been on Starlink and what happened there in Ukraine, or the fact that Musk in some ways,
What up, baby?
some of his most powerful technology that he controls is the satellite technology and remote internet technology that the Ukrainian government and military.
You should go over Mentis Wave video debunking. What is this? Rationalist and right libertarian leaning. Oh, that's gonna be good. Refuting Vosh and the positive freedom grift. Oh, this should be good. Wait, hold on. Can we do how long do we have before Biden? Do we have 13 minutes? Or more likely 26 minutes to double the total length of the... Just pause it if he pops up. I just don't like giving the extra work for my editors. Biden should be speaking very soon, so no,
Speak
then we'll do it
to
after.
other traveler iterations.
I think it's a private company that can make certain choices, but how do we find ourselves with a DoD that is dependent on Starlink in certain circumstances? That's an accountability question, I think, more for government.
Why is
than
the
it is
fucking
for
cord
Musk.
in my mouse?
And I think the one thing that we do know about Elon Musk is
Components
that
gathered. Okay, what components? It doesn't show it in the mission menu. What do I need? Tell me.
And the fact is that do we want?
I need to speak to other iterations.
Like him, having this much power.
The
and
fuck
that's
does?
not a matter
Oh.
of taking power away from him. It's about our government or other governments.
Oh, iteration. Oh, you guys.
Multiple different companies for certain.
Explain Tethys's plan.
So, I would frame the accountability a little bit differently than whether Musk is a traitor or not. I don't think he is.
Ben in Pennsylvania, Republican. Let's hear from you.
Hi, good morning to you both. Thank you so much for taking my call. So I want to start by saying I'm very much looking forward to watching the new
Nice.
documentary. I love
Okay.
Frontline.
So the other guys are all over here. Is there anyone over here I need to? Yeah, this guy down here. So all the side guys. Okay. What up, man? You got a part? I got a Sentinel drone. I'm trying to... I got a new Sentinel drone partner. Potential partner.
Takeover, it seems like that two-way street has started to open back up again. So I feel like that's important. I know there have been some concerns with content moderation, things like that, but it's a very fine line.
You gotta have it.
Between censorship and content moderation. And speaking of which, Greta, I just wanted to say there was a caller this morning from New York who accused you.
You guys see this shit?
Oh, my boys down here.
This screenshot a guy voluntarily uploaded
The twins,
twinnies.
What up, baby?
You beat the shit out of me, then you steal my
Tell me you
wallet
got something good for me.
Look, fucking. You guys, the VGG is never beating the bottom allegations. That this is what you're.
He's
sending
doing what
girls
to a
for
Sentinel
watching
drone? He's fucking it. He's turning it into a sex doll. Sentinel drone fleshlight.
Yeah, putting the yeah.
Baby rescue.
Yeah, lessons into action. This isn't even Tinder. It's fucking Hinge. What is Hinge? It's like Tinder, but with monogamous people. I don't know.
Yes, thank you for the filament.
And
nanite filament.
That wouldn't be a viable approach because there's lots of
Okay,
types of
who else has one? Oh, you, the twins. My heroes. Hook me up with that other part.
I suggested
Hesperus.
that we not shut down those lines of work, and he agreed. And I was just floored. There was a moment that I'd been expecting, not just to be fired.
Hinge
God
lets you
damn it.
sort by ethnicity. Is that true?
Oh?
It lets you sort by ethnicity?
My boy over here again. Oh, you.
So you can filter out the white people.
Please tell me you got something, Polo.
Paid service, yes. No, I don't like that.
Explain the drone. You're like second in command. You gotta have something,
Hate speech is surging
some nice
on
exotic
Twitter
components
following
I can
Elon
use to
Musk's
repair
takeover
this thing.
despite
But Musk would soon be tested.
He put up the bat signal to racists, to misogynists, to homophobes.
Where's
Groups
Biden?
that monitor hate speech, like the
The
Anti-Defamation
beads, the magic
League, spotted a
beads.
worrying trend.
We saw this surge of toxic trolling
Let's go.
and hate speech that just blew up on the platform days after the company was bought.
James Jacoby.
So yes, so that was an anecdote from kind of early on in Musk's tenure, having taken over the company, about the surge in hate speech and how he wanted to deal with it. And a lot of people at that point.
What?
One thing that really bothers me about the mainstream media coverage
I was about to
of
say,
Twitter and the
you
way
need
hate
more?
speech has gone up is that they never mention the fact that hate speech hadn't just incidentally gone up. Elon Musk has been personally signal boosting like every single fucking Nazi on the platform. Like, if you go and look at Elon Musk's replies, it's literally like 100 a day of him going, wow, in the replies to some white nationalist talking about like America falling to immigration or whatever. Like, it's not just some incidental like rule changes have led to it being a more miraculous place or whatever. It's him directly and deliberately signal boosting the worst elements of it. He unbanned a guy who posted fucking child abuse material. That Dom Lucre guy or whatever.
How is hate speech being addressed? How is misinformation being addressed? How are some
Interesting.
of the kind of goals of social media
Okay.
being addressed?
I don't like this because it implies that what's happening here is just some kind of like high-level moderation decision where Elon Musk's principled positions on freedom of speech are leading to adverse consequences.
We got a
They're
sentinel
treating
drone
the hate
probably
speech on
to
Twitter like
ward
it's
off the
an
drones,
increase, is an
other
externality
sentinels from
that
attacking the
hasn't been
base.
accounted for, rather than something that Elon is
Or to help at
deliberately
least.
and gleefully signal boosting and participating in. You know.
Advertising is our main revenue stream. Advertisers, because of these
Same.
kinds of pauses or boycotts that we had, the Anti-Defamation League and other groups kind of rallying advertisers to stay away from Twitter. That we don't really know exactly.
Dude, I get the best fucking emails. You and your clique would 100% be against the Haitian Revolution if it happened today. If the slave uprising happened today and you received news of slaves killing colonial settlers, not only would the French call them terrorists, but so would you and your quote-unquote leftist
Purge
friends.
memory,
You don't think any white
defragment
person
file
was a slave
system,
owner or a person in the
flush the
military died at the
cache.
hands of African slaves? Do you think only slave owners and soldiers died to African slaves? Do you think no French women were raped or French children taken off the census? What kind of euphemism is that? Taken off the census? What
Navigate coordinates
why
acquired.
would you employ that euphemism?
30 minutes. Let's go.
Okay. You denied it in the past, but in today's climate, you would definitely be calling for the permanent enslavement of those slaves. Learn the difference between a settler and a civilian, as they are two different things. This is a Hassan viewer. Civilians are not people moving into stolen homes after the owners were removed from the house at gunpoint by an invading military. That's a settler. Hold on. Does this person think that the Haitian colonists removed the black Haitians from their plantation houses before occupying them? Like the colonizers arrived in Haiti to find a bunch of pristine plantation houses that they then escorted the black Haitians out of at gunpoint and took them off. What is the allegory we're drawing? Are they wrong though? Yeah, they're completely wrong, because the Haitian Revolution was a revolution, not just a like spurious killing of civilians to the detriment of the population of black slaves. Yeah. There is a pretty significant difference, actually. I think we really, man, as leftists, I don't know how, like, it is so fucked that people don't understand reflexively the difference between revolutionaries and slave breakers and jihadists. Like, it is so crazy that there are people who try to quit. I guess because they're brown. Like, it's the same. Like, they're brown people and they're fighting against oppressors. So they're it's just like, oh yeah, they're like freedom fighters, you know? There's just like no examination of the material or ideological differences between these groups, their motivations, their interests, the effects of their behavior. Like, no, just, yeah, whatever. They're brown people And that's it. No thoughts, head empty.
That's gotta be it.
Wow, man, you're killing this debate. The other guy's just speechless. Thank you. I love being able to do shower debates to an audience of thousands and get paid for it. Thank you. I love that. I love that for me. Is Biden coming on or not?
In Ukraine, Musk felt very uncomfortable with the amount of power that he had. Ukraine wanted to launch an offensive, and Musk felt uncomfortable with
Sleepy Joe needs to wake the fuck up.
Would be used potentially to
all right, let's go, Minotaur.
World War. And
sorry, hold on. I'm checking my emails while I'm waiting for this, and let me just get a word count check on this one. The title begins with hoping to open a dialogue. If you're the one who sent this,
what's up?
You know who you are.
What's up?
Let me just check the word count. 3,746 words.
What's up? He's pointing his gun at me. Yeah, that's right. Bitch. He's going to call his boys.
So, I mean, and Walter Isaacson told me and has talked about it elsewhere that, you know, Musk is actually in some ways
Boundary node archive secure.
But again, I'd say that I'd shift the
security alert. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Military rather than Musk. It's up to them to find other contractors.
Nodes destroyed.
You know.
All right, I'm gonna have to kill you, big guy.
Have a few major military contractors.
I'm gonna snipe you.
And
do you see rape as a legitimate territory? What is happening in chat? What the fuck are you talking about? No, you shouldn't rape people. What the fuck? If you're going to do a gigantic fucking revolution or even any kind of war, then judging from historical precedent, rapes are going to happen.
Get the fuck over here.
That doesn't mean they're good. It
Where you
means
going,
that
bitch?
It's really difficult to control soldier discipline in war. Like, really, really difficult. Like, you should try to not do it. It's good to not rape people, I think. That's where my morals lead me, I feel.
Fucking pussy ass repair bot. Get the fuck out of here. There we go.
Israel-Palestine because of the war speed fuel. Yeah,
Another
the weird
one.
thing is that like the Israel-Palestine conflict is so morally uncomplicated, and people still trip over their dicks all the time.
Where you going,
like,
bitch?
They fuck this up constantly, you know?
Yeah,
so
where's your boy
simple.
at now?
This was a very interesting subject, and it didn't get enough coverage.
I got you, little sentry bot.
Arguments from both sides.
Don't worry.
Politicum as far as what it meant, and it was supposed to get some discussion in congressional investigations. I don't know what took place, and maybe Walter Isaacson had something to say about that too.
Okay, Alan. James Jacoby.
Boobin.
Yeah, we do get into the Twitter files in this film, and you are correct that the mainstream media kind of tended to avoid reporting on the Twitter files for a number of reasons. One, there was a lot of inaccuracies in the report.
It's simpler, but simpler is the good guy versus bad guy take. It is good guy versus bad guy. The bad guy is the state of Israel, and the good guy is the Palestinian people. It is that. It is simple. It is very simple. I beg you to watch this video. What? Why does everyone want me to watch Vlad Vexer? I don't know who this is. Everyone keeps wanting me to watch this guy. Is this the guy from Shaun versus Shaun of the Dead? Is that guy? He's so good. I'm good. He's the one sending you his own videos. Is he? What am I getting from them?
Permit the integration to continue. The fuck?
Do you think that Israel simply kept to the 1948 borders, the conflict could have been avoided? No. Could have been like mitigated heavily though. If that plus like a series of good, not retarded behavior from the Israeli state probably could have mitigated a significant amount of it. It's not really a people tripping on their dick situation. These people are genuinely evil. Yeah, there are genuinely evil people on both sides, but that doesn't change like the morality of the situation itself. Like, having retards on both sides of the conflict doesn't make the conflict itself, like, more morally complicated.
Apply to them in the same way. I guess Jim Jordan's committee is sort of insinuating and thinking that the federal government has actually been putting undue pressure and influence on these companies to...
I'm gonna let the download happen.
In some cases, Jordan has been buttressed by...
Permit the integration to continue.
...report that recently ruled that the Biden administration likely violated the First Amendment in its efforts to curtail misinformation, especially about the vaccines. And so this
The
is
terminal transfers data to my exosuit, a set of Sentinel hard frame schematics. I feel a great sense of relief.
To sum it all up, I think that the Twitter
hard frame right arm.
So is Biden just dead? Are you against the existence of Israel at all?
New
Yeah,
words
of course,
swim
obviously.
forth upon the screen.
Israel literally began with an ethnic cleansing of native Palestinians and like immediate to violate, like, yeah, like instantly. Israel is a very recent settler colonial project. But like they're there now, so.
Could be the role of government when that happens, what should be the role of these social media companies. These are important conversations to be had. I think that the Twitter files in some ways, some of the reporting was sloppy, some of the conclusions were a bit hyperbolic or exaggerated.
Okay, yeah, I don't care about what this guy's talking about. Yeah, I'm just gonna bring up and keep the White House stream on, and when he talks, he talks. There we go. There's no way Israel can be dismantled. That would almost certainly result in... Yeah, that's why I just said it's there now. How did Israel even start? How do you start your own country inside of another one? British guns.
Okay, so my Sentinel is good. The Sentinels are disabled on this planet now. I think I did a good thing. The Sentry? Where you at, Sentry?
Can we do the Mentis Wave video while we wait? No, because you know the second we start the fucking Mentis Wave video, the nanosecond we started, this is gonna start. Vosh saying Israel shouldn't exist always felt weird to me. Yeah, because you haven't thought it through. Obviously it should. Like, this is... Israel started so recently, and it was bad from the get-go. Obviously the world would be a better place if they hadn't done that. It's so morally uncomplicated. Like, oh, we should put it here because 5 billion years ago the Jewish people were here, probably. I don't know.
I think we upgrade you now.
Let's ethnically cleanse
Deactivate
like
flare.
250,000 Palestinian people.
Let's put you over here. You're with the important stuff now.
Modern day fucking main settler colonial project in the Middle East. Yep, there it is. What's up? Looking drippy today, sir.
Good afternoon. You know, there are moments in this
But
life...
it exists now, so...
I mean this literally, when the pure, unadulterated evil...
Hard frame right arm.
...of this world. People of Israel lived through one such moment this weekend. The bloody hands of the terrorist organization Hamas. A group whose stated purpose for being...
Interesting.
...to kill Jews. This was an act of sheer evil. More than 1,000 civilians slaughtered, not just killed, slaughtered in Israel. Among them, at least 14 American citizens killed.
Where's my Sentinel?
Parents butchered using their bodies.
He's off
to
looking
try to
around
protect their
somewhere.
children.
Sentinel, where you at?
Stomach-turning
Oh,
reports of
here.
Babies being killed. Entire families slain. Young people massacred while attending a musical festival to celebrate peace. Celebrate peace. Women raped, assaulted, paraded as trophies. Families hid their fear for hours and hours, desperately trying to keep their children quiet to avoid drawing attention. And thousands of wounded, alive but carrying with them the
Install
bullet
the
holes
Sentinel
and
hard
shrapnel
frame
wounds of
right
memory
arm.
of what they
Okay, so let's
endured.
go back. Where's the ship at?
You all know these traumas never go away. There's still so many families desperately waiting to hear the fate of their loved ones, not knowing if they're alive, or dead, or hostages. Infants in their mother's arms, grandparents in wheelchairs, Holocaust survivors abducted and held hostage. hostages whom Hamas has now threatened to execute in violation of every code of human morality. It's abhorrent. The brutality of Hamas, these bloodthirstiness brings to mind the worst rampages of ISIS. This is terrorism. But sadly, for the Jewish people, it's not new. This attack has brought to the surface painful memories and the scars left by a millennia of anti-Semitism and genocide of the Jewish people. So in this moment, we must be crystal clear. We stand with Israel. We stand with Israel. We will make sure Israel has what it needs to take care of its citizens, defend itself, and respond to this attack. There's no justification for terrorism. There's no excuse. Hamas does not stand for the Palestinian people's right to dignity and self-determination. Its stated purpose is the annihilation of the state of Israel and the murder of Jewish people.
8 minutes.
They use Palestinian civilians as human shields. Hamas offers nothing but terror and bloodshed with no regard to who pays the price. The loss of innocent life is heartbreaking. Like every nation in the world.
You people are so fucking impressionable, dude. Holy shit. You have the memories of goldfish.
These vicious attacks. I just got off the phone with the third call. Prime Minister
The whole
Netanyahu.
thing is about how he supports
told him,
Israel, and then he's like, Hamas
the
is
United
bad.
States
You guys are like, wait,
experience is
wait,
experiencing our
wait.
response to be swift,
Hamas is bad. Wait.
decisive, and overwhelming. We also discussed how democracies like Israel and the United States are stronger and more secure when we act.
Alright, I saw all of this.
Or games add elements that feel RPG inspired or are lifted wholesale from game. Can every game be an RPG? What defines whether a game is an RPG or not? Recent debates and discussions about this have cropped up as more and more games add elements that feel RPG inspired or are lifted wholesale from RPG games, even if the game is not necessarily an RPG. This has led to classifications and genres like the action RPG or open world action adventure RPG, and then this leads to some gamers claiming that these games are not RPGs and that they should not be using the term. Todd Howard himself recently in an interview said that he thinks any game could be an RPG. He feels like he's seeing these elements crop up in virtually every game in the market, but it also runs the risk of muddying the waters. It makes it hard to distinguish a classic or more traditional RPG so it can stand apart, and it makes the term feel like it's being overused. So I wanted to walk through my own stance on this while also pushing back a little bit on those who are upset about this. They think that this is a terminology policing issue. This is a gatekeeping thing. You shouldn't be using the term, and so I wanted to have this discussion. So I put all of the good information right here at the beginning of the video. It's a longer video because it's a live stream, but I open up with a monologue and then I discuss it with a live audience. If you like this kind of content, be sure to hit the subscribe button and the bell button so you don't miss my live shows. So can every game be an RPG, and why are so many games now using the term RPG? What does this cause? Well, it causes arguments, it causes debates about what the term means. I have found myself in this discussion many times over the years, and I've always found the discussion to be both necessary, but also, in some respects, it's unnecessary as well. And when I recently saw Todd Howard echo essentially what I have been saying, I thought it would make for a good discussion. So first, I want to outline my position. This will include the latest quotes from Todd Howard about how he sees elements of RPG showing
Okay, that's the
everywhere.
sell.
I will also refer back to a discussion that we had during a Cyberpunk stream where I said it's totally fine to call some of these games RPGs because they have those elements. Secondly, I want to ask the question, why the pushback? Why are some gamers so strong in their views on this? I honestly understand where they're coming from, but ultimately, the last thing I want to talk about is I'm not trying to be destructive or even reductive. This is about communication over gatekeeping. Video games seem far too flexible to be this rigid and to be this hard line. So first, let me just sort of give you my stance on the issue. So why do I think it's okay to use the term RPG in a variety of ways and game types? From the action RPG to the open world adventure RPG, I see RPG elements in so many games. Do I think any game where you play as another character is one that you can call an RPG? Am I role-playing as Mario when I play Super Mario Brothers? Well, obviously that would be an extreme position. That would make virtually every single video game where you control a character an RPG, right? You're role-playing as Mario. That would be a little absurd. And it sort of defeats the purpose of the term being used. From where I sit, there are RPG elements that can show up in a game, and that allows you to include that classification. And if it isn't first in the classification, to me, it's clear that it is a supporting element and not the primary genre. So an example would be the action RPG. A game like Horizon Forbidden West will serve as a good test case. It is an action game first, which means when you say action RPG, you're establishing an order of importance or priority. To say it another way, the RPG elements in Horizon Forbidden West, they support the action. So as you level, you get better weapons, you level up your skill trees. So you have XP, player level, skill tree investment, the loot itself, there's tier levels to the loot, you can upgrade the loot with materials that you find in the world. It all serves the action. In a more classic or traditional RPG, all those systems that I outlined are ends into themselves. Your skill tree supports the role that you are playing. The loot that you use is part of the role that you are playing. Are you a tank? Are you a healer? Do you have charisma for conversations? Are you really good at sneaking around? Are you a thief? These are all things you're investing in that are supporting the role, not necessarily supporting the action, if you can see the difference that I'm drawing here. So the difference here is subtle, but I believe it's vitally important. If I spec into a particular skill tree in Horizon Forbidden West, the abilities that I'm unlocking serve the action. Well, how? Well, it gives me the ability to maybe heal faster or attack more effectively.
Oh, that's a cool
have better
arm.
stealth when I'm sneaking around.
Laser cannon, bore, stun cannon.
So you do have, I think, however, games that overlap. The skill
Can't really
and the build
see.
investment in Jedi Survivor. It really does change the type of Jedi that you're playing, the role that you're taking on, and imagining that you're Cal Kestis. So some Jedis are very force dependent. Others are stronger with a saber. I went with the cross guard and the blaster stance, and I went with tanky health. I focused nothing at all on my force abilities. And that obviously to me feels like I'm playing a role by doing that. I built my way in a particular way, and it did affect the action, it did support the action, but it also enabled me to feel as if this is a very different version of Cal Kestis than maybe somebody else who would refuse to use a blaster. Now obviously this again primarily serves the action of Jedi Survivor more than the role that I was playing, but I definitely felt like I was choosing a path for my character that was very much a role. We're even seeing some people refer to racing games as car PGs now, right? There are elements in these racing games where you're choosing a role, or you're leveling up, or you're getting XP, you're grinding, you're unlocking things, right? This works within the framework that I already outlined. The RPG elements are supporting the car game. It's a car game first, and then it has some RPG elements in it. You're not investing in playing like a particular role, like, oh, I'm an Italian racer with, you know, a history of gambling or something, and you've got this big backstory and all these dialogue situations. You're primarily just grinding and unlocking things for your car to make the car better, to make it turn better, to make it faster, whatever. The investment helps you race or play in a particular way. Again, the difference here is very subtle, but I think it is important. In a more traditional RPG, your choices and your investment serve the role that you are playing. In games that simply utilize RPG elements, your choices and investments serve the way you are playing. Do you see the difference? In one game, I'm playing a role. In another game, I'm playing a certain way. It's sort of the difference between building a run-and-gun SMG-based Axton build in Borderlands 2 and then building a tank or a healer or a mage in an RPG. One is helping you be
Still got a lot of work
You're
to
trying
do here.
Be a healer or a mage. The other is helping you sort of play something. I want to play as a run and gun. I want to play with SMGs. So again, I think the difference is subtle, but I think it's very important to help sort of see why it's okay to say, well, that's an action RPG or a looter shooter RPG, and this is a more traditional RPG. I want to use an SMG and I want to run and gun versus I want to be a blacksmith healing focused mage. There's a difference between almost, it's to get philosophical, it's almost ontological, right? You're trying to be something. You want to be that thing in the game, and I'm just trying to play in a particular way. I really like this saber stance, or I really like these guns in Borderlands. Todd Howard is seeing the same trend that a lot of us are seeing, that a lot of what I'm talking about right now, it's showing up in all these other games. Every game seems to have RPG elements of some kind. In an interview where the question was posed to Todd Howard about the expectations for RPGs and how they're changing, Todd Howard had some remarks that sounded very familiar to things that I have said myself. He said, I think the genre itself has blended into everything. I can't look at a game that doesn't have XP and leveling up. Pick any game you want. They sort of blend in. I think this is part of the reason why some gamers are pushing back against the term being
How do I
used so
find
much.
more
More on that
settlements?
in a second. Todd also sees how gamers can be split on this. They sort of debate. They sort of get hard line. This is one of the reasons we had the discussion the other day. He says, what makes an official RPG? I think if you're an old school RPG fan, you'll have your own list of rules for that. I love the genre because it can be anything. If you have action in it,
Wait, drone
it can have
broadcast
this,
detected,
and you
what?
can have other game types break out. You can have a racing game break out into an RPG. I don't know. It depends what pockets you're looking at. So even Todd Howard thinks that, like, listen, this genre can be anything.
Inspect your drone.
Even a racing game can be an RPG according to him. Now, there's
Drone,
obviously
get the
pushback
fuck
on this
over
notion,
here.
But from where I sit, I agree with Todd, and I think it's helpful to have this
Bro, where you
perspective.
going?
Anything can be an RPG, but that doesn't mean everything is
Ooh,
an
what the fuck?
RPG. That difference is so key. When someone says that game
Yes,
is not an
Minotaur,
RPG,
yes,
well,
good
you're
affirm,
right,
good.
It's not. It's an action.
But he's learning
RPG,
English.
so it can have these.
Oh bad,
elements,
negative.
but it
The
doesn't
hive
mean every
disrupted
single
your
game
settlement.
is.
The
But this also
settlers are
means
fragmented.
games
See
can
them?
be so much
No.
more than just
Come
an
with you?
RPG,
Come on me.
and that's a good thing.
Return
So
to your
why
settlement.
is there pushback though?
Oh,
right.
okay.
Why are people fighting about this? The idea that any game can be an RPG is something that not everyone agrees with. Very specific criteria.
Urgent citizen
listed.
meeting?
It's
Oh, shit.
required for calling your game an RPG. What even developers who classify their game as an action RPG are basically wrong, according to this view. And it largely builds upon the idea of protecting.
Oh, the drone warns
As
me.
at a foundational level, listen, I really understand where
It
you're
warns
coming
me,
from.
I think,
They
of,
feel it really dilutes
planetary
the use of the
settlement
term,
stuff.
Right? Well, every
That's
video
cool.
game is an RPG. Then that's what people typically say in this discussion. And
Answer
obviously, they're
citizen
kind
questions
of right.
about
Right?
the
Overuse of a
century.
term will take its
Okay.
power and its effectiveness.
The
away.
citizens have grown
We fight
curious.
enemy-
They note the sudden and traumatic appearance of the Sentinel hard frames and that the Overseer appears to be accompanied by a rogue drone. Reassure or demand obedience. I'll reassure. The citizens are pleased by your words. They have lived in fear of the Sentinels their whole lives. You've prepared an expedition. Send to an abandoned building. Get some supplies. He's happy. So cute. I like the gag. Team is away searching an abandoned building for clues about the Sentinels. Oh, I should have Sentinel. Oh, for clues about the Sentinels. Oh, goddamn, I didn't pay attention. I sent them to an abandoned building. They're not gonna learn a goddamn thing. Should have sent them to a monolith. Fuck me. Hope they don't hate me. What's going on? What's good? Where the fuck are you going? Bitch! Bro, get the fuck over here. Jesus Christ. It's fucking Sentinel. Bro, get over here. Gee, what the fuck is this? I'm trying to talk to you. What the fuck is this, man? It's fucking playing fucking tag with me. Bitch. Oh my fucking god, what is this? Get the fuck over here. God fucking damn it. Fuck you. Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck is that? Let me look that up. Hold on. There's got to be something I got to do about that. Jesus fucking Christ. Apparently everybody has this problem. Oh my fucking god. Accept coordinate data. Jesus fucking Christ. That's all I needed. Fucking dipshit ass robot.
Enemies in every game, but we don't call every game a fighting game, right? We don't dilute terms down to make them so reductive. That would be confusing. It would be unhelpful. And from their perspective,
now you stay in one
minute
place,
RPG
fucking
is
asshole,
attached
piece
to
of
a game,
shit.
It comes with expectations. And subsequently, when those expectations are not met, the confusion ensues. The classic RPGs are insulted, or they are harmed by this overuse. Even though I don't agree with this perspective, I understand where they're coming from. I love a good looter shooter. And if that label started getting slapped on games that were clearly not looter shooters, I would be annoyed, right? Hey man, I bought this game thinking it was going to be a looter shooter, and it isn't a looter shooter. My response, however, is that games generally know, gamers generally know what an
where's the
action
coordinates
RPG
at?
is, or what an open world adventure RPG. They know it's
Bro,
not
where
gonna
the
be
fuck
a
are the
classic or
coordinates?
traditional RPG
What the fuck
game.
is this?
As soon as I saw Baldur's Gate 3 build as a CRPG, I knew it was not going to be the action RPG genre that I enjoy so much. Is anybody really confused or misled by Horizon Forbidden
Beacon.
West being classified as an action RPG? Like, is anybody bewildered by that they buy it and think, well, I thought this was going to be a
I already got
top-down,
that.
turn-based CRPG because you threw RPG.
Hey, yo, Drone, talk to
in
me.
In my mind, it is basically
Where
a
the fuck are the
subgenre.
coordinates?
It is not the genre, if that makes sense. But it's even more than that. I think one of the reasons people really argue so strongly about this is because RPGs have a history. And for those who disagree with my take on this, they feel that history is very important. They have journeyed to faraway places. They've played very specific roles, and they've experienced great stories.
Man, where the
These games
fuck?
have shaped their perspective, their preferences, and ideas about what video games can be. And while some gamers enter this debate with an attitude of superiority or gatekeeping, I think some do take more of a posture of defense, which is why my response is simply that my goal is not to be destructive or reductive. My view is more expansive and inclusive. The term is big enough.
It's in another
and
galaxy.
flexible
Okay,
enough
thanks. I have to
be
wait for the
used in
fucking
a
little
variety
tips to
of
pop up on
ways.
the screen.
Words have
Jesus
a range
fucking
of
Christ.
movies, right? Not every comedy show or movie is the same. Some comedies are slapstick. Some are more dry humor. Some are more punchline driven, like a sitcom where they have the laugh track every like 5 minutes. Now, I've even heard hybrids for shows like a dramedy, where there is a sense of drama and seriousness to the show, and yet it is still very funny. This is how I see the term RPG. By itself, it's a very particular type of game, but when attached to something else, I see it more as a supporting role. An action RPG is primarily an action game, and the RPG elements support the action in the gameplay. This creates space for different types of games, different genres, different subgenres. To deny use of this term is ironically reductive and restrictive. I mean, I suppose we could say, well, this is an action game with RPG elements, but that just feels so unnecessary. It's essentially no different. We're essentially saying the same thing. When we're playing these open world action adventure games that have RPG elements, it's totally fine to say, well, it's an action adventure RPG, or it's an action RPG. We're not confusing anybody. The goal here, I think, is communication. So while I understand why folks really feel like the overuse of the term RPG is damaging, it is sort of ruining the history of the greats and the ones that they remember so fondly, I think it's clear that the use can also be helpful in communication, but it also allowed devs and the people
Damn it, I don't
making
have
the
my
games to
Exocraft.
expand into new ideas, new game types, which to me is a welcome thing. But ultimately what I'm getting at here is this is about communication over gatekeeping.
God damn
Whenever
it.
we speak about video games
How do I
and
make
these
ion
terms
battery?
and categories, they are always pre-baked with presumptions, preconceived notions. Is a game fun? Is a game hard? Is it an RPG? Is it a Metroidvania? Is it a rogue, right? Even within the genre of rogues, for example, there are vast differences in implementations of certain mechanics. And a term like Metroidvania was born out of the greatness of two classic games, Metroid and Castlevania, but it could be claimed about a game like Control, or Jedi Survivor, or Jedi Fallen Order. These games are described as Metroidvanias, but you would not describe them and think like, oh, they're going to be like Hollow Knight. But if you only use the term and you don't say anything else, it could be very confusing. Well, Control's a Metroidvania. Well, okay, but how? And more than that, I think somebody may hear that and immediately think, well, Control's a Metroidvania. It's going to be like Ori and the Blind Forest or Hollow Knight, and they would be very wrong, okay? This is why understanding the way that, terms and categories and even genres are used, it's about having good communication. But it's also helpful to understand how language evolves and changes. So the great debate about what is an RPG and what is not, it really centers around a lot of presumptions or even beliefs about video games. And it makes sense. If the first Metroidvania you ever play is Hollow Knight, you might be confused why somebody describes Control as a Metroidvania. Typically, when it comes to a game, like someone would say, hey, okay, well, what Metroid elements does it have? Or they might say, well, it's an action-adventure game with some Metroidvania mechanics. Or they could say, it's an action-adventure Metroidvania. Nobody's going to run in the room and police that and say, hey, you can't call that an action-adventure Metroidvania. Well, we know what they're saying when they say that. If somebody said that Jedi Survivor or Control was an action-adventure RPG Metroidvania, or it was an action-adventure Metroidvania with some RPG elements, the point is all we're doing is giving classification markers for the game. The point is, all of these things sort of communicate the same thing, the same idea.
Investigate the sentry's
is to
coordinates, so I just
classify
attack or go
categorize
inside.
something. To sort
I
of
know
have
these
a
guys are
shared
gonna attack me.
understanding is how communication is
Get my
possible,
shotgun ready.
and that also makes communication clear. So with regards to the debate about using the term RPG, when someone says Horizon Forbidden West is an action-adventure RPG, they're not trying to claim the game is just an RPG.
Yep,
They're
we're
not
gonna have
trying
to bust this
claim
shit
that
open.
genre or that category in a way of like hurting the subgenres or the categories attached to it. They're simply saying, listen, it's an action-adventure RPG. It's got a lot of things in it. It's not just one game type. So when somebody says, funny enough, Horizon Forbidden West is not an RPG, you're right. It isn't.
See how the
It's an
Minotaur
action
helps.
RPG.
Help
And
me out,
there's a
Minotaur.
difference. Because the truth is,
Get 'em.
games evolve. They're going to continue to
Oh,
evolve.
good
We have
shit.
a lot of hybrid style games right now. Take a game like Sundered by Thunder Lotus. I highly recommend people
Let me see him in
check
action.
out this game. Thunder Lotus made
Fuck him up,
Spiritfarer, which is
Minotaur.
not at all like
Where's
Sundered.
he at?
Sundered is well worth
Who's
your time
flying
if you
around?
like
Get him.
platformers, if you like rogues or Metroidvanias. It's kind of all of those things. It has Metroidvania
He's
elements,
fucking him up.
but it also has rogue elements. And it's neither of those things by itself. I even saw the tag on the game on Steam this morning when I looked it up, Roguevania. And I think that captures the point
fuck are you doing,
beautifully.
man?
When I say it's a 2D Roguevania platformer, you have an approximation of what the game will be. And in the same way, if someone says, well, Horizon Forbidden West is an open world action RPG, zeroing in on RPG and policing its use, it just seems contrary to every other game classification used right now. Third person, rogue, action,
Oh, that's my
bullet
guy.
hell. What game did I just describe? It's a third person, rogue, action, bullet hell. Well, if you guessed Returnal, you've sort of proven my point. Creating hard lines, I think, can be helpful. It makes perfectly clear what type of game that you'll be playing. When I hear turn-based CRPG, I know exactly the type of game that it will appeal to, the type of gamer that is going to enjoy it. And without these terms, game classification would be impossible. So it makes sense why fans of the RPG genre feel the need to protect it. But ironically, it helps classic or more traditional RPGs stand apart by allowing RPG to be used in the way that it is today. If someone says that they're a fan of action RPGs or action adventure RPGs,
Fuel
you can
usage,
easily
boost
point out
tank size.
the differences
Ooh!
between like a traditional RPG or a
Let's
classic
get it.
RPG. Why are they
Got that
different?
Nugam on
and
me.
that could maybe even build a bridge, maybe a catalyst into a game like Baldur's Gate 3, and they could enjoy it. Or it would be very clear that they need to stay away from Baldur's Gate 3 because it's not going to be the type of game that they enjoy. So, gatekeeping in particular, a one game genre or one classification, it's not just unhelpful, it's counterproductive. So let me give you my thoughts and my conclusions here. So my stance on this, the first thing I want to say is my stance on using the term RPG when describing or classifying a game, it's pretty simple, okay? If there are RPG elements in the game, it's completely fine to say that. There's a variety of ways to communicate that. You could say it's an action RPG. You could say it's an
Is
action
that it?
adventure
Are we
game.
good here?
You could say it's an action adventure game with RPG elements.
Oh.
You could say a variety of things
It's
to
done?
communicate that this is an action
Oh,
adventure
trace of
game
metal.
that also includes RPG things.
Access the
elements,
facility
or
terminal.
mechanics. They both achieve the same goal. I was
Yeah, I
never
did.
trying to argue. I've never tried to argue
I
this
got it.
as sort of a hard line of any game with RPG elements is an RPG. That's such a reductionistic view of everything I've said, as well as the argument in general. Because RPG by itself is honestly unhelpful. You have a classic RPG, you have traditional RPG, you have turn-based RPG, you have open world RPG. They're all very different. Skyrim is an RPG, but so is
All right, let's
Baldur's
see how
Gate
far
3.
this bad boy
They
can
are
jump
very
now.
different games with very
Got those
different
Minotaur
approaches
legs on
to
me.
content, to
Holy
storytelling,
shit.
to player volition.
All right, let me collect this
so
stuff.
if I say, well, this one is a turn-based RPG, a top-down
Glass,
turn-based D&D RPG, you know, and this one over here is an open world, more adventure style
Who are
RPG.
you shooting at? Oh, you
or
just stepped.
it has more action elements in it because it's not turn-based. We're defining what the game offers. We're not trying to gatekeep. We're not trying to
Holy
police
shit.
what a game
It's a nice
is
little
called.
boost.
It's always about communication from where I sit. The second thing I want to say is I get pushback, okay, on this. And I understand it. I acknowledge that some gamers, in their
Holy
mind, they
shit.
are defending something important to them. There's nothing inherently wrong with that. But like so many things these days, it becomes a space for gatekeeping toxicity, which is no longer a discussion
All right, I'm ready to
or
talk.
communication. It's just
I got that upgrade.
and divisive. Which
Network
isn't
purge
really the goal
complete.
in using categories like RPG or rogue or action game. The whole point is to make it clear what type of game
Ask
we
who
are
Telemon
talking
is.
about and what it offers. Does it excel and innovate on the rogue elements? What about the RPG or the action elements? How satisfying is the Metroidvania aspect
Who's
of
Telemon?
control? If you don't use these terms, if you don't use these categories, it's really hard to discuss and judge games on their merits and on their goals, what they set out to do. An example would be games that just throw certain things in for the sake of doing it. They're just like, well, yeah, we threw in a skill tree, but if the skill tree is not impactful Okay, it's good to know there are RPG elements in the game, because then you can say they really failed to do this well. It's just sort of here. It's just sort of a mishmash of a bunch of different game genres. Nothing is excellent. Nothing has
Can't
been
fight. What
drilled
happened?
down upon.
Why are you
We've
red?
seen this with Cyberpunk 2.0 update.
Oh,
and
that's not
Phantom
you?
Liberty.
That's not my boy.
They really
That's my boy,
refined
yeah.
and improved the RPG elements of the
He's over there
skill tree
flying
or
around.
cyberware. The
Where's
ability
he
for
at?
you to really customize
Yeah,
your
it's you.
build and influence the way the game feels. Well, if you don't acknowledge that Cyberpunk is an RPG or has RPG elements, then you can't
Install
really
the
judge
Sentinel
those
hard
things
frame
within that
schematic. Yeah, I
context
did.
and help them to improve, or even help people to know if a game's not doing a good job at the thing that it set out to do. My conclusion is this. My aim with these types of discussions and debates is never to gatekeep. Clear communication is always the goal. I've used similar lines of thinking when discussing the term pay to win. Using that term for everything, I think, is unhelpful, because pay to progress is very different than pay to win. In the same way, a CRPG is very different than an ARPG. So, in principle, I agree. Calling everything an RPG is unhelpful. But that really isn't what's happening here.
Okay.
RPG is being used
All right,
as
well,
a
let's just go back
modifier
home.
or a classification marker, not a hard line genre definer. So again, I say, listen, I agree with you. An
All right,
action
let's go back home.
RPG is not an RPG. You're right. It's an action RPG. It's a different kind. It's a different classification. It's action first and RPG second. And if we can agree on that, then maybe we could have more fruitful discussions about games in general. And that's the show open. Thank you guys so much for being here this morning. If you weren't here yesterday because of the holiday, welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Be sure to go through
let me
daily
collect all this
ritual.
stuff, navigation
Smash
data
that
and
like
whatnot.
button. It helps out the video. It helps out me. And we have our daily goal. We've got our coffee. We've got our other ways of supporting the channel. Listen, the easiest way to support the channel is just to hit the like button. It's just to hit the subscribe button. That way you don't miss the shows. But we do have other ways to support. If you're a coffee drinker, Reforge Roast is a fantastic way to support the business. This is something that I do. My family ships it to you, my wife and kiddos. It's not like a sponsor.
Okay.
We do have sponsors listed below. But the like button and subscribe button will ensure that you're here for the content. And then if folks start gifting members, you're more likely to get one. Those are all the great ways to support what we do here. Monday through Friday, it's a live show, and then typically followed by an upload, sometimes 2 live shows. And then we do things with the members later in the day. So the first gifted member of the day, Han shot first, and so did you. Thank you, DK Bager. This guy's always taking the first shot. Appreciate it so much. Great opening, says JC. Derek says, good opening. I think you're right on the money here. We all describe games by using multiple genre terms. We all talk about a game by using other games as comparison points. It is normal. What's good, Mark Miller? Mark Miller, Feed is still... Feed, you got a membership on your old account. It seems like it's still active. You're just
Citizen
not able to
Sentinel
log
Hunt
into
team
it.
has returned. Nice.
We saw you got it gifted yesterday on your Feed account. Morrowind was my favorite open world RPG. It spins now? Yeah, it spins to show the 2 flavors. Isn't that handy?
Where's my shit
I
at?
bought that little spinner for the Lego channel. And we're going to try to start creating content again for the Lego channel with my kiddos. We do the same thing with music. We have indie rock, pop punk, rap metal, etc. 2 Spot from Thanaros. RPG is a dated
my
term, by the way.
planet.
Oh, I have some people to thank from the show open. Hang on just a minute. We've got more. Actually, DK Bager was not the first member or the first gifted member. Nection or Connection? Yeah, that's Connection. Connection became a member and gifted a member, and that takes the total to... I don't know what's going on here. My 6 button is like sticking or something. It kept trying to add the 6. Thank you so much, Connection, for becoming a member and then gifting a member. That's so generous. And during the show opening monologue,
that's right, I came to
Thorn
another
did a super chat of
galaxy.
$20. Says, for me, RPGs places narrative freedom above gameplay. A visual novel or CRPG would always be more of an RPG than Diablo or Path of Exile. JRPGs are just linear story games, and your ARPGs are just traditional dungeon crawlers. Right, but then they also refer to a game like Horizon Forbidden West as an action RPG. And that's not a dungeon crawler. That, you know what I mean? Whoops, joining gifted during the opener. No, you're good. You're good. Thank you so much for doing that. I should be better about checking that after I'm done with the show open. I forgot to do it. We'd be streaming Lords of the Fallen. I would like to. We might have to do that Friday morning. I think that's when it'll become available. But yeah, like when I think about using different terms like that, even saying what you just said is also kind of restrictive. It's like, well, ARPGs are dungeon crawlers. Oh, okay, but what about a game like Horizon Forbidden West? It classifies itself as an action RPG. It's certainly not a dungeon crawler. Right? I get what you're saying. Like when we look at Diablo and Path of Exile and Last Epoch, it's like, oh yeah, those are ARPGs. It's, instead of being a turn-based RPG, it's an action RPG. Why? Well, instead of waiting your turn and rolling a dice, you are part of the action. The focus is on the moments to moment, and you're in charge of that. You are no longer stuck in a turn-based environment. That's generally why we create that delineation, so that you know when you play this game over here, you are not going to be like running up to a bad guy and then doing turn-based. That's not action-oriented. That's turn-based oriented, which harkens back to D&D and rolling dice and playing on a tabletop. And we've moved away from that in many cases. I mean, Baldur's Gate 3 obviously showing you can still do it and do it rather well, but that doesn't mean that that's the only way you can do an RPG. I think that's where some people, honestly, say, like, so rigid on this. For me, it's stats that define an RPG. Well, and that's the thing, right? Like, even RPGs, even like classic RPGs or more traditional RPGs, some of them don't have things that people say are required. They're like, well, I need to be able to make decisions and control the narrative and play that role. Like, I want to be a.
What do I have already?
Let's say you're playing Mass Effect and you're being Renegade. And you're
I have the right arm,
right?
okay.
You're dictating what happens in the narrative.
I
and
need
in
the left arm.
story. Well, there's tons of RPGs where you don't do that. So as soon as you make that a defining attribute, it's like, well, you just said a bunch of RPGs are not RPGs then. Do you see? It's like...
The citizens murmur their appreciation, but there are mutterings, swirling rumors about the water. The citizens are reluctant to speak further. They do not seem quite themselves. Removes frequent tremors. Adds feature creeping, spreading glass. Quarantine. Still 369 a day. Production status. Diode battery, marrow bulb.
As soon as you try to be rigid with the term, you're going to back yourself into an awkward corner where you're going to try to argue that, like, Mass Effect is an RPG, but then what about the traditional Final Fantasy games? Are you changing the narrative there? No. I mean, you're playing a role, and it's turn-based, and you're leveling up, and you have stats, but you're not determining the outcome. You're not like saying, let's kill this guy instead of that guy. You're not making those types of moral decisions. It won't let you copy and paste on mobile. Oh, you're trying to repost something? I just got to make sure you're never calling them just RPG. You got to say ARPG every time. People don't like other people lumping in games, and they don't like games that those people hold dear. Thorn with another super chat, with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much. I would say it's not an ARPG. It's just an open world game. Just because a developer labels it something doesn't mean it is. And it's why the term has become so watered down and people are so protective of it. I find that to be a confusing position. Why do you think you're the arbiter of the term and not the people making the game? Like if I make a board game, and I'm like, yeah, it's basically
Mining
a
laser
chess
power.
checkers hybrid, and you
Holy
come in the
shit,
room and you're like,
damage
you
to
can't
stunned
say that.
enemies
It's not chess.
post-impact
And I'm like,
ignition.
I'm not saying that it's chess. I'm saying that it's a chess checkers hybrid. I'm calling it chessakers. I'm calling it cheskers. Right? There we go. Here's my new game. It's
Beautiful.
called Cheskers. You can't call it
I
a
just
chess
need a engine
checkers
and
hybrid.
body
You can't
next.
say chess. It's not chess. It's like, well, I don't understand. I made the game. So if they make the game and they include all these RPG elements, and they're like, okay, these RPG elements are going to support the action of Horizon Forbidden West, it's not purely an action game.
I can't see.
Because that's too simplistic,
Can't
right?
fucking
almost
see
insisting
anything.
that
What
they
is-
narrow
what
down
is
their
this?
classification simply because you say so, and I don't understand that. If they make an action game with RPG elements, multiple skill trees, tier levels of loot can be invested in, upgraded. You can literally farm for materials. I can go and fight specific enemies in Horizon Forbidden West, get those materials and those parts and those pieces, and level up my armor, level up my weapons, level up my equipment, level up my pouches. Everything at that point is served, the action elements of the game are served by those RPG elements. Well, now I can carry more ammunition. Well, now my weapon is stronger. Now my weapon has certain elements on it.
I
can
kinda don't
actually
like
put
this.
Mods, essentially mods.
It's really-
on my
I can't-
weaponry
I can't
and my
see a
armor
goddamn
to make me
thing.
more resistant to certain
I'd rather
things.
it use the
These are
top
stats.
laser.
These are
Why is
RPG
it using the
elements
fucking
you find
arms?
in many games. Well, this armor is resistant to that, and this weapon doles out this element, and that element is stronger against this enemy type.
Just kind of
These are all
annoying.
RPG elements of the game that are supporting the action of Horizon Forbidden West. It's not just an action game anymore if it has all of those various pieces and parts. It's far more complex than that.
There's
It's
so many
just like
fucking
calling-
problems with
if
this
you
game.
just call Baldur's Gate, yeah, it's an RPG. Okay, but what kind? It's a CRPG. It's a turn-based CRPG. Well, that makes it easier for people to understand the kind of game that it is. So when someone says action RPG, it's like they're trying to signify to you it's an action game with RPG elements. They're not trying to dilute the term RPG. That gatekeeping just doesn't make any sense to me. Do we do that with rogues? Are fans of rogue games doing that? You can't call that a rogue. No. Nope. Well, there's roguelike. There's roguelite. There's Roguevania. Like, I learned that this morning. I love Sundered. And I looked up Sundered, and I was like, oh, wow. Sundered is a rogue.
Toggle camera view.
You can't call it a rogue. Why? Well, because when you die, you don't truly start over, so it's not a rogue. Okay.
What is this camera? What? This is
What kind of game
horrible.
it's going to be? Sounds to me like it's going to be a Metroidvania style game with rogue elements. But there's no role.
This is terrible.
Why does that have to be the
No.
determining factor? You can't say action RPG unless you're playing a role.
It's either that or
Okay.
fucking just have
There
my
are plenty of
Minotaur
classic
fucking block
RPGs where I don't
everything.
play a role. I play as a
This
predetermined
fucking
character.
sucks, man. What the
You play as a
fuck?
predetermined character in some of the most classic RPGs. You just pick that character. That guy comes with your group,
Bro,
and he just does
he only-
his thing.
Why?
Now, you
Just
can
use
make
your top
decisions to maybe
laser.
change the role,
You
but some
fucking
games that's just
asshole.
not true at all. Chess and checkers are the same genre. I would say it's marketing to sell more games by attaching them to genres that had predetermined meanings and eventually usurping the meaning in the zeitgeist. Thank you for the 10 spot. I think what you're saying is unfounded. You'd have to prove that they're doing that. You think that when they make Horizon Forbidden West, what they're trying to trick people? So you think people like yourself and others who think like you that are like, no, RPG is this. This is what an RPG is. You think they're getting tricked? They see a commercial for Horizon Forbidden West and they see it described on a wiki or the Steam page as an action RPG, and they're like, you think they're getting tricked or duped into buying the game? I think what you're saying sounds absolutely, that just sounds ludicrous to me. That really informed fans of RPGs are getting tricked, or they're trying to market to sell them more games, or they're just trying to describe the game accurately. That's all they're trying to do. Like, they're just trying to describe the game. It's like, it's an action RPG. You can't say that. You're just trying to market the game to sell it more because of predetermined meanings. What predetermined meaning? Action RPG is a brand new idea in like the last probably, I don't know, 10 or 15 years. It's not a classic game type. It isn't. 3 months from Thorn, marketing is manipulation. Okay, so what? That's just a. What are you trying to communicate by saying that? Marketing's just manipulation. Okay. That's like saying all marketing lies. Okay, every company is a liar. Every game is then manipulated you to buy. Every game that has a commercial, every game that has a trailer, every game that has a Twitter account, every game that has posted a deal or a sale or a discount, they're all manipulating you, which means they're trying to mislead you, which means they cannot be trusted, which means, you see what I'm saying? You're just making sweeping statements that don't actually say anything. Marketing's manipulation. Okay, that's just a sweeping statement. You're not saying anything. Does that mean every game company is a liar? Every marketing, every ad, every commercial, every trailer, they're all lies? I find people do this all the time when a game is caught misleading people. There's a real great example of this going on right now with a car game, and everybody's calling them to account for misleading the public and showing something that they never delivered. And you know what always happens? Oh, every game lies. Every company lies. Really? I don't know if that's true. I've played plenty of games where the trailer looks exactly like the game. I've played plenty of games where the gameplay they showed me is exactly what I got. I don't think that that's true. I think that's a hand wave. That's an easy way to basically say, like, well, everybody lies, so it's okay that this happened. That's not true at all. Final Fantasy isn't an RPG. Yeah, that's what people were saying the other day, and I'm like, man, we're really going full here. We're really going full if we're going to be so rigid with what can be called an RPG. If we're like, yeah, well, Final Fantasy's not an RPG. What? Since when? Well, what is it then? That's my question. What are these games then? If Final Fantasy's not an RPG, if Horizon Forbidden West cannot be called an action RPG, what is it? It's just an action game? What does that even mean? There's so many different action games out there. There's so many different types. What kind is this? Well, it's an open world action game with RPG elements. Well, just frickin' call it an action RPG then. Is that all we're going to do that every time? Well, it's not really a rogue. It's a platformer Metroid. It's a platformer with Metroidvania elements and rogue elements. Why not just call it a 2D platformer Roguevania? Why not just do that? That's the point I'm trying to make, is these classifications are about accurately communicating. They're not about misleading you. They're not about tricking you. They're not about diluting what an RPG is. Is anybody right now confused when they see marketing and they're like, well, Horizon Forbidden West is an RPG, so it's going to be like Baldur's Gate 3, or it's going to be like Octopath Traveler 2.
Alright, this kind of fucking sucks. It's a good upgrade, but fucking can't see a goddamn thing in front of me.
No, we're creating a false sense of a problem. Like, this idea, like, you want to talk about fake outrage, like, this is fake outrage. Absolutely nobody is looking at Horizon Forbidden West and be like, well, it's an action RPG, so surely it's going to be just like Baldur's Gate 3.
Minotaur's so good.
Because Baldur's Gate 3 is also an RPG. Nobody even thinks like this. The only people who think like this are people who deal in very, very hardline absolutism, and they're like, well, that's not an RPG, so you can't call it that. You're right, it's not an RPG. It's an action RPG. There's a difference. You're right, this is not a rogue. It's a Roguevania. You're right, this is not a Metroidvania. You're right, it's a Roguevania. Don't you see? It's like there's no reason to police the term that hard, like that harshly. It doesn't make any sense.
Sentinel, I'm trying to talk to you.
Is anybody policing the term rogue? You didn't get the notification?
Okay.
Yeah, YouTube got a YouTube.
I already installed all the hardware schematics.
Rogue? Is anybody policing the term Metroidvania anywhere at all? Did anybody get really upset that people said that Control was a Metroidvania? Did anybody get upset about that? Was it confusing to anybody? Did they like buy it and think that they were buying Hollow Knight? Did that happen? Eugene says, someone describe Jedi Survivor for me. Right, like what kind of a game is it then? What's Jedi Survivor? What's Horizon Forbidden West? What are these games if you can't call them action RPGs? We police rogue, roguelite versus roguelike. Right, which is why you have classic RPG, traditional RPG, JRPG, action RPG, open world adventure RPG. Right, we're all using the root and saying, well, it's not really like a classic or a turn-based. It's an action game with RPG elements. It's just faster to say action RPG. Thorn with a 10 spot. The exceptions prove the rule. They put it on the box to sell more. Marketing can't be trusted because the majority of the time it doesn't represent the final product. Final Fantasy has no narrative freedom. They put it on the box. Now you're just saying things that aren't true. What do you mean they put it on the box? No one's going to the store and grabbing those shell clam cases and flipping it around and being like, ah, it's an RPG. I don't think that that's true. What do you mean it's on the box? Are you saying metaphorically it's on the box? Like when I go to Steam and they're like, this is an action adventure RPG. You're like, yeah, they're putting it on the box to mislead people. I just think that is so presumptive. You understand that there is a return policy on Steam, right? You understand that bad reviews and unhappy customers isn't good for a game, right? So you think they're trying to trick people into buying Final Fantasy 16 or Horizon Forbidden West by calling them action RPGs? And what do you think happens? I'm genuinely curious what you think happens when these people buy the game. Well, I thought this was going to be a classic turn-based RPG because they said it was an action RPG, and I'm apparently completely checked out for the last 15 years. I have no idea what that term means, and I bought this game expecting a classic RPG.
He's in the
basically
ground.
Inspired by games from the 1990s. And I didn't get that, so now I'm angry. Whoever this person is, they kind of deserve their unhappiness. If you're that tuned out, if you're that out of touch, then it's your own fault. Who is buying an action RPG game right now under the guise and under the delusion of thinking, yeah, I'm going to get a classic RPG here? Who's doing that? Who? And that's such a self-inflicted wound. Your ignorance is not, it doesn't determine how people can talk. No, nobody's buying action RPGs right now and thinking that, look, I can't believe they got me again. Thelma, they got me again. I bought another game they said was an RPG, and it's not an RPG. I can't believe this. Well, that's a self-inflicted wound, Daryl. That's your own fault. You're not paying attention to the evolution of video games. Like, this is such a false problem. It's not real. Does somebody buy Sundered by Thunder Lotus and see Roguevania and go, well, I can't believe it wasn't a rigid, hard, fast rogue.
Such a good
that
camera
follows the
angle
rules like Dead Cells.
for mining. Perfect.
I got duped. Nobody does that. You're like, well, it's a Roguevania. I understand what I'm buying. I'm buying a game that pulls from both. I'm buying a game that pulls from both. It's going to have rogue elements. It's going to have Metroidvania elements. So when someone sees action adventure RPG or action RPG, I mean, hold on to your hats. The average person's probably thinking, yeah, it does both.
I don't know.
I'm not buying Skyrim. I'm not buying Mass Effect 3.
I'm your hive.
I'm buying a game that
give
does
yourself a name.
action first,
Laylabs.
RPG second. There's almost a hierarchy
Hello,
in the
Laylabs.
term itself. It's like, what is it primarily? It's an action game. Has RPG elements. Oh, call it an action RPG.
Can you help fix the camera angle on this piece of shit?
Clearly. Right? Like, the idea is that we shouldn't call it that. Nobody is calling it that. Like, that's why the argument feels somewhat empty, because people are like, well, it's not an RPG. You're correct. It's not claiming to be one. It's claiming to be an action RPG. That's not really a romance movie. You're right. It doesn't claim to be a romance movie. It's a romantic comedy. And the percentages of comedy and romance are going to vary. Some romantic comedies are like 75% comedy. Some romantic comedies are like 75% romance. You don't go to a rom-com thinking, it's going to be real serious. It's going to be so romantic and so tantalizing and so charm. No, it's going to be comedy. Somebody's going to slip and fall down the stairs or something. Like, weird things are going to happen that are not at all focused on making like the game romantic. Or you go to a romantic comedy, or you can be like, I can't believe that there was romance in there. Like, no one's confused when they do that. No one's confused when you take two things and kind of bring them together. Hybrids exist. Exist. They exist everywhere in gaming. This is seemingly the only place. This is seemingly the only place where we're like, no, you can't do that. RPG is like sacred, apparently.
What up?
Solemn says, as long as they call it ARPG, I got no problem with that. Only when they try to say just RPG. It's a subtype of RPG, but not an RPG itself. Someone looking for an RPG likely isn't looking for Destiny. Whatever the biggest identity of the game
pristine
is
Walker
what the classification
brain.
should be.
Oh,
it's going
I have that.
to fit
Hold on.
multiple, but only referred to as one. Hence, gacha games, which are not what the company sells their own games. All right. Well, here's the deal. Here's the deal. When we this is actually a question for the people that are like defending RPG. What is an RPG then? What is it? Because the definition, okay, and I'm not doing appeal. I'm not doing appeal to.
Oh,
the
the location of a
but
walker.
I'm gonna
Fuck
read
it.
the definition
Let's
just
go
to
there.
kind of help us here, just to give us some framing. Guys, could you guys do me a favor and smash that like button and get us to 200 likes and hit subscribe so you can talk in the chat. Those are the easiest ways to support the channel. It's super easy to do that, and it's free. Now, if you want to join the channel as a member, that's a separate button. That's not the subscribe button. That's the join button. You can also gift some members as well. Every 25 members, I gift 5 back to the community. So that's why that 25 gold down there in the corner is there. So the definition of an RPG
So where
game,
they at?
when
I
went
don't
to
see
Google,
any on the
a
compass.
role-playing game is a game in which players assume the roles of characters in a fictional setting. Players take responsibility for acting out these roles within a narrative, either through literal acting or through a process of structured decision-making regarding character development. Now, if you rigidly apply that, there are so many games that you consider an RPG that aren't. Like classic Final Fantasy. You're not actually doing structured decision-making regarding character development. Now, you could say generically you are, because you're leveling, you're equipping, you're taking different people and playing with them instead, right? You're investing in certain characters, and as you play with those characters, they level up. You could call that character development. but it's talking about you taking a role within the narrative. You either literally act it out, like when people do role playing with Dungeons and Dragons, and you have a dungeon master, and they put a lot of gravitas and acting into it, but structured decision making regarding character development. Now you could say, oh, but you're spending skill points. That's character development. Careful now. Careful. Because you're giving a lot of ground to the action RPG when you say that. Are you making dialogue choices in those games that changes the character development, that changes the story? There are plenty of RPGs where you don't do that. There's plenty where you don't. There are games where it's extremely important.
I can't see a fucking thing, man. This thing fucking sucks
say,
now.
What you do will literally, you have morality decisions. Are you going to go hardcore
I'm gonna take
renegade?
this laser off.
Right?
This is
Are you going to
fucking
romance
trash.
this person? Are you going to be mean to this person? Are you going
There
to
we
agree?
go.
Do the job they're asking you? You're doing all of those things. You are 100% affecting character development and narrative development. And there are so many other RPGs where you do it. There are RPGs where you do it to a very small degree, and some where you do it to a very large degree. There's not
Yeah,
like
it's
a
not worth
hard
it.
and fast rule of like, well, you've got to do it this much. No, you're not. That's progression versus speccing. How is progression and speccing any different? You progress and you spend skill points. They're intrinsically linked. It may be nitpicking or even minor grievances, but I think it's clear that stuff like this is something players actually care about. Now, whether that's stupid or justified is a whole different conversation. Degrees and XP are almost a default these days. I think we can have a term to describe this add-on part from an RPG. A proper RPG uses character has to age also. The character has to age.
That's much better.
Spot from Thorn, a game which places narrative freedom and control in the player's hands. Combat doesn't matter. So then there's a lot of RPGs where you don't do that. In like the original Final Fantasy, what narrative freedom are you talking about? It's a linear, predetermined story. You can determine who plays with you in your party. You can determine what abilities you use. Words are defined by usage. Do you see? What's funny to me is the people that are really rigid about this, their own definition doesn't work. It doesn't work. There are plenty of RPGs where I don't have any control over the narrative. I can control what I'm doing. Healer, tank, mage. I can control what I'm wearing. I can control the loot that I'm using. I can control my skills, my skill tree, my investments in those things. And that affects my role, right? I'm investing in a tank build. I'm investing in a healer build or whatever. But there's plenty of games like that where like I can't dictate what happens in the dialogue or the story. Yep, they aren't RPGs, which I believe is a position that has walked itself off of a cliff. That position doesn't make any sense to me. To go that distance and to say, yeah, Final Fantasy 1's not an RPG, then what is it? What is it then? How would you classify Final Fantasy 1? I watched my brother play it on the original Nintendo. I think it was the original Nintendo. Way back in the day.
Oh, shit.
I love how they use the little classic character avatars in Final Fantasy 16 when you go to save the game. I love that. I think it's cool. I think it's a cool callback. But then what kind of a game is that then? It's a JRPG.
Oh, there's frigates.
Is there a huge definition given by game makers, like a company, that states what an RPG or other genres are? No.
I don't have time for that.
Is it a turn-based RPG? But you're still using RPG. That's no different than me saying action RPG. You're tacking it on at the end. FF1 is a JRPG, not an RPG. Very different.
Where was that?
It's a
frigate?
sandbox game.
Holy shit.
Hang on. I am genuinely interested. So you think that it's a sandbox game? We got to establish something right now. We have to establish something right now. The way that you define games, if that helps you make a decision, if that helps you know what games to buy, what games not to buy, I don't want to stop you from doing that. But in the grand scheme of things, in order to have communication, we have to have agreed upon terminology. And defining
Holy
Final
shit.
Fantasy 1 as a sandbox game, I don't think I've ever heard that before.
Where the fuck is that freighter?
That what happens is when you come up with all
Yes,
of your
Kitty?
own definitions and classifications, that might be helpful to you, but it's not helpful to communication. We can't
Yes.
have any clarity of thought,
Hello?
any clarity
Trying to
of,
find the
of
freighter.
communication at all if everybody's just like making up their own words and terms. You're like, well, that's not an RPG. Well, what is it? Well, it's a sandbox.
Get out of
survival
here,
game.
bro. Go.
Huh?
Go
It's
outta
a
here.
it's a sandbox shooter. What? Yeah, you shoot stuff across the screens. I mean, to me, it's a shooter. Oh, you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm being hyperbolic, but you understand the point that, like, you can define a game however you want if it helps
Shit.
you decide what to buy and what not to buy. So when you look
Alright.
at Horizon Forbidden West and you say that's not an
Recruitable
RPG,
frigate.
okay, if that helps you make
Incoming
a decision,
message fleet
great.
frequency.
But when you come and talk to me about it, I'm going to be really confused. I'm going to be like, I don't understand. The developers called an action RPG, and has all these RPG
get away
elements
from
that
the
support
ashtray. Stop
action.
fucking with it.
That hybrid just makes sense to my mind. It's logical. It's sound. JRPG literally has RPG in the name. That's what I'm saying. JRPG is literally a modified RPG, which generally JRPG is intended to communicate differences in
I'm gonna smoke some
storytelling,
weed.
combat, and style.
You don't like that.
Maybe even art style. But generally, when you look at a JRPG versus like a Western RPG, they're RPGs that have different approaches to things, and those tropes and those trends are why we do that. So when you play a game that is more JRPG, you'll notice very flamboyant combat with lots of numbers and lots of flourishes. Okay, Western RPGs tend to be more, especially if they're action oriented in third person,
Get
they tend to be
outta
more
here,
heavy
Dad.
on the combat, like big, huge swings,
Stop
and more
running
of like
across
a
my computer
bombast.
desk. Go.
They're both very cinematic, but their
Go.
approaches to the cinematic nature of the combat
Fucking
is very
shaking my
different.
whole
Then
shit.
The method of storytelling is very, very different. Like Westerners, we want it to be a lot faster a lot of the times. We want real quick, get through the dialogue. The JRPGs I've looked at and watched and played myself, a lot of the cutscenes are drawn out. They're longer. There's more to it. There's more emotion. There's more drama. There's just differences. And I think when someone communicates that, they're not trying to say the idea that JRPG is denigrating or whatever. I know Yoshi P said that. I don't agree with him. All we're determining
How
is
do I buy your
differences in
frigate?
art. Like, there's a big difference between Japanese cinema and Western cinema. So if you're like, yeah, that's more of a Japanese style cinema or a more Japanese style movie, you're not being dismissive. You're not being like discriminatory. You're classifying so that you can say, this is what you should expect to get from this. Asian cinema tends to end, a lot of it that I've experienced, a lot of the older style movies, especially if they're like black and white, or even some of the kung fu movies, they're very, very much drenched in
1.5.
sorrow. They
I don't
tend
have
to
nearly
end
enough money for
on
you
a sour
guys.
note or sad.
I gotta get myself a
and
nice
Western
shit
cinema
first.
and
Fuck.
Western storytelling is far more happy ending. Everything gets resolved. Those differences are fine to delineate and point out. Insomniac, 25 months into VIP. If we're going to say that is an
Interesting.
RPG,
Alright,
you
so I
must be
need a
playing role,
lot
but
of
technically
money.
Pokemon isn't an RPG either. Difference in style, not genre. Yeah, so if you say here's a Western RPG and a JRPG, they're very much in similar genre funnels. Like, you got to think of a genre funnel as having subgenres, right? You have the giant arching RPG. And right underneath that, you have probably the more long-standing category, the more long-standing broad category, which would be more traditional, more CRPGs, more classic RPGs. And then beneath that, you're going to have like the newer iterations of that we've seen with the turn-based, but you're maybe not making all these decisions with your
Fuck
character.
off.
You're not determining the story. You don't have all these dialogue options, right? And then beneath that, another subgenre would be like, well, there's action, there's open world adventure. These can be RPGs as well. You're not doing turn-based. You're not making decisions in the dialogue. You're going through the story. You see, it's like there's subgenres within the genre. So policing RPG, I always think somebody's going to break their back by arguing this hardly, because you're basically arguing an incredibly small percentage of games are RPGs, and classic games that we consider RPGs like Final Fantasy 1, well, it's not, because you're not determining the narrative. You're not controlling the narrative. You're picking predetermined characters. You didn't make those characters. You're picking a character with the name, and that's just it. You're just going through the game as that person. Baldur's Gate 3 is turn-based CRPG. Mass Effect is action RPG third-person shooter. Over 27,000 games have the RPG tag on Steam, says Hilly. You don't even play as Ash in Pokemon. You play as your own character, and you even name them in Pokemon. Oh, did somebody say you play as Ash? And I was referencing Final Fantasy, where you pick characters that already have names, and you determine like who comes with you. Somebody asked about Pokemon. Pokemon would be considered, I think, a turn-based RPG, because you're taking Pokemon and you're throwing them out there and you're fighting. So it's got the turn-based, classic turn-based setup with the little windows, and you're going through and picking your abilities, and then they level up, and then you have different inventory and things you can use to heal and survive. Oh, somebody else said. Yeah, the last time I played Pokemon was I played Pokemon Blue on a Game Boy Color. That was a long time ago. Guys, we are an hour in. Thanks so much for a great turnout for a discussion today. This was not like a major gaming news headline. This was more of like a discussion topic, like opinion-based topic that I thought would be fun to discuss. If you want to come in and join the discussion, just make sure you hit the subscribe button. We are discussing, can anything be an RPG? Why are we policing the term RPG so much? I basically opened the show and said, listen, I understand why people are doing this. They're worried about it being, diluted and harmed. And if you've never done a membership before on YouTube, that's a great way to support the channel. It's $5 and it gets you into all the members' content. You can always upgrade to the other tier levels. If you start to enjoy that extra content, you can kind of sample it first. Maybe get a gifted member. Maybe gift some members if you've enjoyed the content a lot here. If you've received gifted members in the past, you can pay it forward. And then smash the like button. And then we've got coffee and sponsors. All that's linked below. But the easiest way to contribute is just to join the conversation. Hit subscribe and chime in with what you think. Final Fantasy 16, only one that people would consider not an RPG. They're wrong, as you're limited by the avatar that you choose. Yeah, I've seen people say they don't think Final Fantasy 16 is an RPG, which I just find that to be confusing. What is it then? What kind of a game is it? Daneros with a $10 super chat tip says, I think the confusion is that there isn't a genre-defining game. Like classic Mario,
all right, let's look for a Sentinel facility.
Is known as an FPS, but what game is unanimously known for being an RPG? Yeah, Steam tags are user-defined, but a lot of the times, Hilly, you can go to those games, and even the developer refers to their game as an RPG. I literally had someone this morning, I believe it was Thorn, that said, "I don't care what the developers call it.
Secure facilities."
It doesn't. Or maybe I'm phrasing that wrong. It was basically like, it doesn't matter if they call it an RPG. It's not. So it's like, in general, I don't get that level of why are you the arbiter of the term? The term is simply meant to enable us to communicate about games. Like, that's all the terms are there for. It doesn't need to be a gatekeeping issue or a siloed issue.
Oh, that's too far.
The RPG elements in Final Fantasy 16 are so minimal, I'd rather them classify as an action game like Devil May Cry or Bayonetta. So, what do they call it? What do the devs refer to it as? Final Fantasy 16. Do they refer to it as an action RPG? Do they refer to it as an RPG? How do they classify it? Yeah, I'm seeing action role play. The wiki says it's an action role playing game. Final Fantasy's official website. The first fully fledged action RPG in the mainline Final Fantasy series. Again, to me, action comes first, so they're not committing any error. It's an action game first with RPG elements. The RPG elements support the action. There's nothing wrong with that. I feel like that hybrid is totally fair. The official Final Fantasy website classifies it as an action RPG. That to me is completely legitimate. Action game first, RPG elements. And the RPG elements support the action. The RPG elements
Retrieve
are not
a
supporting
pristine brain from an elite Sentinel Walker.
The classical sort of idea of, I'm going to determine the story, I'm going to determine the type of character I am. Clive has already been determined to be who he's going to be and how he's going to respond to stuff. You're not in charge of that. Mipsy with a $5 super chat tip. I have the same issue with the term
Oh, this is just a regular observatory.
WoW is an MMO, massive multiplayer online game. Calling Destiny an MMO is kind of dumb because 6v6 is the largest. Mipsy, I'm going to push back though.
Whatever.
They don't call it an MMO. They call it an action MMO. I feel like the minute they do that, it's making it clear. They're like, this is not a traditional MMO. It's an action MMO. Well, what does that mean? Bungie doesn't call Destiny an MMO. They call it a share world shooter. That's not true. Luke Smith referred to
Resource
it as an action
Depot.
MMO.
Gotta have
in a
some
big,
Sentinels nearby.
When they went independent, they did a big 20-minute or longer video, and he referred to it as an action MMO. That's the man in charge. That's how they view the game. Yo, what's good, Captain Steve? Role-playing can be anything. Heck, I role-play when I live stream. I take my voice up an octave, become Captain Steve, rather than monotone normal Steve. Any game where you play as a character in an alternate world, I would say is role-playing. So, Spider-Man, are you Spider-Man in real life? No, then you're role-playing as Spider-Man. Yo, Victory with the $5 super chat tip. There's no point saying RPG elements anymore. Nearly all major games have elements in them once unique to RPGs. That's not true, which is why I think it's good to point it out when they have those elements.
The fuck?
Not all games have RPG elements. So it's good to say what ones
a tree
do
hit
have.
me.
And I want to push back on what Captain Steve said about Spider-Man. I think there's two extreme ditches that we can fall into when having this discussion. One of the ditches is a
There
very
we go.
rigid definition of
Go
RPG.
into the atmosphere, cut it
that
by a
makes
whole
to
20
where,
seconds, go straight
well,
to the.
Final Fantasy 1 is not
nice.
an RPG. By the way, look at this shirt. Is this shirt not just absolutely sick with like the use of color and the art design? This is another one from Into the AM. I'd take my Into the AM hoodie off.
Yep, Sentinels.
But you guys are digging my Into the AM stuff, man. I'm going to be circling them through a lot more. Be sure to use code LONO over there or go to intotheam.com/Lono. I was so glad when I saw this one in the store. I was like, that is hot. But I want to push back a little bit. So the one on the one hand, we have the ditch of, this is the only. They've got to have these things to be an RPG. Well, okay, you just basically eliminated the whole. The irony is they're doing this in an effort to like defend the genre, and they're wiping the history clean. It's like there are so many games that are no longer RPGs than when you say that. What's good, Doc Dart? This is confusing to me. RPG stands for role playing. Aren't we playing a role in every game? Okay, so Doc is agreeing with Captain Steve. Okay, so two of the guys out there that I really like. I enjoy their content. They're both agreeing in my chat. Okay. I need to regularly try to have segments where I have you guys on. I like having conversations with y'all. So they're on the opposite end of the extreme. So we got the guys over here being really rigid, and they're like, nope, no, only this is an RPG. And the irony is they take the history of the genre and they bump a bunch of games off. And they're like, nope, that's not an RPG. Final Fantasy 1 is not an RPG according to these people. Now, they might not admit that because they know they're committing like actual sacrilege when they say that, but according to their definitions, they go so rigid, you're getting rid of games from the past. The other ditch that we can fall into is, well, every game you're playing a role. I'm role-playing as Mario. I'm role-playing as Spider-Man. I'm role-playing as, Ori in Ori and the Blind Forest, okay? So I don't find that to be helpful, and here's why. it's now been, the term has been so diluted at that point, you might as well not even use it. You're basically just saying a video game. This is a way more interesting topic than I expected. You're basically just saying it's a video game, because in virtually every video game, you're taking on the role of somebody. Whether you're playing as Mario, or Spider-Man, or, I don't know, or Aloy. You're taking on, you're playing as a character that you are not. It's not you, okay? So that's the other problem is, I think one position is so rigid, it like, yeah, Ori does have upgrade skills though, but Ori is a Metroidvania. It's a Metroidvania. It has some RPG elements to it, because you can level up and get different skills. But those skills serve the Metroidvania. Metroidvania refers to games that are basically, they're taking inspiration from the classic, you know, Super Metroid and Castlevania games, where new abilities and new powers enable you to retread and get into areas once inaccessible. Like, that's essentially a very quick, cobbled together definition of a Metroidvania. So your abilities and the things you level up and get in Ori, it serves the Metroidvania. I use the same logic with like Horizon Forbidden West. Horizon Forbidden West is an action game, and the RPG elements serve the action. So it's an action RPG, right? Now a Metroidvania, the reason you don't have to say a Metroidvania RPG, Metroidvania as a category assumes that there are abilities you're going to unlock. That's how they're made. You would get rockets or missiles in Super Metroid, and it would let you get into new areas. Or a grappling hook. Or, you know, in Ori, you get a double jump. I have some super chats. $5 from Nicholas Hill. Could you call Overwatch 2 an action FPS RPG since you're role-playing the role of a hero in a game? I mean...
Is he trying to fuck my ship
the
up?
The problem with what you're doing is you're doing something the game doesn't try to do.
I'm not hitting him.
So Overwatch 2, yes. Again, I think you're going so far in this direction. I feel like there's a spectrum here where I think it's acceptable to use RPG. Number one, when the developers themselves do it. Like when Guerrilla says, this is an action RPG. When Square Enix says, this is an action RPG, as nicely as I can say it, like, man, shut the frick up. They're allowed to call their game what they want. Like, you're not in charge. Like, I'm trying to be nice,
AI
but
can
like,
get him.
Come on, really? Like, oh, no, it's not an RPG. I don't care if they call it an RPG, right? I think there's a range where we can use it. You're going so far. It's like they don't even, if the developers don't refer to it that way, right? It's a hero-based arena shooter. So yes, you're role-playing as that hero, but nothing's changing. All the abilities are preset. You're not like leveling up, you know, you're not leveling up the character that you're playing as. 5 spot from Captain Steve. Oops, I can't click the heart. There we go. Cyberpunk dice rolling tabletop version RPG, video game version of an RPG. Is that an RPG or FPS narrative driven game? Right. Cyberpunk is, to me, and it's an RPG shooter. But I had people push back on that. They're like, it's not a shooter. I'm like, what? How is it not a shooter? There's a lot.
Repair bot's done.
Guns.
You're done.
A lot of people are shooting at me, and I'm picking up a lot of guns for it not to be a shooter.
Oh shit! This guy.
That sounds like a shooter. Stacking my discounts at Into the AM. Thank you so much. Yeah, guys, you can stack my discount.
Oh God, where am I going?
If they're ever doing a sale, use code LONO on top of the sale. Hang on, I gotta take a drink. And we have really slowed down on the members, y'all. You got to bring some of that heat. Doc Dark says, Lono
why are you going backwards? Why are you flying forwards? I'm turning backwards, you fucking idiot. Does this every time in a fight. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I consider Spider-Man to be an action RPG, but the devs don't refer to it in that way.
How am I not hurting him? Oh, his legs?
I believe they refer to it as an action-adventure game. So they don't. I'm like, I consider Spider-Man to be an action-adventure RPG because there's completely different builds and gadgets and skills that you can use. It's totally different depending on the person. But, you know, the devs don't refer to it that way. So I'm not going to like hardline argue about that. I'm like, oh, it's an action-adventure game with, I mean, the RPG elements are very light in Spider-Man compared to, like, Horizon Forbidden West. Horizon Forbidden West has, like, 5 skill trees with capstones and individual
Where's his
abilities.
dead
and then
body?
you've got, you know, tiered loot and materials to farm, and those materials and pieces can be then used to upgrade
where's
your
his
loot,
body?
your armor, your weapons, your gear, your pouches, all of it. Like, there's way more. Wired rope with a 5-bomb. There it is.
Fuck,
Come
where
on,
was
let's
it?
get a little member train going. It's been so long since we've had one. Takes it up to 8. Thank you so much. Wired rope says to piss off the haters. Yes,
Walker,
every time
was
you
that
gift
it?
members,
Yeah.
You make my haters angry. Just always remember that, okay? They absolutely hate the fact that people do that. They call me an e-beggar. Well, let them. Make them very angry. They will seethe at the
Pristine
thought and the
brain.
notion of people supporting the channel. This is a serious question, though, says Doc. Starfield's an RPG, right? Even if I play it as a first-person shooter. Okay, so I think there is genre classification, and then there is genre type.
I'm gonna handle the
Does that
repair
make
bots. You take the
sense?
big guys.
So the type of game is not the classification. It's not its genre. It's not. It's like, is this an RPG? I'll give you an example. So Hollow Knight is a 2D platformer. That's the type of game that it is. We've not really gotten into the genre, the classification.
Damn, this thing
of,
is
like,
strong.
What's the game's essence? We're just saying this is the type. This is the mechanical description of the game. Hollow Knight
Are you dead?
is a 2D platformer, okay? But that is
You
so
fucking idiot.
mechanical. We haven't really gotten
Amino
into the
chamber.
essence of
What
the
a
game.
dumb
What's the
asshole.
game? What's the
How did you
genre
manage to do that?
classification? What kind of game is it? Not what type. Like, this
What a
is
dummy.
so nuanced and feels really pedantic, but I think it's important. A 2D platformer doesn't necessarily mean it's a Metroidvania. Metroidvania is like the actual classification. You can have a 2D platformer that is a rogue. So there's a big difference between Dead Cells and Hollow Knight. They're both 2D platformers. That's the type of game. It's like, what's the mechanism? How am I moving around? That's the genre type. It's like, well, I'm moving around. It's a 2D platformer. So Dead Cells and Hollow Knight are both in that same type. But when we go to genre classification, it's like, well, no. One is a rogue, and one is a Metroidvania. So, let's take Starfield. Starfield, when we're like, what mechanical description would we use? Well, it's a first-person shooter. You can play it third person, you know, but it's primarily first-person shooter. Okay, great. Now, what's the genre classification? Oh, it's an RPG. Yeah, I mean, you can get into conversations, you can betray people, you can bring people along with you, you can do side missions, main quests, you can determine the type of person you are, you can determine your backstory, you can determine your appearance, you can determine what you're carrying, you can determine your skill tree. There's a litany of things you can do in that game that you would say, oh, that's an RPG. You would look at Baldur's Gate 3 and you'd say it's top-down turn-based. That's a mechanical description of the game. It's a top-down turn-based.
Oh, there it is.
Well, there are plenty of top-down turn-based games that are not CRPGs. Honestly, you could say top-down. There's plenty of top-down games. There's plenty of isometric games that are not CRPGs. I don't even know if you need to say turn-based. I think does CRPG assume turn-based? I don't know. You'd have to ask the people that primarily use that classification. I feel like CRPG harkens back to computer RPG, which is when you took D&D into the computer realm, which presumes turn-based because D&D is inherently turn-based. So I would imagine when you say CRPG, it's baked into it, but you might still need to delineate it. But still, it's like, oh, it's a top-down game. So you know that you're not playing third-person adventure like Skyrim. Skyrim's like a third-person open world. Okay, great. You've just mechanically described the game. Skyrim is a third-person open-world game. Now, there's a big difference between Skyrim and Spider-Man. They're both third-person open-world games. One's a more traditional RPG, and the other's an action-adventure game with very minor RPG elements in it. That's why I think this gets confusing. So, like, Doc Dark's like, well, can I call it an RPG, or is it a shooter? Well, it's both. One's a more mechanical description of the game, and one's more of a classification sort of genre. What's the essence of the game? What are you doing in the game? Baldur's Gate 3, I would say, is an RPG. Heck, it has dice and character sheets. It's D&D 100%. And if you say D&D is an RPG, then you should be nailed. Captain Steve, I can't read the rest of it. Categories for gaming, I would say Spider-Man is a free-roaming adventure with RPG elements, not a full-on RPG. Lona, you literally just solved it. Titanfall 2 is only first-person. Cyberpunk's third-person action RPG. Did I get it? You got it. God of War Ragnarok, boring third-person, over-the-shoulder, hold-your-hand RPG. You forgot that you can't jump. You also forgot that you didn't finish the game, because... Thank you, DSB, for 14 months. Welcome back in. Oh my gosh. Apparently, if you can jump in a game, then Doc's good. He's good to go. Which I watched your video this morning, and you were, I believe you were talking about your son, and whoever they were, I feel like they honestly sound smarter than you. I think they need to start their own channel, because they said that they thought Ghost of Tsushima was amazing. And I thought, this guy's got some taste, you know. Doc over here, I don't know about this guy, but he's doing something right. If somebody in the gene pool is like, Ghost of Tsushima is amazing, right? Which, no, honestly though, Doc, honestly, if you haven't played Ghost of Tsushima, you're missing out on probably what I think is one of the greatest third-person action-adventure games out there. It's absolutely phenomenal. So, your son has good taste. It's one of my all-time favorite games, Ghost of Tsushima. I like it over Horizon. I like it over God of War. It's absolutely top shelf. Very much hoping Sucker Punch can nail it in the sequel. Victory with a $10 Super Chat tip says, if having what's considered RPG elements is enough to tack on the word RPG, then Call of Duty is an FPS action RPG. Where is the line drawn exactly? When the RPG element's enough to get going?
Radiant Brain.
I feel like, is it an RPG though? I would say Tsushima has very, yeah, it's got RPG elements. I would say open world action RPG, because you've got 4 different stances. Within those stances, you have different abilities and skills. You have different equipment that you can equip, different armor that you can equip. You level up. You go and do different things on the map that make you better at certain things, that give you more health, that give you more healing abilities. Ghost of Tsushima definitely has RPG elements in it. Again, Horizon Forbidden West probably has the most. Yeah, they bill it as an action-adventure game, because the RPG elements are not as extensive as in Horizon Forbidden West. Horizon Forbidden West is actually got a lot of RPG elements in it. It probably has the most out of the action games we've discussed today. But I definitely think Tsushima's got RPG baked right into the crust, because you literally have 4 different stances, and within those stances, they each have their own, like, skill tree. Well, not skill tree, ability train that you can, like, go down if you want. Yeah, I played the multiplayer stuff in Ghost of Tsushima Legends. Yes, it's awesome. I actually had my own theory that Ghost of Tsushima Legends was them testing live service for the next game, which I know makes everybody groan. I found an amazing YouTuber this morning who does fantastic content, and he hates live service. Absolutely hates it. November Hotel is the name of the
Need
YouTuber.
life support gel, and I need
was
to
reacting
repair
to
it.
one of his
Let's go
videos.
back
It's like,
home.
okay, I don't agree with this guy on everything, but I really like the way he puts his content together. Why can't we say everything is an RPG? Right, okay, so I want to go back to Steve and Doc saying everything's an RPG, because it ties into the question from Victory. Why do we not call Call of Duty an FPS action RPG? Okay, let me go back to how I framed this in my show open. Horizon Forbidden West is called an action RPG because the RPG elements serve the action. The RPG elements are directly and intrinsically linked to everything you're doing with the action. How much you can heal, how fast you can attack, the different abilities that you have, okay? The RPG elements in a game like Call of Duty feel more tacked on, and they're not really associated with the first-person shooter elements. It's like a battle pass, and then I guess you could argue the guns and the attachments, like the gunsmith, it's just so light.
Let's repair it first.
It's more of a linear
Amino
thing,
chamber,
like
metal
unlock these
plating,
guns and
carbon
attachments and build
nanotubes.
your gun the way you want. So it's extremely
much?
light. The RPG elements in Call of Duty are so subtle. Like Horizon Forbidden West has
2
5
plating,
skill trees.
5 tubes.
It has loot, your pouches that hold ammo, your weapons. They can all be leveled up in higher tier levels. How? There's materials in the world you can farm. There's pieces you can
Amino
farm
chamber.
from the
How do I
actual
make
animal,
amino chamber?
the beasts and the robots, right? You can go and do all of
Metal
that.
plating, chlorine,
That's pretty
condensed
extensive.
carbon.
That's not you're unlocking guns.
I think
and
I have
attachments.
one.
Do you see what I'm saying? That's why I think it's okay to be like, well, Spider-Man is not really an RPG. The elements are very light. You're unlocking gadgets, and then you can equip different gadgets. You're
Nope,
unlocking
don't
guns
have
and attachments in Call of Duty, and you can equip them. That's just more of like a linear unlocking path instead of, do you want to do this skill tree? Do you want to do this skill tree? What about this skill tree? Do you want to use this weapon, that weapon, this weapon? Those weapons can be leveled up. Those weapons can be invested in. What about your armor? Does your armor have resistance? Does your weapon take advantage of resistances in the enemy that are out there? That's all present in Horizon Forbidden West. That's an action RPG. I don't know how you don't call it that. Would a Call of Duty loadout be considered a skill tree? I might be reaching. I do. I think it also comes down to, does the game classify itself as that? And this is really important for one particular reason. When Horizon Forbidden West bills itself as an action RPG, do you know what that means to us as gamers? We can judge it within that categorization. Okay, you're an action RPG? Okay, cool. I'm going to judge you in that category. Do the RPG elements have depth? Are they impactful? Do they actually affect the combat? Do they actually
Warp,
affect the action?
hypercore, metal
Okay,
plating, and
that's how I'm
wiring.
now going to judge your game. Call of Duty doesn't bill itself as a first-person shooter action RPG.
Antimatter and
If it
storm
did,
crystal. God
we would
damn
judge
it.
it against that categorization, and we would say,
It
there's
did,
not a
the
lot of
laser got
RPG
damaged
elements here.
too.
I'm
What a
just unlocking
stupid
attachments
fucking
and
robot.
guns. That's it. And I guess you could say
Oh
the
my
kill streaks.
fucking Jesus.
But they don't classify themselves as that. I think we might be getting lost in the weeds because this
How much
isn't
do I need? Just
necessarily
one
about
storm crystal? I think I
what
have
do
one.
we classify the games as. This is helpful when a company comes out and says,
How much do I need?
we are building a third-person, open-world, action-adventure RPG. And you're like, oh, okay, that's a lot of boxes.
One
that
storm
you just
crystal.
checked.
That'll
if
do.
you play the game and the RPG elements are non-impactful, they're weak, they don't really do anything, what are you going to do in your review? You're going to tell people that the skill trees and the abilities and the unlocks and the leveling, it just feels tacked on. It doesn't feel that impactful. But when you judge Horizon Forbidden West, if you come to that conclusion, I don't know what game you played, because you can play that game completely differently than me. There are completely different ways to play that game within the skill trees. There are entire skill trees I ignored in Horizon Forbidden West. There's one that's all dedicated, I think, like stealth. There's one that's like all dedicated like foraging. I focused on melee and range and healing. Melee, range, healing. There's like 2 trees in that game I never touched. I like that explanation. I will rate you by how you classify yourself as a game. That's why I think it's important to let a game developer call the game what they want. When someone says, the game that I recommended to you guys today, if you're a fan of indie games, if you're a fan of Metroidvanias and Rogues, you should try out Sundered by Thunder Lotus. Thunder Lotus made Spiritfarer. I think Spiritfarer did very well and people liked it. It's not my kind of game. So, Thunder Lotus made Sundered. Sundered is a Roguevania. It's not strictly a rogue. It's not strictly a Metroidvania. It's like it lands in the middle. It's a hybrid. And when you play it, you're going to judge it against that. You're going to say, okay, how does the rogue element play out? How does the Metroidvania element play out? How? and you're going to make a decision on whether or not they did a good or bad job in those categories, and that's going to determine your score. Is it on Game Pass?
Okay, so I have all of it installed.
It might be. This guy.
Let me talk to the robot now.
Support freaking indie titles. I don't think it's on Game Pass. Oh, it looks like
I think all that's left is in the engine.
It might have left Game Pass in 20. It might have been on.
Man, this thing looks crazy now.
It's a $20 game. It's a $20 game, Doc. This is why.
Let me try the other arm on it now.
This is why I would love for Xbox to take Game Pass and ID at Xbox, their independent developer movement that they do. I would love for them to pair those two together.
Still
you
can't
should be able to
see
go
shit.
to your Game Pass library right now, click on a tab that says demos, and all those indie titles should be in there, and you should be able to play them for like an hour. Because you could go try Sundered right now, and if you dig it and you think it's awesome, then you would buy it. It's like, okay, this is worth 20. This is worth 20. I'm gonna spend 20. Oh, the bosses in that game. Ooh, the art style. It's like hand drawn. The one boss is like my favorite. Like the camera zooms out, and so you're really small, and the boss is huge. It's just breathtaking.
All right, where's the
It's so
Sentinel
cool.
at?
Like jumping on all these platforms.
What up, Laylabs?
And slamming on these I think they look like spears or something. Like they're like already in the boss or something. It's an awesome game. It's an awesome game. I beat it and I really enjoyed it. Okay, thanks. I got my thumbnail from Creature, and that's a good reminder. It's time to schedule the premiere. We got about 45 minutes. We are 8 out of 25 on the member goal. Every 25 I give 5. Let's try to move that today. And then I always gift my members that I owe you guys in the premiere. And today's premiere is about the Nintendo Switch 2. Will it have backwards compatibility? So that will be coming shortly. The Yakuza series was the only good thing I ever played on. Oh, stop. Mipsy says, to some who have DM'd me, MMO equals massively. There should not be an interpretation of massively when you already have examples of massive. But what does massive mean? Isn't it up for interpretation? So you can't call your game massive unless you hit the levels of population that EverQuest and World of Warcraft achieved. That's the only time you can invoke MMO. Aren't there smaller scale MMOs that don't hit those thresholds? Like, what's the number? Draw the line. Where's the hard line, Mipsy? I mean it. I'm being genuine. I'm not being pushy. I mean it. Like, where's your bright line on that? How many players have to be in a server for it to be an MMO? 50? 100? 1,000? What is it? Because there's so many. I mean, where is that line? Because at that point, you might determine that some games are not MMOs because you're like, well, no, they don't reach the heights and the saturation that like classic EverQuest and WoW 2 hit. My hair's like going the wrong way today. Oh, it's like I went into a wind tunnel or something. I don't know what's going on. EverQuest was so fun. I lost a lot of friends to EverQuest. I wanted to play Quake 3 and Unreal Tournament, and they wanted to stand in a line and kill spiders. I didn't freaking understand it. For the life of me, I could not understand why they enjoyed it. I was like, guys, let's run around and shoot each other. And they're like, we're kiting spiders. And I'm like, okay, I'm leaving. Large and heavy or solid. A massive rampart of stone, exceptionally large. Massive crowds are expected. Okay, let me ask you something. A game like Destiny 2 has a massive amount of people playing all at once. In a given day, they'll have millions of people playing their game after a week, right? All at the same time. Why do they all have to be in the same space? What other games have more than 9 players in their world at once, and how many have 6-man PvE activities? Destiny seems exceptionally large in that regard. That's what I'm saying. I am not going to sit here. That was one thing I really, really liked about that guy I was watching. That guy I was watching this morning, November Hotel. He wails on Bungie. and I kind of like it. He wails on him. Oh man. Which new backwards compatibility. It's got a lot of eyes in it. You ever spell a word correctly and you look at it like 3 times and you're like, I don't think this is correct. Wait. We want Tears of the Kingdom. That's the newer game. Defiance used to have 100 players at the same place at once. Yeah, Defiance was kind of ahead of its time. I remember I went back and tried to play. They like remastered it or something, but the movement was just clunky and it just didn't feel good. It felt super dated. It felt super dated. Hang on. Okay, there we go. I was just setting up the members only stream as well. MMO is thousands of people, multiple servers. Okay, so in this discussion, typically what happens is what has just transpired, right? And what has just transpired is the idea that because this is how it came to be, it can only be used to describe these things. Now, the problem with that is video games in general are a repudiation of that idea. Video games are a repudiation of that idea. The original video games are nothing like we play today. And if you were like, no, you can only call it a video game if it's like this, well, we don't do that. We accept that the category of video game is vast and broad. Well, because MMOs came into being like this, you can never refer to anything as an MMO unless it's exactly like this. Well, what if they say it's an action MMO? And what their meaning is that, yeah, it's a massive game. There's millions of people playing at any given moment. You can always connect to a world and there's people there. You can connect to a server and play against other people, with people. You can go on missions and there's people ready to go. When you're on a mission, there can be people running by in the world that are not a part of your mission. At any given moment, there's millions of people playing. And it's an action game. It's primarily focused on the action, the shooting, and the combat, and the content loop. But it also is an MMO. It's also an RPG. You've got different skills, different abilities, loot to chase, levels to grind, like
where you at, Sentinel?
Hardcore endgame activities.
You got a message?
You know, like, again, I think when a game classifies itself with that,
Nice. Let's fuck them up. Let's get that hive pillar. Where's it? Reach the mark coordinates. Nice. Okay, I already got that. Damn, this shit's deep. Reach the marked coordinates. Off planet, yeah, let's go. It's probably back in that other system. Where's Minotaur at? Man, keeping your AI off. I can't risk you getting into shit, fucking the whole suit up. I don't know why I got the ship.
like what I told Doc, if a game is going to classify itself within that category, what do? You judge it within that category. You say, okay. I actually think Tears of the Kingdom is a good example of a game that's more pure action adventure. It's more of a pure action adventure game. Because you do level up, like you can get stronger stuff as you get throughout the game or whatever. Like you can get more hearts, you can get more more stamina, and then you can find higher level weaponry, right? So like you find a sword with like a higher number or whatever. But it's more of a classic open world adventure game because the RPG elements are so minimal. And actually, I wouldn't even say they're RPG elements. I would say these are synonymous with like classic adventure games.
I'm starting to see a lot more people around. Glad to see you guys.
Primarily the same throughout. Your
enjoying the new facilities.
Movements, they're primarily the same all throughout.
Citizen
now,
Dispute.
Tears of the Kingdom, you get new abilities.
Planetary drone and divergent construct both demand sole possession of the same silicate sculpture. On inspection, it shows signs of tampering as if hacked in a hurry. Planetary drone versus divergent construct. Who has the true claim? Unknown outcome? Oh boy, that doesn't sound good. Alright, let's go. Is that good or bad? Atmosphere of suspicion. I don't like that. We're gonna load. I don't like that at all. Not one bit.
Fairly early on. And then you use those abilities all throughout. That's more of an adventure game. But you can have an action-adventure RPG where those pieces and parts are there, but then there's like these skill trees and a deep loot system, and the loot can be upgraded and crafted and invested in. Like, an adventure game is more surface level. You find the armor, you wear the armor, that's the end of it. You can find some materials, I believe, in Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. You can level the armor, like I think like once or twice. Like it has like a limit. But like the weapons themselves, you find it, that's it. Now they added the fusing system in Tears of the Kingdom that allows you to take like two weapons and fuse them together. But that's it. You're not like crafting a weapon. You're not upgrading a weapon. You're not leveling a weapon. So Tears of the Kingdom is just like a classic adventure game. The RPG elements are very, very minimal. They're more synonymous with like a classic adventure game of the past. Like the original Legend of Zelda. You find the shield. You find the boomerang. You find the bomb. And then that
he gave him the double finger guns.
To do different things in the game. Reviewers treated Horizon and Fallout 4 as adventure games or RPGs. But the reviewers are not the determiner of fact.
God damn, I go so high.
If somebody makes a game and tells me this is an action-adventure RPG, this is an action RPG, I think that's their prerogative.
3 hydraulic wiring.
And then they're taking a risk to a certain degree, because then I'm going to judge it against that categorization. I'm going to say, oh, okay, action RPG? Okay. How do the RPG elements interact with the action? How are the two interrelated? How does one impact the other? Because if the RPG elements have virtually no impact over the action, I'm going to say, this is more of an action game. This is more of an adventure game. The RPG elements are virtually non-existent. Is adventure considered an adventure game or a roguelike action RPG? That question doesn't make any sense to me. Is an adventure Is adventure considered an adventure game or a roguelike action RPG? I don't know what you're saying.
Hour and a half, construction facility.
Survival elements make Zelda an RPG, says Eugene. You literally craft your own solutions to puzzles. That's role playing. Oh, heavy sarcasm. Sorry. I just think the difficulty is that RPG comes baked with an idea that I don't think like, oh, I'm solving puzzles in my own way. You know what I mean? Like, I don't disagree with you. Oh, I had some.
We got to work on that poisoned water. Let's head
Your
to
name
the
starts
coordinates.
With a J. Somebody ordered a
that
bag
my
of
boy
dark
sent.
earlier in the stream. Thank you so much.
Those aren't the coordinates.
For
That's old.
doing that, and then my wife must be ordering a bunch of.
Oh, it's in another system.
She's ordering a bunch of stuff on Amazon. I was like, all of a sudden I get a bunch of Amazon emails. Do we need more precise language or looser standards? Again, to me, oh, you're making a joke about the game called Adventure. I was like, what?
It's in my system?
If you are a human being and you are playing a game, then you're role-playing as a gamer, thus making every game an RPG. Right, and that's the extreme I don't think is helpful. Like I said earlier, there's two extremes here. Calling everything an RPG doesn't make any sense, and that's not my goal. My goal is to say, if a game says we're an action RPG, great, I know what that means. There's no confusion. I'm not like, oh, is that going to be like Skyrim and Baldur's Gate? No, I know what action RPG means. Like, people are being willfully ignorant. Like, oh, it's confusing. No, it's not. You're fabricating a problem out of thin air. No one's confused by what action RPG means.
Yeah.
Okay. Calling everything an RPG isn't helpful because, number one, the developers aren't doing that. They're not doing that. So it's like, okay, calling everything an RPG, but it's also not helpful to be super rigid and be like, you can't call it an RPG unless it meets these standards. Funny enough, the last time we had this discussion, someone got so rigid in their definition of RPG, I was like, well, then Final Fantasy 1's not an RPG according to what you just said. And they went dead quiet. Because that's what ends up happening. You paint yourself into a corner, an awkward corner, where you're essentially going on the defense.
Underground?
And you're saying, I'm defending RPG and the history of RPG, and in the process, you end up wiping a bunch of that history off the map. It's like, well, that's not an RPG then. RPG stands for role-playing game. And yes, at the most reductionist position possible, you could say you role-play as Mario in Super Mario Brothers, but I think that's unhelpful. Super Mario Brothers is a 2D platformer. That's basically it. It's a 2D platformer. There's nothing else going on. You don't have abilities. We don't have powers. We don't have we're not leveling our character. Doc says, I had to step away for work, but this is really interesting. For me, I wish a few games didn't have skill trees. I don't think we need skill points on every game.
Oh, shit. Okay.
I think sometimes, I forget what game it was. It was one of the Far Cries. I think it was the Far Cry with Pagan Min. And my memory of that Far Cry is, I got to the end, and I felt like I had virtually all of the skill stuff from the tree. I didn't feel like my choices really mattered. Does that make sense? It was like, well, I just basically filled out the tree by the end. It was one of the Far Cries. It might have been Far Cry 3, actually. One of them I played really, really exhaustively, so I had so many of the skill boxes. I was going in the water and getting I was going through the map and getting every question mark, every little box, every little trinket. And so, no, it wasn't Primal. That one was terrible. And I remember thinking, I mean, you could have just let me get all these things as I played instead of giving me the illusion of choice.
What?
Like, I wasn't really choosing anything. That's a memory I have. I don't know if that's an accurate memory, but I remember thinking that. So I do like. So there's something that Final Fantasy 16 does that I think is an acceptable interpretation of what an RPG can feel like, where you're playing through the game, you can determine what equipment you have. You can determine what abilities you invest XP into, and they change, and they get better, and they get stronger. You can do all of that. But they also just sort of daisy chain you through like, hey, you now have the green abilities. You now have the purple abilities. Instead of like making me go to a skill tree and be like, do I want the green abilities yet, or do I want purple? No, they just give them to you. It's more of a curated, more of a linear experience. And I like that. I mean, again, I don't think every game needs to approach it that way. But
Yes,
I do think
kitty.
sometimes, like, do I really need a skill tree?
Come
here?
on.
Like, what's the point?
Nope,
Like,
don't
why
try
are
to
we
jump
making
away
all
now.
these decisions? Just
Don't try to
make-
jump away
make it
now.
for me, so I can
What
get
do you
back
want?
to the, so I can get back to the action. That's why I said,
What do you
in
want?
Horizon Forbidden West, I think it's a better test case because all of the RPG
Huh?
elements serve the action. They come over and they get underneath and they enhance, expand.
I know you don't like getting grabbed.
And
Too bad.
expand,
You
enhance,
wanted
and,
it.
and make better, I would say, the action elements of the game. By the time you get to the end, you really do feel like, man, I'm glad I invested in a larger ammo pouch. I'm glad I invested in that weapon. I'm glad I made sure I had these elements to take advantage of the weaknesses in the enemies. I'm glad I had on this armor set with these resistances. You feel a sense of everything I did, all the skill trees, all of the currency, all of the crafting. It really bolstered the action and served my my aims in the game. You can call a game an RPG if your character's role isn't predetermined. Mario is your role; it's determined. In a game like
Okay,
Elden
go.
Ring, your role isn't determined. Your statement doesn't make any
Ow,
sense. Are you
fuck.
saying you can't call a game an RPG if your character's role isn't predetermined? There's multiple possible ways to read that, Sam. I'm not sure what you're saying. You aren't choosing the analog of a class, and it's an action game with an XP system and a skill tree, says Zubair. Let's go back to the must-be turn-based to be RPG, because apparently genres aren't allowed to evolve, and we can't use adjectives to modify nouns in video game genres. That's really what this comes down to, people's lack of command of the English language. Right, that's why in my show open I said, if I tell you Horizon Forbidden West is an action RPG, and you respond by saying, it's not an RPG, I'm going to say, you're right. It's not an RPG. It's an action RPG.
Hey, you're free.
Those are different statements. You're denying something that I'm not even saying. It's not an RPG. Okay, that's fine. I didn't say it was. I said it was an action RPG.
Excuse the big worm in the back. He's always here.
What Sam wrote makes sense, though. He says, you can call a game an RPG if your character's role isn't predetermined. Mario is your role. It's determined. In a game like Elden Ring, your role isn't determined. Why is he creating a contrast in the second sentence?
Agree.
He's creating a contrast as if he was trying to say, if your role is predetermined,
Nice.
you should not call it that. Cristiano
All right, mission
Souza
complete. You're
gifts
welcome,
a
little
member
guy.
and takes us to 9. We have not missed the 25 goals since November of last year. Let's go on a little tear here. You guys got about 26 minutes. We need
I'm gonna
16
remove that
members, and then
fully-
I'll give the 5 that I owe you in the premiere. We're going to be talking in the premiere today about Nintendo Switch 2 backwards
All
compatibility.
right. The settlers, manage your
Definitely use
settlement.
adjectives as long as every time you
Freighter
say
command, I
ARPG,
need money for that.
never
Base
say
computer
ARPG.
archives, construct a
Perfect.
wall light.
That's the thing. What do you worry about?
Let's do that.
Who's doing that? Who's doing that? And who has conversations like that?
I'm gonna remove this other right arm
Horizon
too.
Ring
It's
West is an
fucking
RPG,
trash.
and then they just want to like run away, and you can't ask a qualifying question. Now that I'm thinking of it, says Doc Dark, do we have any AAA games that don't have RPG elements? Hang on. Let me think. I mean, even baked into Return, well, I guess we would consider Returnal AA. Returnal has RPG elements because the more you use stuff in the game, the stronger it gets. Like the weapons, the next time you find them will be like leveled up. Ratchet and Clank has them. Horizon has them. God of War has them. Ghost of Tsushima has them. Death Stranding has them. Uncharted. Yeah, Uncharted. DK Bager jumps on the gifted member train and takes us to 10 members on the day. Thank you so much, DK Bager. If you guys have ever received a gifted member here and you can afford to give one back, pay that forward today. We have so many generous people here, constantly gifted members. Thank you so much, DK Bager. I'm glad I was late because this is going to give me semantics. Ratchet and Clank. Ratchet and Clank.
Refuse. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I mean, it is just leveling the guns. Yeah,
Feel the
no,
power of
agree
my
with that. That's just
my
that's just
infranknife
leveling
blasters.
guns. I would agree that Ratchet and Clank
Where's this
doesn't
pussy
really have
at?
RPG elements. That's the only thing that you do in Ratchet that would be even remotely considered.
This thing is
RPG
fucking
influence.
disgusting. Holy
You
shit.
like go to the gun skill tree and just like throw money at it, and then it fills it in. I mean,
Deploying combat frigate.
yeah,
Let's
so
go.
I would say Ratchet and Clank doesn't, and so that because again, that's just more of an action adventure game. It's not. It's more of a classic adventure
Get 'em.
game. It's not trying to be all those other things. And I think that this touches on a whole host of things.
Thank
right?
you, boys.
Like the gamification of games.
Man,
The
man performed a
gamification of games,
fatality
the
on
idea
him. I already
that
killed him.
You're having to make a
Thanks,
game
boys.
more
Alright.
than just. Well, in this game,
I
you
gotta
play
get a
as this
shitload of
character,
money in
and you go on all
nanites.
these missions. There's a story. There's a beginning, middle, and an end. They almost have to gamify it. Like, well, we need side quests, and we need a bunch of things on the map, and we need a bunch of trophies, and we need a skill tree, and we need loot. And in my mind, this is one of the reasons. Funny enough, this is one of the reasons that Cyberpunk was so bad at launch, but it's one of the reasons it's so good now. Because they put so many things in the game, it like murdered it at launch. It had so much scope creep. But then now we're in a position where it's enabled them to do so much. It's like they can invest in each of those things and refine them and make them better. The cyberware, the skill tree, you know, just the dialogue in the open world and the police system and the driving and the way the world feels, right? They're able to invest in all those things. That's also why it struggled so much when it launched, because of scope creep. They tried to do way too much. So I think if you're going to be doing all of those things, you almost have to set out and say, what kind of a game are we going to build first? And then all those systems have to come alongside and support that aim. I think what's been happening in some games is just like buffet style. Well, let's just add that. Let's just add that, and let's just add that. And then the game doesn't really feel like it has a soul. It's just a mishmash of a bunch of different systems. Like, I feel like Biomutant really fell into that category. They were just like, yeah, do that. Oh yeah, do that too. Do that too. Do that too. Do that too. And then it was like, well, what kind of a game is this? Like, what's the identity of this game? It's a jack of all trades, master of none scenario where everything in the game is there, but nothing is really at an excellent level. Nothing has ascended beyond just sort of like the concept of, well, we have a skill tree, well, we have loot, well, we have an open world. Well, okay, what else do you got? One of the things that he was saying in his video this morning, the guy I was watching, is he was echoing something I've been saying, that art style matters so much more. And I have said that the push toward photorealism, I feel like that bubble is already bursting, because games just start to not look like distinct at all. You're like, well, this just looks like another game that we just played, or this game doesn't look like it really has an identity. This game doesn't feel unique. It feels canned. Okay? Well, art style is what makes a game stand apart. I could show you 5 seconds of Borderlands and you know immediately that's Borderlands. I can show you 5 seconds of Elden Ring and you know immediately that's Elden Ring. Why? The art style. I could show you 5 seconds of Horizon or Final Fantasy 16 or Cyberpunk.
Damn, that's a big boost. Holy shit.
I mean, I could even show you 5 seconds of Halo and you know that it's Halo. Why? The art style. You immediately see things that clue you into what's going on, to what game am I looking at here. And so I think if you go more generic, if you go more photorealistic, if you're like, well, we just want the graphics to look really pretty, you're gonna really run into a bland valley of, well, your game just kind of looks like 4 other games I've already played. A tree is a tree. A mountain range is a mountain range.
Request.
Like, I've seen this before.
Yeah.
Light cascading down through the trees and the clouds. Like, I've seen all this before. So if you don't have a distinct carved out art style, it's really easy to be like, wow, this game just doesn't really have a soul. And I think that's what we're going to see in the coming years, is you're going to see a bigger shift. You're going to see a bigger shift toward art style being the focus. Graphics got focused on pretty heavily I would say in the last like 5 years or more. And I think the new shift will be a shift to art style, because how else are you going to distinguish yourself? Like, especially when everybody's running to Unreal 5. If everybody runs to Unreal 5 and uses a lot of pre-baked photorealistic environments, okay, cool. Project LLL and First Descendant is a great example. Like, those games look so stinking similar. I couldn't, if you showed me footage prior to me playing First Descendant, if you showed me footage of both games, I'd be like, okay, I think I know which one is which. Am I covering Halo Infinite Season 5? I'm hearing rumblings. Wouldn't be the first time we heard rumblings about Halo turning things around. I don't really think it's possible. I would love for it to turn it around. My coverage in 2021 was heavily banking on Halo having a comeback. Yeah, I thought it was possible, especially with Joseph Staten involved. So, guys, we got about 18 minutes before we go to the premiere. We need 15 more members to hit that. Ouch! Oh golly, that felt so good. We got about 15 more members. So a couple of people just doing 5 bombs would take us there, no problem. Or a bunch of people doing singles would take us there. If you can't do a membership, that's totally fine. Smack that like button. Let's go for 300 likes. That will not just help out the video, but it also gives you a better chance of getting a gift.
This could be nice.
Communicate in chat, leave comments, and hit like. Those are all things that help you potentially get a gifted membership. So thanks so much for being here this morning. If you subscribe to the channel,
it's pretty
it's totally
cool.
free. You can talk in the chat. We've been discussing, can every game be an RPG? We looked at Todd Howard's comments. I kind of outlined what I think. I did my best to understand why people are, so ardently arguing against the use of RPG, anywhere except for like, I guess the handful of, I think they think there's like 5 RPGs in existence. Has Feed got his membership yet? No, he has not. We're still trying to get Feed his membership. His old account got a membership, and he says he can't access it because we were gifting members yesterday, and he got one. His old account, the Feed account, got one, but he apparently can't access it. So it's still doling out memberships to his account, which means the account's active, I guess. I don't know. What's the function of these labels? Why do we use them? My position is that we use them for clear communication and categorization of games. So when you tell me, when someone comes to me and says, there's this new game coming out, and it's going to be an open world, action-adventure RPG. You know what I'm going to say? I'm like, that sounds great. That's the kind of games I like. I'm not going to be confused. Well, what do you mean? Is it going to be like Skyrim or Baldur's Gate? I'm not going to be confused at all. I know what you're saying. I understand I understand. We're speaking with gaming vernacular and colloquialisms. We're speaking within the vocabulary of gamers. It's like, I know what you're saying. Cool. Thank you. Oh yeah. It's third-person games, action adventure. It's not really an RPG. There's some RPG elements, but not really. And then I'm like, oh, okay.
My shit's damaged.
Like when I look at Spider-Man versus like Horizon Forbidden West, that's kind of how I think about it. Rodrigo with 7 months and a VIP. Good morning, chat. And Lono, thank you so much, Rodrigo. And by the way, if you've ever considered doing a membership on YouTube, this is what we do with our members. You get a channel badge, you get emotes. We do a daily members recap stream. Okay, timer.
Alright, I guess that's good enough.
Jiminy frickin' Christmas. I should not have this on a timer. We do a daily members recap stream. That's after the upload, and then I do a Friday night stream with my wife, and then you do get Discord access. That's like ground level. You pick a membership, you get a gifted membership. Those are all the things you get access to. If you guys like to hang out in Discord servers, ours is members only. And so if you've been a member for a while and you haven't gotten in there, be sure to get in there. Sync up, and you get access to all the rooms and all the things we've got in there. We've got a great group of people in there hanging out. Sometimes they're playing games together. They're sharing tips and tricks of games that they're playing. There's like an LFG element to it, right? They're looking for people to group up with and play with. Spider-Man's not an RPG because in the end you have everything. There is no choice. That's not true. You don't have everything in the end because if you don't do all of the activities and side quests that give you the currency to expand and upgrade and buy the gadgets, you won't have them. What you're saying is simply not true. Now, I'm not saying Spider-Man is an RPG. It has RPG elements. Abe trying to get us there. He gifts a member. He says feed. It goes to Otavio Cruz. 11 members out of 25. Let's get a little member train here going. Let's get a bunch of singles. See if we can't get feed in the mix. Roguelike is such a great term. Metroidvania is such a great term. Why don't we use more of those? I feel like that's what action RPG is. I feel like this is a lot of blood, sweat, and tears over nothing, to a certain degree. That's why I opened up my monologue and said I feel like this is a necessary conversation, but it's also completely unnecessary. An action RPG is not an RPG. It's something else. A Metroidvania is not simply a Metroid-esque game or a 2D platformer or a Castlevania-esque game. It's a blend of those things. Like Sundered being called a Roguevania. Like, Abe does another one. Abe's going to do a member train all by himself. Nobody's going to lend him a helping hand, so he'll do it on his own. And he gifts one, and it goes to Punisher. Somebody help out our man Abe here. There we go. Jastification's going to do one. Thank you so much, Jastification. And it goes, the count, to 13. He says, feed, and it goes to Josh Ayers. Everybody is trying to summon a membership for feed. You love to see it. We've always taken care of feed. They really just need us to give us the ability to like click on his name and give him a member. Red Dead Redemption. Patrick Q joins in the member train. Thank you so much, Patrick Q, taking us to 14 members on the day. The next membership will be a layup, an easy score. Talents does the layup. Thank you so much. It goes to Darren Scott. Darren Scott is here all the time, so that one makes sense. That's the layup. Easy 10 bomb to take us to 25. Abe does another one and summons feed. It says feed and takes us to 16, and it goes to JoJo. Oh, did you block me on Twitter? I don't know. My attitude on Twitter is talk get hit. I don't tolerate the nonsense on Twitter anymore. If someone takes a shot at my integrity or says something toxic, I block them. Like, I don't even hesitate. It's like, okay, cool, and I don't even want to see it. That's not why I use Twitter. Mick D09 gifts a member. Thank you so much. Zubair gifts a member. Takes us to 18. We're trying to get feed in the room. Mark Clark's Nathan, goes to Nathan, and he goes to Citizen Matt. Like, I don't use Twitter to be a punching bag of. That's just not what I'm there for. I'm there to be like, here's a funny clip, or here's me streaming, or here's a highlight from one of my streams, and.
I gotta make a bunch of warp cells.
If people want to treat it like a platform,
antimatter housing and antimatter.
I'm just not interested in that. Like, it's people think that criticism is defamatory slander and name calling, and I'm like, that's not criticism. Like, I had numerous people come in today and debate me, disagree with me. They didn't agree with my position, and you know what happened? We never once name called. We never once attacked each other, and it was a really enjoyable time. The one guy was constantly going back and forth with me. Thorn was constantly going back and forth with me. A 10 bomb from P-Dub H-Town. We've not had a big one yet today, and he drops it and takes us all the way to 28. That means he's also the agent of chaos. He rolls it over past 25. Thank you so much, P-Dub H-Town. We are trying to get Mark Miller in the door, and oh, I thought he got it. Never mind, that's Magic Dolphin. I saw the MA, and I was like, oh, I thought he got it. Come on! Feed, you better have that box checked, man. I swear, we're getting trolled. Never name called you though. What's your username on Twitter? What's your username? Is it Shooter Forever? I have no problem. I have no problem looking up your and let me guess. You deleted the tweet that I saw? Tried feed. I've had this happen before. I've had people who are like, "Oh, why'd you block me?" And then I go and I'm like, "Oh, okay, you deleted the tweet." I don't block people just to block people. If I'm on Twitter and I see a feed of people saying stuff and they say something nasty about me, I just instantly block them. I'm like, why would I let you follow me? I don't want to see what you have to say. It's pointless. You got to protect your peace, man, and people that put out toxicity. No, thank you. Yes, no. I'm starting to think the feed is in on this. He didn't allow gifts, so we keep trying. Lono is sending him a cut. I am not at all. I actually would prefer him to be on his usual
I think it's time to increase my inventory slots too. Got a lot of nanites for that mission. Suppose I could sell some. Construct a landing pad. I already did that, but okay.
What's your Twitter handle? I don't think I've ever misfired on a block. I've never misfired
Metal
on a block.
plating, ion battery, and microprocessor.
Like, okay, that's
Holy
what you
shit.
think of me, and then I just block them. It's that simple. I don't use the platform to get involved with the toxicity. I don't do it. Is that a Starfield shirt? You could consider it a Starfield shirt if you'd like. It's from Into the AM, and you can use my code over there and stack a discount right now. You're taking
There
an
we go.
same as here. All right, hang on. Shooter Forever. Go to Shooter Forever. Hang on. Shooter Forever. No, I'm not seeing you. I went to @Shooter Forever, brother. I don't see you. People, it doesn't have anybody named that. What's your @? I don't see you at that @ what? Why can't Feed use his original account? I don't know. I don't know what happened. Alejandro says, Shooter Forever trying to delete that tweet real fast. That's what I'm saying. Shooter for the W. Okay, so you are Shooter for the W. Blocked. You tweeted on October 6th. Okay, you were shouting me out in some tweets and saying I know what I'm talking about. Yeah, this right here. This right here. I said, Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty changed my mind, and you replied with that Spider-Man is not an RPG. That's why I blocked you. There's that whole toxic group of people
Fucking
that
idiot.
constantly come at me and give me crap about a clip that was ripped out of context. So you're doing the same thing. I just thought you were a troll. Oh man, dude, Cyberpunk changed my mind. What, that Spider-Man's not an RPG? Lol, lol. Like, come on. You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. That's not a misfire. You deserve a block for that. I don't use Twitter for that nonsense.
How do I find electromagnetic ground
You're running in circles
with
that
the
rip
surveyor?
me out of context and misrepresent me. Why would I want to interact with you?
Oh, I don't have that special. Okay, I need survey scanner upgrades. Okay.
Sounds like a crabby troll, but still a troll. That's what I'm saying. I unblocked you, but come on. You know exactly what you're doing when you do that. The lack of self-awareness in some people to misrepresent me, false frame me, make fun of me, and be like, I don't understand why he blocked me. He must be too sensitive. It's like, no, it's because you're gross. I don't want to be around people like that. Like, you just self-reported. You're not a nice person. I don't associate with people like that. I don't. I can go back and forth and joke and laugh and ha-ha, but to constantly misrepresent and slander and name call somebody and then be like, I don't know why I got blocked. Like, the lack of self-awareness is like, come on, bro. come on.
Not
I
Telemon.
don't use Twitter. for
Okay.
that. I don't. I've never clapped back. I've never insulted anybody. I've never fired back. I don't use the platform to do that. I don't use my channel to do that. So the minute somebody takes it there, I'm like, I don't want anything to do with you. So when you did that, I thought, yep, this is that crew. Every day I tweet, they jump on my tweets, and they're like, is Spider-Man an RPG, bro? Jimmy Neutron? Why do I want to interact with you? Like, come on. That's toxic. I know where you're coming from. You're coming from, you know, a group of people that thinks it's fun to attack me. So, you know what I mean? And don't bring it here either. Don't bring it to my freaking doorstep. I'm trying to have a conversation about what is an RPG and have a good show. And you're like, why did I get blocked on Twitter?
Thought it was free speech.
Eugene says, the internet gave everyone a voice, but it did a terrible job telling everyone that no one's forced to hear that voice. Right. Come on. Oh, come on. It's in there. There it is. I clearly hang out with people who hate you and think it's funny, but I'd like to follow you so I can see what you say and tell them about it. We're cool, right? Spider-Man's an RPG thing just made me laugh. Listen, I'll be honest with you, Shooter Forever. When you get attacked as much as I've been attacked, my tolerance level gets really low. It does. It just gets really low. It's like every day I sent a tweet about my kids the other day, and I had people attacking me on it. Like, that's the world that we live in. That's the world we live in. I sent a funny tweet about my son and Star Wars. And there were at least 3 or 4 people that jumped on it and said something horrible. And it's like, because they don't like my opinions on video games. So the minute somebody does what you did, I'm like, get out of here. I don't want to see what you have to say. You're just one of those people chomping at the bit to take a chunk out of me. So, you know, I protect my peace and I move on. That net crack made me jump. It was in there. I could feel it. I could feel it. I was like, I'm going to get a good one. Gonna get a good one. All right, we're heading to this premiere in like 3 minutes. Will the trolls get to you? They don't get to me. That's why I block them. It's like, I don't want to see that every day. So it's just easy. It's like, okay, block, 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 block. And the funny thing is, you get less impressions.
You walk up the stairs, you got a
It's way
lamp
more effective
blazing right in your
mute,
fucking face.
and then you know they're going to be responding and getting angry and hurling hate, and then that gives you better impressions. I could literally farm impressions and farm their hate and make money, and I don't do that. Like, that's what I think is just so ironic about the whole situation. It's like, I could literally unblock everybody, mass unblock everybody, and just mute all of them.
Archives available?
And just farm your behavior and make money doing it. And I don't. Right? Like, calling me a grifter, that's what a grifter does. And I don't do that. I don't have any desire to do that. I don't do that here. And I'm not gonna
Interstellar
start doing it on
coordinates
Twitter.
acquired. Let's go.
It's not, I don't think it's the best use of the platform. If you want to use your platform well, I think the best thing to do is communicate, have conversations, have back and forth. I think that's one of the best things to do with these platforms. And I think that gets lost when it turns into, like, everything is a battle. And I'm like, this is perfectly in line with today's topic, right? I fight for the use of the term action RPG because I'm more concerned with clear communication. I would like to have a conversation with you. And if you're like, you can't say RPG, well, what the frick am I supposed to call this game then? If it's an action RPG, would you prefer me say it's an open world action game with RPG elements? So I have to say a longer sentence to not upset you? Like, that's, I think, why I'm focused on these things. Like, let's just have a conversation. Let's just have dialogue. And if you can't do that, then you're going to get bounced.
Oh, it's right up here.
In either places. Because I would much rather have a conversation with a smaller group of people than have a room full of people yelling at each other. So. All right, here we go. I'm going to put a link in chat. We are going to head to this video. Will the Nintendo Switch 2 have backwards compatibility? I will see you guys over there. I'll give some members when I get over there. Thanks so much for your support. Smash like on the way out here, and then smash like on the new video. I'll see you guys over there.
The fuck do you want? We offer a trade deal, friend. Your units or your life? Suck my dick. Suck my pussy. Where you at? Where's my mission at? Come on. Nice. Reached rank 8 for Starship bounties. Nice. Oh shit! Oh, I don't even have space for that. Yeah. I think I already got all the exocraft research I need. Maybe for the roamer, whatever it's called. What the fuck is it called? I already have all the upgrades for the roamer. They share upgrades. Let me see what other stuff we got going on. Recipes. The recipes. Dirty bronze, Herox, pure ferrite, pyrite, cobalt, phosphorus. Apply this augmentation at the upgrade. Also, I pretty much got everything for the exosuit. I'll get this, why not? Water jets. Oh, the building project's done in 30 minutes. I was just thinking about that. So I think whoever was, I don't know what happened with my stream. It just ended it. But they didn't copyright it. There's nothing to copyright, I guess, but I guess that's what you normally do. Still at 369. Not yet. I kind of want to spend my nanites at, I actually want to increase my cargo. Oh, I gotta save up money to buy a ship. I gotta do money quests. How to get money. What's the best way to get money? Yeah, if I can keep collecting salvageable data, that's really good for nanites. I don't have to worry about nanites too much. Missions can help out, but these are much easier.
brought you a little something.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, thank you, Sandy. That's good.
Spongy, I can't keep doing this. All the violence, all the shootings, the death that hangs around me, it smothers me. Now Krabs is talking about building bunkers underground to escape Karen. I just can't do this anymore. I'm leaving you, SpongeBob. I love you, but I'm leaving you.
Day without you now,
Take it easy, take it easy. What is up, guys? Welcome back to the drama. Today, I know you guys are gonna go say in the comments like you do every video, why
But I don't.
Salutations, everybody. It is Maddie here today, and are you ready to go back to 2023's critical darling Redfall, the lowest rated Xbox game in years? I sure am. So when I reviewed the game at the time the embargo lifted, I said that Redfall was Arcane's Fallout 76 moment. An inflection point for their team, as I thought they were gradually on that downward trajectory, and this marked their lowest point as a company, as a developer, and that they needed to bounce back moving forward from here. Now, I've also said multiple times on Defining Duke that as much as I would love to see a big comeback story for Redfall, just nothing within this game matches the DNA of Arcane, and they lost too much of the talent that made Arcane through making this game, and that it was best just to move on to the next project as soon as possible. And as we waited longer and longer for this massive update to hit Redfall that would deliver some promised features that were absent at launch, I was starting to feel more and more confident that, the team had just really moved on as soon as possible, which was, right after the game launched. So now, fast forward to today, and Redfall is here with its biggest update yet. Now, we did give the game a second chance around June-ish, July-ish, where we did talk about the big hot fixes that were coming to the game, and we played it in real time, and I showcased a lot of the game's still current issues. But in the spirit of fairness and open-mindedness, there is a massive update out for the game now that adds performance mode to the Xbox Series X and S consoles. It adds the ability to do melee takedowns. It apparently adds more encounters to the map. So the question is Redfall worth at least a download on Game Pass now? Is it worth playing? If you look at the Steam player count, not a lot of people are hopping in because no one wanted to spend money on this game. And if you look at the most played games on Xbox right now, you'll see a lot of first-party titles from Starfield to Sea of Thieves to Halo Infinite. You'll see day one Game Pass games like Lies of P, Warhammer 40k Darktide. All of these are making the cut, but there is no Redfall in here. So a lot of people, are they sleeping on it? Is it good? Is it bad? I dove in for you to find out. And yeah, let's talk. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, if you're new here and you're into Bethesda content, you're in the right place. Please consider subscribing. Let's start off with the general experience when I open the game up. So I'm playing on my already New Game Plus file with Eclipse difficulty. For those who don't know, Eclipse difficulty unlocks after you beat the game once. So this is the hardest difficulty. That'll be important later when I talk about AI and whatnot. But the first thing I wanted to test, like I think many others, is, okay, are there, enemies to encounter in the world? If you watched the video where I gave the game a second chance, I ran from one end of the map to the other, and very infrequently were there encounters. You could, if you really wanted to, go from point A to point Z and not see a single soul in Redfall, which is really bad for a co-op shooter game. That's kind of the whole heartbeat of the game, is to fight and kill vampires. So that was the first thing I wanted to test. Did they at least populate the world with encounters? And I can say, yes, absolutely they did. So at first when you exit the fire station, little nerve-wracking, encounters in the same spots, didn't really notice much of a difference. But as I got deeper and deeper into the map, I noticed there were little skirmishes, little pockets everywhere in between. And this is to the better of the game, because while I don't think Redfall is a good feeling shooter at all, at least this distracts you from a myriad of issues the game still has and can keep you in some sort of gameplay flow. That's part of the problem with Redfall, is there was just nothing engaging you. And I don't still find it a particularly engaging game at all, but at least you get to play the game. You're not just running around. And in a co-op game, I think this is especially important. Now, with that in mind, the other thing I had to check out were stealth takedowns. One of the first things I called out in my Redfall review
let's see those.
Launched was the absence of melee takedowns. To me, this was downright disgusting. And I don't mean to just kick a game while it's down again and again and again, but I can't believe this was just not priority one. Hey, we have stealth components. We should have stealth takedowns. We're Arcane. We're the stealth team. I don't know if this was an oversight, some sort of technical complication because game development's weird. I don't know. But the fact that it wasn't there and it wasn't figured out until now, to me, is all you really need to know to stay away from the game. The fact that it called itself a stealth game and there wasn't a stealth takedown. So what happens now is if you have a weapon with a stake on it, which many weapons do have it, you can slay an enemy, which is just a simple stab takedown from the back. It's no Dishonored where you hook right under their neck and stab them or choke them out. You can see the animations on their face and struggle, and it feels pretty advanced for its time. You don't get that here, and I'm, again, fine with that because it's a co-op game, it's an open world game, there's a lot more happening underneath the hood here, so I'm not expecting complete complexity here.
Looks fucking ass.
Yeah, it's just a simple stab takedown, but it's there. That's all I really ask for. But if you don't have a stake on the weapon, what's kind of weird is there isn't an answer to that. You still elbow him right in the booty. And the fact that there wasn't an answer for that, I don't know what to say. That you can only do stealth takedowns with your stakes. Why wasn't there just a hand stake weapon that we could just use for the melee takedowns is beyond me. I don't know if I sound like I'm nitpicking right now, but again, it just feels like it's speaking to the essence of this game, which is the bare minimum. Now, when I went on Twitter and saw this update was out, I gotta be honest with the Xbox community. I saw a lot of people saying, oh, this is it. This is a great update. It's a good time. It's a good play. And that piqued my interest. I went, okay, let me download this. If people are saying it's a good time, because I thought Redfall was pretty terrible, but also I played it before launch without any updates. All right, let's see what that's all about. And I need to be very clear and upfront with the Xbox fan. Y'all need to stop reaching hard for W's. You got one with Starfield. Starfield is a massive W. Relish in that, okay? But when it comes to Redfall, this is where I'm seeing the reaching right now, because this game is not, in my opinion, on the track to a redemption arc. Because unless they do, I'm talking a complete and total overhaul to the point of making a brand new game, which anything's possible in the modern age of gaming. I mentioned in a previous Cyberpunk video that even a game like Redfall technically isn't out of it, but I don't know if you look at the player counts, if it's worth the assets and the time and the money spent to go out and fix Redfall. Pete Hines has claimed that this game will be played for 10 years. I don't know if he's just trying to be kind to his fellow teammates, but when you look at the player count, there's just no business sense in keeping this team on this game. But to my original point is the Xbox fans reaching for the W. This game is still totally broken and rotten to the core, and I'm gonna have to run back some talking points from my review to hammer that home. Remember, one thing I talked about in my Deathloop review was the AI was awful. It was dumb, and in the first patch that came out after Deathloop, despite journalists saying that was part of the intent of the experience, yeah, the first update for Deathloop included fixes to the AI, to NPC pathing, all that fun stuff that, you know, makes stealth better. But point being is those problems carried right into Redfall. So one of the things that I was really looking out for in Redfall wasn't more enemy encounters, it was more intelligent AI. And wouldn't you know it, the first encounter I had, the AI T-posed and then just backstepped on me. There was one point where I was hiding behind a telephone post, and even though I was in plain sight, enemies couldn't see me. I have a theory on this, and this is gonna get a little game dev speaky, but I just want to explain what I think we're seeing here, because this also happened in a separate time during my second chance video. There was this one point that I was hiding behind a fence, but the fence had spaces in it and the enemy was clearly looking at me, and at first I was like, why can't they see me? But I think the idea and the way Redfall was built was anything with blocking volumes, collision detection, pretty much if you were to walk into something, it stops you, right? The idea I'm seeing here is if something has collision, then it can likely obscure you from view. So even though I'm sitting here behind this lamppost, clear as day, there's two guards walking up to me at one point, they still can't see me. I think it's because of that. It's those little bits of design that can lead to a stealth experience crumbling. It breaks my immersion when I'm sitting out in broad daylight underneath the light and they can't see me and they go, we'll find you, you better watch out, we'll find you. Like, listen to the NPC dialogue run on while this is happening was hilarious. And to me, with so many games nowadays, just looking at reviews, AI is one of the most overlooked components in gaming. It's what makes the experience click, and it's this finely tuned aspect that can make or break things. And in Redfall, it goes all the way to the end where it breaks it. I think if Redfall had at least competent AI, you could have something here. I will note that I think the vampire AI has improved. There was a long stretch of time since the game's launch where it would just sort of float in place and look at you and teleport all over, and it would look cool, but they were never a real threat. But I actually died, and granted I'm playing on the max difficulty available in the game, but it was nice to actually have the vampires be a threat, have a lot more health, and completely
I can fly from one side to
That's
the other
type of
now.
stuff that
Fucking
gets
nice.
moving, using your abilities, pulling your ultimates. But that goes back to what I said about the core of the game being rotten, and why I'm telling some Xbox fans to just not reach for every W out there, because when it comes to the core of the game, it still doesn't change the fact that whether you're playing solo or with friends, that they took the Corvo moveset or the Prey gadget set and broke it amongst 4 characters instead of making them feel fully fleshed out. So you feel like you just have one slice of pizza out of the entire pie. And that leads to, I think, an incomplete experience. There are things I still like about Redfall. Like, for example, I know it's very Fallout 4-ish, but I love how they make use of the items and the clutter you find in the environment, where when you pick it up, it turns into supplies. You can find weapons and salvage them right there before even looting them, so it keeps a good gameplay flow. Like, there are ideas there, while very minuscule ones, that could work in other titles that involve shooting and looting, especially that salvaging when you're looking inside a weapon box or whatever. So it makes, again, the loot flow better, so I'm not pausing and stopping the experience, I'm just going to the next area. There's still, unfortunately, no quest markers, so you still have to open the map, ping the area you want to go to, which has a quest marker on the map, but it doesn't show up on your map bar. Really weird stuff like this that's just been completely overlooked. This is why I'm saying that there's so many little problems that now some of them have been fixed here. But there are a myriad of other little problems here in Redfall that demand attention before you even get to the mountainous stuff, like storytelling. Redfall, I know people are going to say, I'm not here for a good story, but Arcane are great storytellers. When you look at Prey, even though I wasn't crazy about the ending, when you look at Mooncrash, oh my god. When you look at Dishonored 1 and 2, Death of the Outsider especially is a phenomenal finishing act to that wonderful trilogy of games, which I hope actually gets a legit third entry like it's rumored to get. When you look at that, they're good storytellers. So to get this literal Fallout 76 style story where you just stand there and watch silhouettes in place and there's no cutscenes and they're just slideshows, Redfall is still not great. And I don't think everyone's trying to sell it like it's an amazing game, but I definitely see people trying to sell it like it's fixed and there's no problems with it. And that's where I have to be that guy and kind of come in and say, look, I appreciate the optimism. If it looks cool to you, I'm not going to sit here and tell you don't give it a shot, but I'm going to warn you at least, don't let the Twitter streets start to sway you into the idea that this is going to be a brilliant experience for you. And especially when it comes to co-op, and I need to fully disclose, I did do an ad for this game, but I'm saying this as just a legit talking point. When you get a fun co-op game like Warhammer 40k Darktide in Game Pass that works as intended now, and then you get a broken co-op game like Redfall, I mean, there's just other good co-op games available on Xbox for you without any additional charge. So I just think right now in such a competitive time where there's so many games coming out, we have Spider-Man coming up, even if you're not in the PlayStation ecosystem, you have wonderful games I've been playing. You can see the Asus ROG Ally behind me. I've been playing Lies of P on that through Game Pass. It's just, there's amazing games like that. Payday 3 is fixed. There's another co-op experience that works great. To me, just right now in the year of 2023, we don't have time for this type of stuff. Like, you gotta be on your A game when you come out nowadays. That's how it's become, that's how it is, and I appreciate the comeback story of something like Cyberpunk, but that's a rare example, right? To me, that's a rare example. And I admire Arcane for hanging with this and getting this update out, but I hope this kind of marks the end. Like, okay, job's done, deliver the extra characters, there will be a couple of updates with it, but to me, I hope that most of their team is working on whatever's next for them, because they need to start recruiting the talent that made Arcane, because this is not their future. And with a sub 50 player count on Steam, I don't know who we're really supporting with this, who wants to spend their money on it. You might get a Game Pass sub or two out of it just to kind of try it out, and if they hang with this for years, kudos to Bethesda, because they've done it twice between 76 and Redfall. But when you look at now with Microsoft in the back pocket and with Starfield out in the mix, it signals to me that there's like this stabilizing force within Bethesda now, and we don't have to go chase the live service crap that practically killed all our teams, from Machine Games to Arcane to Bethesda Game Studios.
Yeah, I really
And we
think
can
I
just
want a
go ahead
roamer.
and do our traditional single player stuff that made Bethesda such a loved company. So yeah, not to just dog on Redfall for an entire video again. The update does bring some much needed
Not
changes,
sure yet.
but it's still not a
Minutes
good game.
Arcane
Like, it's
is
still a very
really
bad
good.
game. It's still one of the
This thing
worst
is so
games of the
fucking
year.
nice.
It just works
And
a
I'm
little
traveling
bit more
pretty
as
fast, too. I'm
intended. It's a
fucking
little less
flying.
buggy, but the AI is still broken to the point where
I don't have to worry about
know
getting caught in the
why anyone would
ground.
want to spend their time
This
on
thing is
this. So
great. Never
I just
mind.
wanted to go ahead
Not
and
gonna
deliver my
switch.
thoughts on the new update, so you didn't have to go and install it or hopefully not purchase it. Yeah, it's definitely better. There's definitely good changes there, but it's definitely not something that you're going to want to spend money on or time on, in my opinion, still. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, go ahead and fire away down below. Have you tried out the Redfall update? Let me know what you're thinking. Other than that, be sure to follow me on Twitter, follow me on Instagram. Those links are in the description down below. And a big thank you to all the patrons, all the members who continue to support the heck out of the content here. Stay sexy, stay active. I love you all. Peace.
Let's go. God, this thing goes so fucking high. I love this shit. Oh my fucking god. Alright, we gotta find... Yeah, we went out real far. We're gonna have to find a new... Let's hit that knowledge stone. Bucket some knowledge. Guess about time we start collecting some more carbon. We got pure ferret. We've been using a lot of carbon. Gotta re-up. Alright, buried technology, where are you at? Damn, we must have went far out. Fucking stripped half this planet already. Let's get that selenium. There's some good music. Buried tech? Oh shit. Startup over there. Ew, this song's kind of weird. A little funky. How much ferrite do I have? 7,000. I have a shit ton now. I'm almost filled up. I gotta get more hydrogen. Always need more hydrogen. Those little fucking crystals. Holy shit, this thing is deep. What the fuck? What the fuck? I can't go underground anymore. I'm at the deepest. Are you gonna let me collect it? No? Fuck off. Wait, I've been here before. What the fuck? That's why this fucking... Wait, I made this hole. But I've been down here before. I got that machinery. What the fuck? This game really needs a map. I'm going to the same exact fucking areas. This compass shit really doesn't help. It makes it worse. It just makes everything confusing. I don't want to talk to you, fucking asshole. Fuck off. Glad you're having fun, though. Oh my god, I need to go further away from my base. Holy shit. Still haven't gone far enough. Get the fuck out of here, man. Get away from my crystals. Fucking dumbass crabs. Yeah, I got this whole fucking area. Buried tech module. Let's get that one.
Ryan Litzel.
There we go. Oh, we got a monolith over there too. my glasses are? Fuck. Oh, okay. All right, let's keep going. Fucking pussies. Get the fuck over here. Oh shit, didn't mean to do that. Come on, collect the plants, bro. Woo! Alright. Hopefully I collect these sacks. Alright, where did he die? Let's get that, the fuck? I have my special gloves though. And hazardous substance. Certain. Okay, whatever. I already collected these. Okay, I'm dumb. Okay, makes sense. More buried tech, okay. Perfect. You know, let me hit up that sentinel nest. Where the fuck are they? Goddamn pussies. Nah, I'll do the buried tech module. Fucking, I'll do them later. Where's the buried tech module? Up there. What the fuck? Jesus Christ, what the fuck is it doing up there? Ha! What? Okay, I could reach. Okay, I can grab it with the Minotaur. Okay. It's kind of nice up here. Let's go. Woo! Holy shit. Oh, it's not even buried. It's right here. Alright, Sentinel's not fucking with me. Perfect. Where was my marked tech, buried tech? Where the fuck did it go? Let's get the knowledge stone. Excuse me.
Christmas demon, here to bathe you in my royal.
What the fuck? Wait, where'd the Sentinel hideout go? There it is. God. My neighbor is such a fucking asshole. Her dog keeps pissing by my front door. She told me once, she was like, "Oh, sorry, my dog pees at your front door." This bitch keep letting that motherfucker keep pissing my door. Stop it. I got a cat, bitch. I got a cat now. I actually have to fucking verbally tell her, stop letting your dog piss at my fucking door. How fucking stupid can people be? God damn. Like fucking children. Fucking one old bitch and her fucking dumbass daughter. Grown-ass woman. Jesus fucking Christ. Fucking hate people. Oh, I got my cat some snacks. Hey, yo, Bleedy! I got you some snacks. Come on. Don't Chlorine? Where the fuck am I getting chlorine? Oh. I'll take it. Oh, this is double tech. Hold up. Triple. What the fuck? Oh, that's my Sentry. Oh, it caches with it. Okay, I thought it was more double fairy tech. Oh, we got a ton up here. Hold on. 350, 290. Bro, get the fuck out of my way. I'm trying to tag this shit, not talk to you. Oh, what is with this sad ass shit? Get the fuck out of here. Looking for chill music, not sad music. That's not chill. Jesus, the playlist slowly got depressing.
Mil.
Ventano!
Alright, you guys have been patient enough.
Ventano, hey, hey, hey. What are you doing here with your fat cock out?
Certified Lover Boy from Champagne Poppy. Here we go. Here's the first thing I wanted to. Are you ready? Here we go. Amazing. Incredible. Fantastic. Incredible. We're gonna just do this. Here we go. There we go. That's what we want. That's what we want right there. Now I'm going to notify everybody on Twitter. So anybody coming in is going to be like, what the fuck? Now that people are coming in, act cool. Act cool. Now that people are coming in, act cool. Act cool. Now that people are clicking on it, act cool. Okay? Act cool now. Act like it's not even there. Act like it's not even there. Act like, what are you talking about? That's the cover. Let's listen to this new Drake record. Drake, Certified Lover Boy.
Certified Lover Boy.
Undoubtedly going to change the game. Brand new LP with 21 songs, an hour and 26 minutes, and they said the new Kanye was too long. We knew this Drake record was going to be long as fuck. Without any further ado, I think we should just get into the record. Love the cover art. If some of you guys have seen it.
I gotta look for some upgrades for the analysis visor. Hostile vector detected.
It's really unique cover.
Do I need my ship? Oh, fuck me!
Artful of Drake to do that art. Champagne Poetry is going to be the opener of the record.
Oh shit!
See exactly what,
I'm coming, you fucking
Drake
assholes!
Bringing to the table. Bam.
They're attacking all the animals. Fuck!
I've been hot since the birth of
Causing they're for ecological disaster. They're not even here for blood. They just hate the planet. You fucking dipshit, suck my nuts. Fuck your mom, fuck your hot cousin. Where's your boy at? just one. Where's my Minotaur at? Where the fuck
Yeah.
is my Minotaur?
Charges being labeled, we'll see what they. If money's all I need in my grave, then bury me now. Can't even RIP and show my remorse at all. My parents' divorce is on me. My therapist will move is like rolling dice on a board. Perfect time to give me 25 more.
Certified mid boy, certified lesbian boy. Yo, it's fucking chat. I don't know why, but I just love toxic chats. Yeah, I just love seeing fucking haters in the chat. In a funny way, like this. They're just clowning the record.
Okay, first track there, Champagne Poetry. You know, I see a lot of people being negative toward it in chat, but I don't really agree. There were some kind of, you know, awkward transitions, and I will say that it did start to drag on at the end. It wasn't a strong finish. You know, it kind of felt like more of a trail off than, you know, like a formal ending. But with that being said, I liked a lot of Drake's bars. I liked the somewhat melodramatic tone of the song. I liked how tragic and weight of the world on my shoulders, a lot of his, you know, wordplay kind of felt. I thought it had a kind of moody attitude that I sunk into pretty easily. I liked the mostly drumless and heavily
Alright, let's get some survey modules.
I thought it was a
Very
cool start.
tech.
You know, again, I think he could have gotten
Nothing in that direction.
everything sounding a lot tighter and a lot more potent with a shorter runtime. I don't know if he needed to drag it out this long, but I don't think it was a bad start to the record. I don't think it was a bad song at all. And I will say, going into this LP, as much as I have been kind of breaking, you know, Drake's balls and the balls of Drake's fans, you know, keep in mind, like, I don't anticipate to hate this record. It's a long LP. I've heard a lot of negative stuff about it. I've heard a lot of positive stuff about it. And frankly,
How
I've
much
heard some very
salvageable
positive
data
stuff
do I
about it
have?
from people whose music opinions, hey, thank you for the sub. appreciate it.
22.
I've heard some very positive stuff about
That's
it. behind
okay.
the scenes
Let's
from
see what
some
I can do
people
with
whose music
nanite
opinions I take
clusters.
very seriously.
I'll fly over there and
I'm
fuck it up.
hoping to be kind of impressed here. So, Champagne Poetry, I don't think is an awful
Hello,
start.
friend.
I'm not, you know,
Hello,
hating the intro to this record.
Laylap.
I could get down with a curious intro, depending on whether or not, you know, the heat comes immediately after, and I don't think that was a bad one. Drake has done, you know, very long, multi-phased intros before, Tuscan fucking leather. So, you know, I think this intro, even if I wasn't crazy about the ending, is very much in his wheelhouse. I didn't mind it.
I'm here, boys.
I thought, especially the first whole section.
I wonder if I
before the
shut
beats
these
was-
sentinels
I love
down,
it.
they
Could've
won't
written that
appear
for
on the
you, yeah.
planet anywhere
All right,
else.
Poppy's Home is the next track. Let's get going.
Or is this just like a fun little boss fight?
Get your money up, but turn me up. That's how I know you never seen the top. I looking like Magic City parking lot.
Let me run that line back again.
You said I'm a top?
Never seen the top or never seen a top? What kind of top? Drake? I'm just kidding. I do like this track so far, though.
And I'm boy, what? And I'm coming with the wop? He's topping with the wop. Oh shit. Certified top boy. Certified bottom boy? I got a shitload of nanites for fucking this place up. Nice.
Not a Nicki verse, though? Not a Nicki verse?
Look me in the eyes, Junior.
Okay. I mean, all right. I mean, generally, I liked the production on that one. I liked the flow. I liked that vocal passage on the back end. I guess just like from the Nicki section onward, I just felt like there could have been more. There could have been something. There could have been more development, but it just kind of trailed off toward.
Nice. Sentinels currently
somewhat
disabled.
inconsequential ending. Outside of that, though, I did like the
Perfect.
track. I mean, I'm not trying to, you know, suck the record's dick or anything. I'm kind of vibing to it so far. I'll go hard on it when I feel like it's appropriate, but I feel like so far it's okay.
Get hard.
I feel like if you guys are hating this so far, you're gonna be in for a rough fucking ride when the songs get awful, you know, because there's probably gonna be at least a couple like absolutely terrible tracks, and if this is like the worst thing in the world to you, I don't know, man. It's, you're in for a rude awakening. Girls Want Girls with Lil Baby.
So I get
let's see why girls want
330
Let's see.
nanite clusters?
Whoa, hey.
I think it's way more than that.
Hey, girl.
No.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, what? No. Yeah, I think it's more than I get 330. Oh, yeah, so I think that's the actual number. It's not that bad, I guess. I don't know.
No.
I don't know.
No. No. No, God, no. What the fuck? You know, I've seen people post in this bar all day. And I just was not ready to hear it. All right, let's keep going.
Can I play a player, baby? I grew up with Drake, wasn't something they just gave away.
1300. That's not that bad, but I think I could do way better with missions. It's decent though. That's not bad. All my pretty bitches, they ugly.
You know, not for nothing, and you know there were some like bars in the Baby verse that were kind of corny, but I feel like he was only backing up the corniness of the song to begin with. I guess all I want to say here is I feel like Lil Baby was probably like rapping too hard for what the song was requiring. You know what I mean? Like he outshined the fuck out of Drake on the song. He outshined the fuck out of Drake on the track. But I feel like it's like, man, you really went like above and beyond the call for this ass fucking song. Like
ass fucking?
How Lil Baby got up the energy to even like bring what he brought on that track is beyond me. I don't know how he just came through and was like, you know what? I'm gonna rap like my life depends on it on this track. Okay. I'm sorry. That song is probably going nowhere fast. I don't know if we need to hear the rest of the song. Honestly, like with that track, obviously the sentiment of the song and a lot of Drake's bars on that track sucked. They sucked ass. They were annoying. They were gross. But I'm not even as not into that as I am not into the beat was really one-dimensional, bland synths, boring rhythms, totally unimaginative, just awash in this really forgettable atmosphere, absolutely like no soul to this instrumental. It's like the most elevator background fucking boring trap, lifeless instrumental bullshit you know, I've heard on a major project all year. And on top of that, Drake is just like doing nothing with it, doing nothing on top of it. There's like no oomph, there's no emotion. It's just kind of a little moody. He does kind of bring something to the table when he starts to, you know, like you kind of jump into that more nasally and
Sack Venom, upgrading and trading. Should I keep that or sell? That's a lot of fucking money.
There is a little more something
600K.
there, but like outside of that, there's like no charisma or
I'll sell that shit.
Energy to this song at all. And
Album and Pearl. This is all so valuable.
Of the track
Holy
is kind of
shit.
cheeky and you know, kind of flirty.
Enriched carbon for 600.
You know, a little preposterous. You figure that attitude would come through in the performance, but it like absolutely doesn't.
Gold? Get the
like,
fuck back in here. What are you doing?
Something that was 10 times more boring, or something that there was like no implied humor to whatsoever with the way they're delivering, but the energy just seems off. You know, again,
Sack Venom.
There are some cringe bars on the track.
I'm gonna sell that shit.
It just sounds like to sound this boring this early on the record is a sin. To sound this sinfully boring, I feel like is really the track's greatest issue, honestly. Because you know, honestly, if you told Danny Brown to like rap a verse about like, I don't know, eating pussy with some chick, it'd probably come out
Walker
funny,
Brain. Do I put
you know?
Walker Brain in here?
But like when Drake's doing, he's
I'll
like,
put that
hey,
in
let's
with the
do
tech.
this, but with as little energy as possible. And why? Aren't you an entertainer? Aren't you supposed to be entertaining people, not boring people to death? I don't know. All right, in the Bible, with Lil Durk and Giveon. Lil Durk's been having a moment as of late. Excuse me. Vocals a little tired. Has been having a moment as of late. I'm looking forward to what he does on this record for sure. And I do like some of the vocals I've been hearing from Giveon as of late. Let's see if they have some chemistry on this one.
Body damn, the things just start to pop. None of the niggas, how them niggas love you now? Lay your ass down, and that liquor don't say that in the Bible. Ain't no, okay, okay.
Coochie and Poochie deep in the budget. I'm Muslim, I go back around.
Coochie and Poochie?
The features
Coochie,
are
Coochie,
fucking saving this shit like it's the whales.
I'm just promoting her shit.
I mean, granted, it doesn't save the song, you know, overall, because it's like the production is still boring. Drake still kicked the entire track off, just, you know, sounding like a fucking snoozer. But, like, Drake's features must really want it, must really be happy to be here. Or must, you know, just see their opportunity to stand out is really easy, because how could you fucking not? Like, the beats are lifeless, and Drake isn't exactly, you know, starting things off with a bang. He sat, you know, frankly, I know you guys hated, like, what, the first two tracks on the record for the most part. But he sounded way better. Drake sounded way better on the first two tracks of this record than he has for these two most recent tracks.
A good girl inside, still want me.
Can I refine
All right. I'm kinda tired of
my
being haunted by
silicone
these
in
fucking
anything?
ghost samples.
Probably not.
Great features, but boring Drake, boring production.
I can make it in the
Comatose, lifeless
glass.
Fucking everything.
I'll fuck with that. I'll fuck with some glass.
Only 4 songs in, and I don't want to be right, but I feel like so far this is just.
I'm gonna process it in
indicative
my
of
bag.
Everything that I've been saying about Drake shit since Views. He's just not trying. He's not trying. He doesn't care as much. I don't know. He's not focused. He's not hungry. He's not anything. He's fucking sleepy. Now this next track,
Previously,
Love All, with Jay-Z, I want this to be fire. You're going toe-to-toe with a legend here. Come on, let's pick it the fuck up, please. For the love of Christ.
Ready to Die.
Like, and I'm not just looking for Jay to bring a good verse here, because I'm sure Jay's verse is going to be fine. I want Drake to meet the moment of being on a song with Jay. But I have a feeling that once again, because this is Drake's house, he's going to feel like, I'm just going to lay here in my bathrobe and just...
Never had a lot, niggas turned their back on me for no good reason. Pouring out my soul and it might sound for good reason. Never had a lot, just grab the top spot like part of my reach.
Niggas want to kill me and y'all still with them. Nigga, best thing I could do is not build with you. And I know where the fuck you live. Nigga, we don't tennis that. Y'all gotta do something. Niggas want sympathy after they want to end me. But the value,
Never had a lot, this is all I...
Jay-Z's knees are crackling from carrying this fucking song. You know, I didn't really mind Drake's lyrical content on that track. He was pretty focused on these themes of betrayal, feeling isolated, feeling lonely, not feeling like he has a whole lot of friends in the industry. You know, it's a point he keeps harping on in a lot of his music. It's something he's harped on for quite a bit over the years. And I wonder if...
Got all my shit popping off. Let's go.
Ponder the reality of that.
I'm a refining
how lonely
god.
is it at the top for Drake right now? And if it is as lonely as he's portraying...
Well, I'm more of a
how
refining...
prolonged loneliness. Is he just, like, really depressed right
Teenage
now?
Mutant Ninja
Is he just,
Turtle.
like, tired?
Like student.
Is he
I'm
just
learning.
sad? Is he just not feeling very good?
Nutrient
I mean,
processor.
if that's the case, I empathize for the guy.
Do we have any...
I
Oh,
hope he
shit, I
finds
forgot my
friends.
base. I forgot my
I hope he
supplement. I gotta make
comes to this
decisions.
place where he's
I got
less
people to take
lonely.
care of.
But again, if that
I'm a
is
dad
the case,
now.
Maybe it's impacting his
Fuck.
mood. Maybe it's
I forgot my
impacting
kids
his mood.
in the car with the
Maybe
with
he's
the
desperately
with the
trying
window
for his
up.
music.
We're in LA and it's fucking
Maybe
hot. They're
Drake is
dying inside.
desperately
One of my
trying to
kids
become
died already. They're trying to
unfamous
resuscitate him.
for our ears.
Fuck.
And he's just trying really hard. He's like, I don't know what the fuck to do. I'm trying as hard as I can to become less famous so I can get some friends. But every time I put out a new record, I just get more famous no matter what I do. What am I doing wrong? I literally put out a
Certified sad
compilation
boy.
of extras.
Yo, this fucking chat. Maybe he has to be the underdog and the goat can't reconcile.
I put out a playlist with my dad on the cover. I give you one bloated record
Certified
after another
lonely
and you love
boy.
it anyway. What do you want me to do? Do I need to give you a 3-hour album of Boris?
Oh shit!
I don't know, man. I don't
Jesus.
know. You know, it's perplexing. You know, again,
Certified
if Drake
caca boy.
is unhappy and suffering from all of the isolation and everything, and you know, feeling like he doesn't have real friends.
Where do
and
I
just wanna
build
hang
this?
around
Where was
and
the where was the
people
shit
asking
that I
him
was
stuff all the
building for you
time.
guys?
Maybe that's true, and I feel for the guy if that's what he's going through, and I hope he can find a point where he's happy and maybe a little
Am I
more
done?
energized
I did it?
with his music at some point, you know.
Did I do
because,
it?
He's not.
Hey, it looks like I did it.
it.
Hey, hey, what's
know,
popping on for me?
When, especially when
Oh
comparing stuff to
shit!
the two,
Nice.
Nothing was the same.
You got
Take
refiners.
care,
You got a bunch of
mixtape
port.
Drake.
What the fuck is this?
Mixtape Drake.
Man's building
was so
a
inspired,
fucking
was so passionate.
a
Was
quantum
actually, in my opinion, a real certified
super
lover
quantum
boy.
computer.
There's nothing to me that rings as
Flushing
lover boy on this so
coolants?
far. There's
Oh,
nothing
that's
about it
what
that's
you're
fun
doing.
Or flirty or
All right, keep it up.
sexy, The least bit appealing.
Nice,
You know,
nice.
be honest with yourself.
That's
if you're,
like
if you're a
a
woman in chat.
It was a
listening to this
power
message,
facility or some
like,
shit.
you wanna
Power
go hang
tower.
out with Drake at the penthouse so he could like, what, cry in your lap all night? Because that's all that it sounds like is going to fucking happen if
Construction
if you're-
opportunity.
You know, if what's happening on this record is accurate. You just want Drake crying in your lap the whole night? Like, listen, let me tell you, if you go out with Drake at the penthouse, you're not going anywhere. There's nowhere to go. Drake's just going to be
60%
crying in the robe all night.
Approve of the
Drake does
coolant
not want to go
mill.
out. He's not feeling good. Next track is Fair Trade with Travis Scott.
I'm smelling my fingers because I
mean,
use a piece of
again,
tissue to dab the
expectations on
little
the
liquid
song set
outside my
high.
door. And I'm just paranoid that I got dog piss on it. No, it smells like my soap. My soap just smells like dog
Drake and
piss.
Scott had a great crossover.
Approve the tower,
If
the
you're reading
coolant
this
mill.
too
We
late,
need that.
Let us not also forget.
We need
these are
that.
the two that brought us Sicko fucking Mode.
Fuck your
So I'm
happiness.
hoping
We need production.
with
We
those
need
past
money.
successes,
You guys are suffering.
we
I'm here to
see
fix it.
some chemistry once again.
Motherfuckers want to dance.
Let's see.
453 a day. Oh my god, we're no longer in debt. Holy shit.
I mean, instrumentally and vibe-wise, it's so stereotypical.
Do I get
Drake,
any of that money?
and he may have even
Oh no,
used
no,
this
wait, no,
for
no,
it
no,
before,
no. It's got to go into the
But it doesn't matter. It's like
I probably
5
got
times
any.
more
I probably get
expensive.
anything like left over after community cost. I'll probably take a little bonus.
Honestly, like
Probably like a
what
solid
matters about losing friends is
100k
losing
units.
friends.
Little skim off the top. Once I get everything together, they still have poison water, highly radioactive, atmosphere of suspicion. All right, so where's that building facility? Fuck, where is it? God damn it. Bad. I really wish you guys would put a fucking marker on the building that I need to fix.
Nice. Hell yes, Travis Scott, Fortnite, McDonald's, PlayStation.
Century, are you?
Mr. Needle
No, you're just standing in the middle of nothing. You fucking asshole.
He went dicko mode on that. Okay, all right. I thought that was the strongest track so far. I like that one a lot.
Where
Travis
is the
did take a little bit to get
production
going,
tower?
and his lyrical showing was not
There it
like
is.
the best, but I loved the beat switch. I loved how subtle, but also I loved how subtle the change was. But when the change was like
Coolant
in
mill,
full
basic
effect,
structure.
it was great.
280
His flows
magnetized
over that change
ferrite.
were fantastic. Just love
There
the
you
vibe
go.
of the track
How long is
overall.
that gonna take?
Drake
An
was
hour?
low key, but he still brought
Alright,
a
we can
little
make
bit
some
more
food
energy
come
than
back.
he's been bringing so far, and that losing friends and finding peace line is, you know, undeniably an earworm. And yeah, you know, I thought his bars on the track weren't that bad either. Best track so far. Best track so far. And you know, keep in mind, I did pretty much like the first two, but you know, that was the first one I think I have some stronger feelings for sure.
Catch your
All right,
feelings.
next.
Feelings,
Way Too
Fentanyl?
Sexy with Future and Young Thug. I'm hoping maybe we're building up some momentum here. Maybe we're going to pick things up on this record around the midpoint. Maybe with Future and Young Thug on the track, there will be cause to go a little bit harder, a little bit more energized, you know?
He's really trying to motivate the chat in there.
Way too sexy.
Too sexy for
The
my
Right
shirt.
Said Fred sample. The Right Said Fred sample.
The beat is fire.
I don't know what drove that, but listen, if Kanye can have the glob 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 glob, Drake can have the Right Said Fred. I don't care. I just want the song to turn out good.
Yeah, I'm too sexy for this.
Oh no. Does it play for the whole fucking song? Does it play for the whole fucking track? Is it literally is it the whole fucking song it plays? Are you fucking kidding me? It's not just the intro?
Too sexy for your girl. I'm too sexy for this chain.
No wife about it. I'm a fucker.
I pop out, get ghosts on a bitch.
I'm sorry. I can't wipe this look off my face right now. This look is stuck on my face right now. I'm sorry.
My dogs are my niggas.
My nose is starting to hurt, but I can't get out of this reaction.
Magnetized ferrite. I want to make some of that next. Sodium nitrate. I'm gonna start some of that.
I like the beat on that one. Energy was higher. Thugger verse was cool. Future did his thing. Fit into the track pretty seamlessly. But just the sample, the refrain, the whole Drake verse, in my opinion,
sodium magnetized ferrite.
trash. Just goofy idea for a fucking song. Not cool at all. Whack, corny. The Metro housing bar was fucking corny. Of course you have to send them back, Drake, because it's a school night. Of course. Like, just whackness from front to backness. I don't really have anything else to say. Okay, let's just move on to TSU. Hoping this is better. Hoping this is better. Hoping this is better. Okay. Ba-bam.
We back. What's up, ladies? What's up in Bay City?
Oh, is this the one with the R. Kelly interpolation? Is that the one here? Okay.
She used to dance, but she went alone. Daddy's not around, mama's definitely not around. She got a big.
It's kind of a really creepy bar from Drake. About
I could be your
daddy
daddy
not being around
and
everything.
fuck you like a dad.
I'll just say that.
Plan, but she just ain't had time to write it down. Oh, yeah. Why you wanna?
I feel like my brow.
Why you wanna act like you
I
don't
feel like
want my
I've
dick in your
furrowed
ass?
my brow so many fucking times over the.
How do I make
last-
phosphorus
like,
again?
How long has it been?
Dioxide
I feel like
and
I've been from
ferrite.
just doing this.
Let me see.
I'm just constantly like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I feel like I'm just giving myself a headache from just constantly trying to figure out
Phosphorus.
what the fuck is going on.
I'll take some of that.
Christ. Ugh.
Glass, phosphorus, sodium nitrate.
Girl, you know what I did.
I don't know. That was kind of weird. In some ways, it reminded me of some of the atmospheric, multi-phase moments from Nothing Is the Same, or Nothing Was the Same, but not quite like the punch there. He had that narrative going where, obviously he's like obsessing over this young dancer who's in obviously not the best situation, sympathizing and wanting
Gotta
to
put some
help, but
pure ferrite in here.
simultaneously,
Hold
like,
on.
Given the context,
Gotta make
of
some magnetized shit.
numerous things, does seem a little stalkery, or maybe a little
Stalkery.
voyeuristic. I guess I'm still kind of making sense.
A little
of
rapey.
how I,
Just
how I
a
feel
little
about
bit.
the lyrics and the narrative of the song overall, but just like sonically, it's another snoozer. And the beat switch wasn't even really all that strong. It just seemed like kind of tacked onto the whole thing. And I'm just not really crazy about that one either. And I think that weird.
I think I ought to start increasing my inventory space now too.
In too deep.
Because I really want to keep all the
Another song
primary
featuring Future.
resources on me.
Let's see where this one goes. Got some big, chunky guitar riffs. Yeah, exactly. Jail at home. It's Jail at Home.
When I see you, wait till your ends. You a little post-so baby. Show you just what I want. Pop that shit.
Pop that dick.
With everything that we just heard, would that just be considered an intro? Because you know, given the title, this is the song. Was that whole just like a first half of the song intro or something? Like with what? Okay. I mean, thank you.
I've got some
honestly everything after
bad
the beat switch I was
thickness.
fine with. If it was just kind of condensed down to that track, it'd be pretty cool. I mean, Drake obviously didn't shine as much as Future during that portion of the track, but it wasn't bad. You know, again, a little Travis Scott-esque, but not awful. Next track, Pipe Down. We're officially sort of around the midpoint of the project finally. Let's.
Can I make uranium?
Keep going. I don't know what. God, where's my brain gonna be after this record is over?
I'm working on dying.
Said you belong to the street.
See if I can make uranium.
You could never tell nobody that you held me down. I can't believe you put it on your mother's line. Look at me, he fell off twice. And
Honestly, this was kind of a highlight for me. It was kind of a highlight. I mean, that may feel like a very kind of familiar, angry, fed up in a relationship that I feel like is kind of thankless Drake. And it's a little toxic, granted.
Phosphorus and
but,
ferret dust.
Honestly, it was more engaging than a lot of what's been happening up until this point. Especially on the vocal end. I thought there were some standout
So I
parts
do
too.
have a lot of the
Massive
materials
back
that I
pockets.
need that I can either buy in the terminal.
Oh, that was
Ferret
pretty
dust,
sick.
cobalt.
I like that track quite a bit.
I have my
Not
dioxide.
like the most mind-blowing thing I've heard
salt,
all year, but very good for this
copper.
record. And
I get plenty of Nugem.
a couple of heads above.
I'll keep getting cobalt and ferret dust.
80% of everything thus far, so I don't know. I can't complain about that one. Yebba's Heartbreak is the next one. Let's give it a spin.
Much better than I show.
I need some of this chocolate because
Put my dick in your hole.
dry. This album is dry.
Swear to you, I do.
It was a gorgeous interlude. Not going to deny that. I mean, again, it's just kind of an interlude, but it's still a nice moment. All right, no friends in the industry.
no friends in the industry, you don't know me more than that. Yeah, no friends in the industry. Whoa, I was known for snapping when I checked. I had to draw the line between my brothers, get something back. But you really ain't my people. Yeah, niggas so offensive knowing they don't have it laps. I've been doing it for a long time. By association.
I got energy. Got a lot of energy.
Go.
I mean, I like it. I think it's an improvement. It's an improvement over much of everything else here. But I mean, it's not like we haven't heard this kind of song before from Drake. You know what I mean? I got enemies, got a lot of enemies. Which I love that track. I mean, it's a great track. And that's probably why I like this one as well. It just didn't have as strong as a chorus, you know. But again, it was fine for Drake, okay in the grander scheme of things, and great for this record. Like more than halfway in.
Let's get some
in this
uranium
song,
on us.
which is by no means, you know, game changing, is like one of the most fire moments on the entire LP, which is kind of saying something. All right, I'm hoping the next one is a banger too, because not only does it have 21 Savage, but Project fucking Pat is on it, 3-6, all fucking day. Project Pat was actually trending today because of this shit, so that's pretty cool. Let's spin it and see what it's got.
My pistol gon' bleed the streets. Stay ahead in this bitch, y'all.
L gang reppin'. We done best FN, shoot east or west end.
I heard Poppy outside. And he got real oppie outside. I'ma try this shit and had these put in the eyes.
It got Oppie outside? What? What?
Stay ahead in this bitch,
L gang reppin'. We them best FN shoot east or west end.
I heard Poppy outside. And he got real oppie outside. I'ma try this shit and had these put in the eyes. I despise
the Glock like to leave hickeys. I come straight up out the.
The Glock likes to leave hickeys. Oh my god.
We don't spell shit.
And that Drake bar about getting Oppie outside.
I fuck with her, look through the earth for sure.
I kind of feel like this one was a highlight too. I like this one too. I like this one too. Yeah, it dragged down a little bit at the end, but I liked it too. I liked it too. All right, well, look, this song starts with a time in the morning, so, you know, this track is probably going to have a certain vibe to it. You know, the moment
Radon
Drake
and
mentions
Oxygen.
what time it is in the title, it's, you know, gonna have a certain angle to it. It's probably, you know, it's probably even gonna have a certain instrumental taste to it as well. You know, there's
get
something
that
about
radon
Drake when he's bringing up what time it is. You know, it puts, you know, it's kind of warning you ahead of time.
You don't even have that much.
It's gonna be a certain kind of thing. You know, it's gonna be like, I feel like on tracks where Drake is bringing up the time, that's when his songs are the most diaristic. You know, he's sort of like in a moment in his head, and he's telling you what he's really thinking. Some people are saying it's a Ye diss. I mean, given what has just fucking happened, what the fuck else would be on Drake's mind other than a Ye diss? That makes total sense. You know, we have, here's the time, here's where I am, these are the things that I'm thinking at this time. Bam, just pooping it out. That's you know, that's that Drake energy. You know, why would he name all these songs with the fucking time if he didn't sort of like write and sort of conceive of these songs in a certain kind of mind state? You know what I mean? All right, 7 a.m. on Bertle Path. That's how Drake starts off his diary entries. Dear Diary, 7 a.m. on Bertle Path. Kanye dissed me today and posted my address on Instagram. I wasn't happy about it. And here's what I think of that rapscallion. Sorry. Bridal Path. Sorry. I can't. I have dyslexia, guys. I can't read good, especially when I am up late and I'm tired. I don't read good. Okay, all right. I apologize. All right, letters and words get switched around in my head all the fucking time. Excuses. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, fuck it. It's not an excuse. I literally have a hard time fucking reading, so fuck you. Why else the fuck would I fuck up a word like bridal and say a word? Bertle isn't even a fucking word. Whatever. 7 a.m. on Bridal Path. Let's go.
Yeah. I wish everyone could tell me exactly what they need from me behind closed doors, be playing.
This is exactly the kind of flow that Drake does on these kind of tracks. Are you fucking kidding me? And super nostalgic sample on the beat too. This is exactly what I would have felt was going to be the vibe on this track.
Oh, kids, you ain't famous to me. Told you I'm.
It's funny that you guys actually think this is hot. Oh my god. Is this the first track that you guys have said is hot on the record? I can't even remember. There's probably been a couple so far, but like you guys have like hated the fuck out of most of the songs on this record so far. You know, truth be told, I don't mind this track. I like it myself. I usually like Drake when he's in this mode. That's why I kind of like, you know, made the note of the 7 a.m. fucking thing, because whenever he does these tracks, he has a certain kind of energy that honestly I like. It's like very diaristic. He's very fed up. He's very much in a ranting kind of I'm annoyed with everything kind of mood. And you know, there are some whack bars here and there, like they talk at me like I'm mean, but I just say what I mean. But I actually don't mind Drake in this mode. You know, this is usually when he's like the most focused and, you know, saying some of his most, I guess, like sharpest criticisms and observations of his current mind state and
So Kraft's still out of range?
Drakey type of
Come on.
I could give a fuck about who designing your sneakers and tees.
Yeah, Drake, we know you do not
Alright,
give
how
a
about
fuck
now?
about the shirt design. We know. We get it.
Get that address to your driver, make it your destination. This
Ooh,
Oh,
don't just post
yeah.
my address out of desperation, Kanye. Honestly, I feel like the mid section of this record is heating up a little bit. Like the first leg was just so hit or miss, mostly miss. I feel like the middle of it is turning up the heat a bit. Okay, I mean, some biting songs toward Kanye, lonely in the industry, I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling that way. It's kind of the vibe I expect from this kind of track. I like it. I think it's fine. It's at least picking up the pace for the middle of the record, which again, I said I think the album is better around the mid-riff than it is at the start. But having said that, you know, like 14 tracks in, I'm just like really struggling to hear and see what exactly makes this record significant in Drake's overall catalog. Because, like, what's the guiding theme? What's the new sonic concept or direction? What's the current chapter of Drake's story that we need to know about or we're hearing about that we haven't really heard before? You know what I mean? I feel like everything that Drake is saying to us, like in terms of like an update, here's what's going on with me currently, is much of what we've known him to be telling us about his life and his experience at the top, you know, since like Scorpion, you know what I mean? I feel like we're not really getting too significant of an update or, you know, a refreshing understanding, I don't know, of the position that he's in right now. Narratively speaking, it would seem to me, at least from like, you know, reading what Drake is saying and the lack of progression and significant highlights, again, speaking narratively here, it would seem kind of like the Drake story is hitting kind of a lull. It's in a bit of a rut right now because, you know, what's the climax of this moment in the narrative? You know, the fact that he had to respond to you know, if he didn't have to respond to Kanye on that track, like if the whole Kanye beef didn't even happen, would this track even exist? Would this track even be on this record? And if that's not, like, what else is there really here to say on this LP that he's not saying everywhere else? You know, and look, I'm not saying, you know, that merely like, oh, you know, Drake's talking about no friends in the industry and girls. And
Initial
yeah,
boost power, 10%, recharge rate, 33.
You do kind of get like glimpses and, you know, interesting angles and takes on his life and experience currently, and I just feel like we're not really getting that to a strong degree on this LP. It just kind of feels like more of the same in almost every way, and a lot of these tracks just kind of remind me of you know, songs from Scorpion, songs from Views, songs from Nothing Was the Same, and I don't know if I would
some
go
pretty decent
too much further
upgrades
back than that. You know what I mean? You know, songs from If You're Reading This.
All right, see this
But it
jetpack
kind of seems like we're
efficiency.
almost hearing a compilation of ideas and vibes and feelings from, you know, that section of his catalog.
God damn.
With a few really bad fucking ideas
Just
popping
fucking
up here and
nuts.
there, like that Way Too Sexy track. And
I'm so only
Drake's
sexy
catalog
for
overall,
men.
because like as mediocre as, you know, Scorpion and Views were because they were so bloated, I could at least like recall a certain kind of vibe and sound to those LPs, you know.
Upgrade class for
and
10,000
they're, like,
nanites.
Still like classic tracks that came out of those records and those eras. Hotline Bling, still one of Drake's best tracks to date. But is there any track on here
Hotline
as catchy
Bling.
or as significant as Hotline Bling? I mean, I guess we'll see from here if there's any song that launches off of this thing in a supremely viral way, since Drake, you know, didn't do
No, I don't want to
big
change
single
my.
in the lead up to this LP. You know, time and fan engagement will tell. You know, whether or not there's like
I'll save this
hugely
custom outfit.
viral tracks off of this record. But
Head.
as of right now, I'm not hearing anything like as like devastatingly hooky as that track was.
Hold it up, my hotline bling.
I don't know. I guess
I
that's
just
all
wanna see something.
Race My Mind is the next track. Another song, no feature. So let's see if Drake carries it. Ba-bam.
Just hung up the phone at night. Think you fell fast.
Man, we're really going like in on the fucking harps. I mean, it's not bad. With the Biggie samples. Okay, the beat's not that fucking interesting. Come on, you gotta give me something.
He doesn't need a good beat.
Whew. Good thing there's a beat switch here or something. I was wondering, like, what the fuck is this gonna do for the next 2 minutes? Okay. I mean, that track was definitely engaging than a lot of the stuff that was going on in the first half. I wasn't really into the lot.
They're giving this one a 2.
I don't know. I feel like that's one I'm gonna have to listen to more to make heads or tails of. This album is like fading me the fuck out, if I'm being totally honest. We're gonna finish it, but I'm personally not. I'm not finishing it as strong as I started it. So if I continue to be unenthused, I guess wait for the review for my full assessment and everything. Because hey, maybe as I listen to it more, maybe I'll love the end of it. I really have no fucking idea. I know personally, like right now, I'd rate that track as okay. But again, not as offensive as anything that happened in the first leg. But I'm just looking forward to the light at the end of the
Yes,
tunnel.
kitty. What's poppin'?
Fountains with Thames is the next track. Let's see if this one is a stylistic switch up. I'm anticipating.
Done getting high eating your kitty nip.
How do you know?
We're getting a little dubby.
9, 7, 8, 0, 2.
That vocal is ass. That vocal and the vocal melody are both awful. What the
0. Oh no! Wait, I don't want to switch positions. I got them organized.
Yeah, sorry, Thames. Again, I don't hate the feature. I don't think the vocal melodies are very good, but honestly,
what's up?
I don't even attribute that to the artist. I feel like anybody hopping on this track is doomed to fail. There's not a lot to work with here between this like little 2-chord progression that's going on here.
I lost my composure.
Like this bass sucks. What the hell is this? Yeah, I was not into that one, unfortunately. Get Along Better. Get Along Better is the name of the next one. Let's give it a shot.
Made a mess. I'm better with your friend. Trust me, this ain't about weekend.
Honestly, I kind of dug that track. It was like a really dramatic rap and R&B blend. Strong, passionate. Loved the kind of lush and traumatic, not traumatic, but tragic instrumentation on it. I thought it was cool. And I didn't mind Drake's vocal performance on it either. A lot better than the last track, honestly. Maybe ended a little abruptly. Maybe Ty could have ridden the end out a little more, but I thought it was fine track. Not bad at all.
No, thank God.
Drake,
Computer's
Lil Wayne,
facing
and Rick
my
Ross.
way.
On the next one, you only live twice. With only a few more to go. Let's keep it going.
Okay. Let's go back to.
I feel like this is exactly the flow and the vocal sample and the beat that you hear on most Rick Ross songs, but like the tempo is 20 clicks faster. And it's kind of making the song,
The bell, who knew that we would sell pies? Your funeral was way too soon, as if your mama there.
What the fuck? That's kind of a fucked up bar.
Niggas deserve to live twice.
Yo, why is Rick Ross the best feature on this record by like 30 miles? Why is Rick Ross the best feature on this thing by 100 miles? What the fuck? Okay. All right. Okay. Ricky. All right. We see you, man. You really fucking dominated this. Jesus Christ.
For the rap beyond the dial, it collapses, catalog is immaculate. Boo-boo, excuses, nigga. It ain't even looking, nigga. I just walking like I my mailbox. Invoices sounding like Jill Scott. My lollipop and my teardrops too.
Shit, the Jill Scott line too? God, why did it take this long to get like real fucking fire? Why did it take this long to get some actual fucking food on this record? And don't get me wrong, there were some decent bangers on here so far, but like that was on another level. That was on another level. Kid Cudi next.
Lifted on my days, my dreams are vivid colors. And
I don't know. This is one I'm really gonna have to come back to. I don't really have strong feelings on much of anything that I heard. I think much of it was fine, but you know, it just didn't really hit me, I guess. All right, fucking fans. Second to last one. Guessing Drake is going to be rapping about fucking his fans here. I guess we'll see.
But if I know you're worried up, I'm so sorry for letting you down. I'm home.
Okay, so maybe the last track was pretty good.
I'm still working on me. I cannot be trusted on my own with nobody. I do not.
Whoa, that's kind of a weird thing to say, Drake.
I'm still working on me. I cannot be trusted on my own with nobody. I do not.
Kind of a weird thing to say, Drake.
I might rape somebody.
It's kind of weird to say.
Supposed to get to know.
Here's the last track, The Remorse. Which I'm feeling. Oh, God, why is it 6 minutes? God, I wish I didn't look at that.
Yeah. Look.
Honestly, like, I'll just rant for a second. I fucking hate this shit. And I feel like Drake is especially, like, abusing it on this record. And I don't know why exactly that is. For some reason, on a lot of these tracks, he's, like, leaving open a lot of space. And then...
Oh, that's when my character looks weird when I sit. My backpack disappears.
You're mid-fucking song.
Alright, I'll fuck with that.
You're not starting off. You're not building up. You're not transitioning into another thing. Alright, I'm out. Gonna eat some food, clean up.